I'm ready. Play us a
You ready?
song. John, what are you doing? You're doing the intro today. It's on you.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday. I almost said Sunday. Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite, never late, knows everything about economics and bank runs. Adam Crandon.
Woo! That's right. The smartest person on the internet. So we're here with my friend John, also known as Bridges, who is like, do you have a bigger fan than me, John? I don't think so.
I don't
I'd
think
be
so.
disappointed. So he's an excellent musician. I haven't put I haven't put a link to his channel.
Oh my god, what a fan you are, huh?
Because I'm a terrible piece of shit.
I know.
How am I gonna blow up?
But we will be. Look, I made you a mod. You should be dropping links in that chat right now.
And I should.
So
I've been on my mod stuff too. I like ban the random bots that pop up and everything.
Nice. Oh, nice! You're working for us. I like it.
I do my best.
But there's a few of your songs that are in my regular playlist, so I'm always listening to your music. And John did a song on Twitter that got him banned from Twitter. Got his Twitter account literally nuked. Sitch and I looked for the song to play online because it's so amazing. I found like a censored version. Do you remember this, Sitch? And I was like, oh, this censored version is crap. Like it's
not nearly as fun.
Yeah, it's not nearly as fun. But the song is maybe you can sing it if you just say Minecraft yourself instead of. I mean, that's the way we're always getting around it on the thing.
Is that the code word here?
The
Minecraft?
code word is yeah. So, but it's about. And John wants to talk about this a bit. Maybe I'll just let you take over because you wanted to talk. There's something going on in Canada about Minecrafting. What is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and avoid the S word. If it slips out, my apologies. I know YouTube, but I'm gonna try really hard. So in Canada, there's a governmental organization. Well, sorry, the federal government made it legal to be Minecrafted as part of our healthcare system in 2016. They introduced
to delete yourself. I think
delete yourself, medical assistance and deleting yourself, MAID, right. And it was there was kind of a hubbub about it in 2016, and then in 2021, they extended like the eligibility rules to make it available for people who weren't even like their death wasn't reasonably foreseeable. And
so you could. So I'm 15, and I'm like, my girlfriend dumps me.
So you still have to be 18 for now.
Yeah, 18.
18, but
that's
like
ridiculous.
Like people who are blind are eligible for it. Things like that, where it's like if you can get a doctor to sign off on stuff and say that you're going through unbearable suffering, you're eligible for this. And also as part of that legislation that was introduced in March 2021, there was a 2-year waiting period before this particular part came into effect. But now, in 3 days, it'll be that anyone suffering from mental illnesses can access MAID, which when I became aware of that that's a particular like pressure point for me. And that is particularly insane in my mind. And so, yeah, medically assisted deletion. And I've just been so shocked that is the case here in Canada. And so I made my little song about self-deletion on Twitter. I got banned for it because I was encouraging self-harm. And yeah, there's like a whole bunch of stuff we can talk about with MAID, but that's kind of the Coles notes that unless they might, if they do in the next 3 days, there's a bill that's being tabled that will extend that waiting period 1 more year. So the mental illness eligibility will not happen until 2024. But as of this moment right now, in 3 days, people who are suffering from mental illnesses like depression will be eligible for medically assisted Minecraft. So I'm very, very concerned and upset about that. And so I appreciate you guys having me on to at least bring that to the attention of the viewers.
Well, I brought you on for selfish reasons, just because I want to hang out with my favorite rock star. So, but I do think obviously this is just, I mean, it's crazy. I'm not so much against assisted suicide in situations where
you said the word.
You said it. Yeah. Now I'm allowed to say it. Now I won't feel bad.
Was I not? Oh, I guess I'm not. Well, that's like the political correct term, isn't it? I'm not
YouTube probably doesn't think that.
Okay,
is the correct term.
So assisted self-deletion, I'm not necessarily against for people who have these like horrible diseases and they're going to die in like 6 months anyway. And it's just, you can go the really brutal way, or you can go the, compassionate way. I think in those situations, that's fine. But self-deleting someone with depression or someone who's blind, that's insane. Sitch, do you have a position on this, or?
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. I know, like my grandfather died horribly, because like really horribly, because he had a brain tumor, and then they were able to remove it, but they totally fucked up his recovery, and so
Oh my.
for years afterwards, his quality of life just diminished and diminished and diminished, and it got to the point where eventually he just wanted to die essentially, and it's so disgusting. And I wasn't aware of this until it happened. But like in America, since they don't have any way of dealing with this, they basically just have to starve you to death, and it's just like so fucking horrifying
Really?
to see. Yeah, to see someone like a family member die painfully and slowly over weeks, essentially because of this thing. But obviously, my grandfather was like he's like he's in his 80s and 90s when this was going on, so it's not like you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm fine with people that have like these like who are old or who have these like really serious terminal illnesses or something. But it sounds like you're saying that Canada's far more lax in this
Well,
program.
to my knowledge, a lot of people brought up the slippery slope when this was first accepted into legislation back in 2016, and which a lot of people said that's just the slippery slope fallacy, calm down. But
Right.
it seems like we've slipped down that slope pretty damn fast. And while, like, I think I agree with both of you guys that there is a moral case for this administration of Minecrafting in situations like the one you described, because that to me seems like a case where that's morally acceptable. But in terms of accepting that into law, it's like the danger of it slipping the way it has in Canada, and the danger for false positives to me seems like I don't know, in my mind seems like it outweighs
Mhm.
the whatever positives it might have. I don't want to come across as cold at all, because
Sure,
I
sure. I understand.
but that's kind of where my head is very much at, just like how quickly it went from the things that pretty much everyone can agree is a reasonable case, to just being stuff that, I mean, yeah, an 18-year-old who's depressed can talk to two doctors, get them to sign off, wait 90 days, and then they're gone.
Hmm.
Like, that's how did we get there in 7 years?
So it's only
Yeah, that's
90 days? I thought
90-day waiting period. You have to talk to two, actually, doctors or nurse practitioners, and you
that's
have to get one,
insane.
like, I think it's indemnified witness is the word they use. I can't remember, but one witness to sign off of it. And that's essentially the whole thing. And I was watching this documentary about it, and one guy who he was a guy who was blind, young, I think he was in his 20s or 30s. He didn't even meet with a doctor. He FaceTimed them, and they signed off on his maid
how do you
request.
know that they were even doctors? He's blind.
Well, yeah,
I knew
exactly.
I knew you were gonna make that joke, Sid.
Yeah,
Could have just been a guy holding up like a Muppet on the other end of the call.
yeah,
Who knows?
exactly. What,
Could
but
have been his ex-wife.
Exactly.
just disguising her voice, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, which to me that's just another level of insanity, that you can even just do it over the phone and on FaceTime to get these health practitioners to sign off on your MAID application. And you also see, like, there's been a couple cases where in Canada they've like offered this proactively to people, like uh uh certain veterans have come out and talked about how, like, they're talking to whatever, they're trying to access veteran resources that the government provides, and then they're in certain bad situations, and the people on the other end of the phone said, well, have you considered MAID? That's an option.
No
So
way.
that
No
yeah,
way.
you see people, like, particularly there's a lot of homeless people who are accessing it because their quality of life is so low, and it's not necessarily that they want to die. It's just, yeah, I mean, what else are they going to do? Things
The
like that, where it's like,
self-deletion
I
hotline
mean,
has like a direct line to MAD.
I'm sure many California
crazy.
residents would be in favor of homeless people Minecrafting. So-
That's dark.
I mean, oh, that's
See,
tough.
see.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Listen, we're gonna try to make as many horrible jokes as we can about Sudoku on this stream. Well, okay, but Ryan, what you're saying. So I understand the slippery slope
Yeah.
idea. It's definitely something that happens
Mhm.
logistically because people who want a more extreme version of something, they know they can't push for it like right off the bat. They know they have to push for a more acceptable version of it. And
Yeah,
then once
dude.
that acceptable version of it passes, then those same people, the extreme people, will keep pushing. They'll keep trying to push you down the slope.
Yep.
And that's true. I think that's true of everything, really. I think even a lot of moderate reforms across all subject matters, there's always going to be people with very extreme views pushing for these things to go into legislation. Um, so since I think that always happens, I don't know if we should be legislating based around the fear of that happening, because I think that's always a potential thing that will happen.
Yeah. I'm
I
not
think that's
necess-
well taken. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily a legislator. I mean, this is tough to do because you want to include something like terminally ill. But I could see, people getting around that by saying, "Oh, this person has a mental illness that makes them suicidal anyway." So,
Yeah, but you can just define the law, like, what terminally ill means
oh, that's true.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a mental illness, it's you
It's
have a physical
bodily.
condition.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you have either a physical condition where you're A, going to die, B, you know, your quality of life is like you're in so much pain or you can't move. My grandfather was basically paralyzed for the most part. So it's like, your quality of life is so diminished, at a point, and you can define it specifically what that means. But I mean, that's the problem. Is like, yeah, obviously some people are going to try to take it too far, but I think there has to be something. I think there has to be some allowance of assisted Sudokuing by
Yeah.
law with it without allowing it to go down the path, which seems like what you're saying is what Canada's going down with this sort of, have you considered committing Sudoku instead?
Yeah, there was one person who testified how she was offered maid after they couldn't get a wheelchair ramp installed into her house, and that was like causing her a great amount of like struggle in her day to day. She was a veteran
Mhm.
and like needed a wheelchair ramp to get into her house, and apparently someone offered, well, if we can't get that to happen, we do have another option. It's just like,
Listen.
This is
When you're dead, you
crazy.
don't need a wheelchair ramp, okay? You just float everywhere.
What's going on in Canada? You guys that desperate for
oh,
resources?
it's a fallen state. I've seen articles from our state broadcasters about how much money made is going to save Canada in healthcare costs, that was a particularly ice cold take to see. I was like, you're putting this out like
This
in the
is
midst of all the controversy? You're gonna just make an article about it. Oh, well, but it's actually, there are some upsides. We'll save a bunch of money on healthcare. All right.
Sitch, was Sarah Palin right when she talked about the death panels? I kind of feel like, is this where universal healthcare leads?
There you go. There you go. It turns out, what's his name? Frank Lutz was right the whole time.
Death panels.
Death panels, yeah.
That's horrific.
Yeah, and to Sitch's point, I think my main fear about the slippery slope thing is a slippery slope is it is a dangerous argument to make, but it's to me in my country, particularly what's the word I'm looking for? We're such an unserious our country governed by such unserious people. And it's like
Yes.
there's sophistication required to legislate something as thorny as this and something as well, it's literally people's lives being over. So it's like you can't really afford to get this kind of stuff wrong. And I
Mhm.
don't believe that we have the kind of people in charge to navigate something this treacherous to any degree. I think we're just not anywhere close to being able to figure that one out. Maybe if we had a governmental body that I considered more serious, I'd be way less concerned. But I don't know if that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, if we weren't run by idiots, I'd be, more
Which
confident
obviously
in giving them power.
has far-reaching consequences far beyond just made, but to me,
Yes.
made
Yes.
seems like a good distillation or example
Mhm.
of where that kind of unserious governance can lead.
Do you think
I
do you think any of this is being driven by politics? Because I know if we had something like made in America, people, social workers would be offering this to people that they thought were Trump voters. They'd be
Well,
like,
I
well,
mean, obviously, we wouldn't do that because it would be outsourced to China.
It'd be made in China. Is that the joke?
No. I know when I said made in America, I knew. But don't you think some social worker or some, school person would be, or some, school administrator would be offering this kind of thing to people that they didn't like? People that they perceived as political adversaries.
Course, yeah.
Some of them.
Do you think that's happening in Canada?
Is it partisan in Canada? Is it like a partisan issue or no?
To my understanding, it doesn't seem to be particularly partisan, but I mean, Canada is just a communist state. There's not. It's gone, in my opinion, at least.
All of our Canada jokes are being vindicated on this very stream here.
Every time I see you guys talk about Canada, I'm like, yep, based, correct.
Oh my God, I feel so bad.
Yeah. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the situation. There are I think some politicians or people in influence that I think kind of had their heads on straight, but I think most of the population and especially most of the government is just they're off on in some dreamland where consequences don't exist and resources are limitless, it appears. And
Bridges is the Jesse Lee Peterson of Canada.
Yeah, you got to get out of there.
Living in a fallen state.
You got to get out of there. You're living in North Korea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make a run for the border.
And another interesting thing that I did want to mention about the slippery slope actually is that the next thing that they're pushing for, the Quebec Association of Physicians, back in 2021, that this hasn't gone through yet, but they're pushing for eligibility to be expanded to mature minors. So that's down to the age of 12, depending on I guess some sort of assessment as to whether that child is ready to make their own decisions. And based off my understanding of how Canadian politics works, Quebec always gets their way because they just hold so many cards. I don't know if you guys, I only recently found this out, that in the Canadian Constitution, it's written into our Constitution that Quebec has different rules than the other provinces. They have more self-governance ability.
The Quebecois.
Yeah, there's definitely people who know way more of the details about how Canada works than I do because I'm fairly fresh to learning all about this stuff, so I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. And a lot of this stuff is advanced by organizations based out of Quebec, and so I would be surprised if we don't see eligibility of MAID being extended to mature minors within the next couple years. And that it already accounts for 3.3% of all deaths in Canada as of 2021. 10,000 people died from MAID.
Wow. Canada put 10,000 members of its population down.
Yeah.
Well, I think regarding the mature minors, I think that if you manage to get a full suit of diamond armor, I think then you should be able to make the decision for yourself.
That was a good one too.
Mind joke, yeah. More mind.
Someone said, we already are outsourcing made in America to China through fentanyl.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, the thing about fentanyl is those people don't plan on dying; they plan on partying whole night,
that's true. That's true.
Okay,
well, I have a question though, Adam. A serious question beyond all these horrible dark jokes.
Well, I mean, I want to look. I would like to look into that 3% number and see how many of those are cases that we would, agree with.
I think the majority of them are cancer patients, and the median age is 79.2. Right, I think that I read. I think most of them are ones that all three of us would probably agree. Is not that not unreasonable.
If you're 79 and you're fighting cancer and you're already got
bowel cancer, you got 6 months.
Exactly.
That's one thing. Like I said, I think we'd all probably agree on that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. I think we're all on the same page here. What were you going to say, Sitch?
Oh no, I was going to ask you. So why is there a difference? Because you said that you're fine with people over the age of 18 deciding to transition regardless of whether they have gender dysphoria. How does that comport with being against people over the age of 18 deciding to commit suicide?
Well, I mean, you're not taking your life. I mean, you're taking your life in a radically different direction, but you're not.
So it's just an issue
yourself.
of degrees.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't say, I mean, I don't know, if you do transition, you are causing permanent bodily changes to yourself, right? I mean, it's not obviously not as severe as death.
Well, I mean, the whole point of people transitioning is they feel like they would lead a better life
Well, I'm talking about only people
in
without gender
embarking
dysphoria.
on this project. I guess people who delete themselves think they're embarking on a project that would cause them to live a better life. I mean,
Or
why
existence
not?
or lack of existence. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't.
It doesn't seem like the same thing to me. I know you asked about
Yeah, there you go.
very different things.
Look at
Okay,
that.
I'm just testing the waters
Look,
here.
he's a rock star. You gotta suck it up. You're wrong.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
All
anything I
right.
say goes.
There you go.
Yeah, I under Sitch. I do not. I really do not think.
Hmm.
I think people who want to make that decision at 18 are, stupid and are making a terrible decision.
Right.
But I think people should be allowed to be stupid and make terrible decisions. And
To
that's
an
just
extent. Yeah.
well, it's worse than a bad tattoo. I'll give you that. But
That
some
is
people
true.
do face tattoos, which I mean, we're getting close to the same ballpark, right?
Yeah, I do believe suicide is illegal in America. I mean, obviously they can't
Not
charge
illegal
for
in
it, but
Canada, or it's
yeah.
not
It
a
should
crime.
be. I mean, it should be illegal it is illegal in America, and it should be.
Hmm.
I think it should be.
Even for 79-year-old bowel cancer patients.
Well, that's that. See, that's I. This is where I
Yeah,
think we
Adam.
should work on redefining that away from being suicide. It should be something else. We need a better term. We need a term that is suicide, the wrong thing that we all agree should be illegal
Yeah.
and a taboo, and the kind of compassionate end of life care that we should all desire because like let's face it, all of us are going to have to deal with this at one point, and most of us would want to deal with it in a respectful way, right? Because
Oh, wait a minute. Hmm.
we know the days ahead of us are short and in a painful in a way that is going to be like less compassionate for our friends and family. So,
Right,
and
right,
for us, literally. I mean, I had the same kind of situation as you, Sitch, with my grandfather. My grandfather had a stroke, and he
hmm
was basically like, I mean, he was just a vegetable for I think
right.
2 or 3 years. I mean, we would wheel him around in a wheelchair everywhere we went, and it was just, I mean, he didn't know what was going on around him. It was awful.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's the kind of thing that his entire life said, don't let this happen to me.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a
exactly,
military
exactly.
guy. He was literally
Right.
like a POW in the Korean War. Like
Yeah,
he
my
lived through a
grandfather
lot of
too.
shit.
He was like a MASH doctor in Korea.
Yeah.
And he was the
So,
exact same thing. He was like, "Oh, don't let me get to that way." I mean, he asked people to kill him. It was like really fucked up.
oh my God. Yeah,
So,
you're
I mean,
sitting
there
right
needs to
next
be
to you.
yeah, I mean, there needs to be something. So I looked it up actually. So apparently, suicide was considered a crime for many years, but it's no longer a crime in the U.S. However, many individual states have attempted suicide as a crime, but not all. But all states in America have assisted suicide as a crime.
Yeah.
Though some, I don't know which states. Some states have exceptions for physician-assisted suicide
Didn't
in
Kevorkian
America.
go to jail for this? Dr. Kevorkian? Because he did
Uh,
like 20
I mean,
assisted suicide
I
cases
know he
or,
was always in legal trouble. I don't remember if he actually went to jail or not, but
yeah. It's an interesting dilemma. It really is.
hmm.
But I mean, I'm young and crazy, so I don't give a fuck. Look, where are the ladies at, right?
I just maybe one of you guys will know this. I just had this thought come to my mind. You know, like
Mhm.
DNRs, do not resuscitate. Can you sign a DNR as a young person?
I
Like,
I think you
or is that
can.
restricted to older people?
I don't know. Do not
I'm like,
resuscitate.
my mind's like, okay, what's the distinction between a DNR and just an MAID? I guess like there is obviously
Well,
a difference, but there's a lot of similarities there.
It is similar. The do not resuscitate tell you'd have to be in the position where you're already dying.
Yeah, but I
Similar
guess the
mechanism.
idea is they have the technology and the resources to bring you back, and then they just
Right.
choose not to administer it, which like it's a it's an act of omission instead of commission, I guess you could categorize it as, but nonetheless, like to me, they seem very similar.
So I pulled up in Florida the legal form for the do not resuscitate order. And all it is, it's just you have to have your signature and a doctor's signature. It doesn't say anything about like reasons or anything. So
Hmm.
I don't even know if you have to give any.
Wonder if as like a 12-year-old you can sign that. It's like, hey, if something happens to me and I am on the way out,
I guess, yeah, if you have a doctor,
uh,
sign it. That's
I
pretty
just
wild.
so many people.
I don't know if that should be allowed. Should that be legal?
No,
I mean, I don't know if it's
should
ever
not
been
be.
like an issue. So maybe that's the thing.
I wouldn't
I
be
mean,
surprised.
so many people have overcome such adversity. It's like look at Stephen Hawking. The guy is like a paraplegic in a wheelchair, and
Yeah.
he's just. I mean, he's like the perfect example. Don't give up. Don't give up. That guy even got married. He's a
So,
player.
so apparently there's 11 states where physician-assisted suicide is legal. California, Colorado, DC, Hawaii, Montana, Maine, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington State.
Hmm.
So there you go.
Does
I'm
it
sure
say
each one of them
anything
has
about?
different.
I think when I was looking into this stuff, all those places in the States, it's like a 6 month. You have to have been given a prognosis of death within 6 months to be
Mhm.
eligible for that. Is that right?
Maybe, yeah. I have no clue what the.
Because in
I'm sure
Canada,
each one has a different criteria.
yeah, my understanding at least was that in Canada, when it was first introduced, it was reasonably foreseeable, which I mean, we all are aware of the the reasonable person standard and the potential problems with that.
Mhm.
But I believe in the States they all at least had a number, and I think most of them were within 6 months. It had to be like a doctor has to have told you that you've got 6 months or less. But that wasn't the case in Canada. They left it up to reasonably foreseeable, and now
Mhm.
not even that.
So
But
according to Wikipedia, which not always the best source, but it says
no,
for the California law, it requires an individual must be over the age of 18, possessing full capacity to make an independent decision, as well as the ability to administer the drugs themselves. That seems kind of silly. I mean, you think that's kind of the whole point, right? If you can't move. Um, must have an application from an attending and consulting physician. Should either physician request a mental health specialist, can do that. They must certify that they have a life-limiting illness with estimated less than 6 months to live or other palliative care options. Blah, blah, blah. So, okay.
hmm,
Interesting.
relatively similar.
Yeah, yep, yep.
Well, I see. John, do you want to pitch any of your music or anything? Or
Yeah, if you guys like pop music, you can look up Bridges, BRDGS. I'm on YouTube and Spotify and all the places. I actually just had a big milestone. I just had my first song to pass 10 million streams on Spotify, which was very cool.
wow,
Nice.
wow.
So if you guys are interested, checking out
Half of
any,
those are me, at
I
least.
hope so. I noticed
No,
that.
I always listen on YouTube. I don't listen on Spotify. So
Okay.
yeah.
I was gonna say, I noticed ever since you left your first comment on one of my videos, all of a sudden it just started skyrocketing everywhere. I was like,
Nice.
but
Really? Maybe
I
it
wish.
is. Maybe it
Uh,
is me.
yeah, but yeah. So if you guys are interested in that, then maybe you'll like it, maybe you'll hate it, but either way, yeah.
Somebody Like You is a song that if I play, like it's stuck in my head all day long. So that's a good song.
Well, I remember seeing it actually made me wonder if there's like an algorithm on YouTube that like cross pollinates because it was shortly after I found you guys and started watching that I
Mhm.
noticed randomly one day, Adam, you commented on that music video, and I was like, I wonder if like
Mhm.
one content creator starts watching another content creator's videos, does like content creator A's video start getting suggested to the other?
I
Like, is
don't know.
that I don't know because I don't know how else you would have found me because I'm not very big, but
Right.
it
I
was the
like.
timing was kind of sus.
Well, I mean, you're not. I wanted to play your one of. I think our transition has a couple notes
Yeah,
from your song. Yeah.
outro of Somebody Like You.
You
I
probably
believe.
hear it every time you hear the transition. You're like, oh, I wrote that.
Yeah.
Adam cribbing your transitions. Actually, I asked you, so
Yeah.
we're all good. Last night I had a dream about you. I
Oh my
like
God.
Let Each Other Go is really good.
Oh, thank you.
I do.
Oh, I thought
I
you were
mean,
saying last night you had a dream about Bridges.
no, Closure is good. All of these are in my playlist, and I mean, I admit I like pop music. So every once in a while, I'll share something on Twitter, and we'll be like, "Oh, Adam's listening to gay music again."
Well, I remember when I released the music video for Last Night I Had a Dream About You. Somehow you must have accidentally put it in like the
I
Sitch
know
and
I did.
and I got so many comments of people being like, "Yeah, this is not what we came to the Sitch and playlist for." People were not happy about
It was,
that.
the playlist, because I add the show to the playlist every
Yeah,
week. And
yeah.
I just, if whatever you add after you add the show goes into the last playlist. So it was just
Right.
completely accidental, but I fixed it.
Yeah,
That's
I got a little
hilarious,
bit of
though.
people were pretty nice, but you
Mhm.
could tell they were a little miffed, a couple of them.
Yeah. Because we do, obviously we make content, and we're always thinking about content creation. Really, you can't go wrong with classical music, because classical music is like the modern art of film editing. It's like just not offensive.
Yeah,
You put pop songs, unless it's like a super
turns people
popular
off.
song like the Pixies, or Rolling Stones, something everyone's heard.
It
The
has to be like a
Police.
classic song.
Yeah,
Because like
totally,
huge pop songs, you
totally.
put like "Blinding Lights" by The Weeknd, the biggest song in the world. That's gonna
Yeah,
turn people off. Tons of people hate that song.
yeah, yeah. You get it. You get it. So, yeah, I always listen to these uh, like progressive podcasts, and they have some like goofy guitar riff that just is completely offensive going into it. And I think, why are you doing that? Music can chase people off. So, but you get it. I mean, you guys might like it. You guys might not like it. I love it. Look, I
I
think
put
it's
a link in
great.
the description to Bridges' channel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
I
guys.
saw
Subscribe
that. Yeah, and I've
immediately.
dumped a couple links in the chat as well. So, and I'll continue to do that. But
The
we, I,
4 Hour Fan on Twitter. You posted it on Twitter a couple times too, which I appreciated.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if you still do, but maybe
I
someday they'll.
do. I do, just to just to, like, get people riled up. Some
Yeah,
people like pop music. What's wrong with pop music?
it's not a lot of people. It's not their taste. That's fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Hmm.
bother me.
Yeah.
JMac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for the 50
Woo.
gifted memberships.
Wow. Welcome new members. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope
Yeah,
all
man.
of you are MMT fans.
So, do you want to talk about, before we watch any of this video, we were talking before the stream started about the SVD stuff.
SVD.
Isn't that
You mean?
the bang?
Yeah. That you want to? I mean, sure. You want to talk about that now? We can.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
Okay. Hold on. Let me.
There was a heated debate between Adam
Let me
and
bring
Bridges
up.
before
Let me
the
bring up a graphic for that.
Yeah, we did debate.
heated debate. I was like doing everything I could to moderate it. I was like, listen, guys.
We were
save it for
yelling
stream."
and screaming.
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
It was wild. It was wild.
I mean, I'm a self-proclaimed expert in macroeconomics, so
Just like Adam. Look at that.
Oh,
Exactly.
nice. My start recording works. So I'll record this, I think, as a video, because people are interested in it.
Okay.
But,
Because I don't know anything about this situation whatsoever.
Well, don't. I stopped recording because I'm looking for like an image to put up that's like SVD oriented.
That's not Vaush's face.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
what I'm
Vaush's,
looking
I've
for.
been watching the stream. Is Vaush's
Yes.
face the current?
I know.
Oh, look at him.
Terrible.
He's so beautiful.
Hard Romeo for $20 says, been watching you guys since episode 1, though I rarely ever get to catch you live. Just want to thank you both for creating an aisle of sanity in an insane world. And X Class is the
Those are always our favorite super chats. Well,
Adam
minus
is pretty cool too.
okay. Those are always our favorite super chats, except
go.
the S class versus S class
Episode
best class
1.
part.
Damn,
Yeah.
look at that. That is true. That is true free will right there. Episode 1.
But sanity is really what we're shooting for. Sometimes, I don't know, we got a lot of I think we're going to stream on Thursday too for a couple hours. to redress some of the massive, is it flack or cope? Which one should I use? I'll try to be nice. The flack that we're getting over the Sunday show last Sunday.
That's right, Thursday.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to set this up. How are we gonna have people? Are we gonna do like the same thing where people do it through the Discord? I assume.
I mean, we can do that. Yeah.
We're gonna
CT.
Well, how do we
involved
tell
and
people to request to come on? I guess.
we delegate it to CT. CT is our producer for these things. Remember? What are you
They should
talking
have
about?
warned CT. I don't know CT, but the CT's in the chat. Yeah, we didn't. We literally just decided to do this like 2 minutes before the stream started. CT.
Well, and
on
I was
Thursday.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying
Continue.
on Thursday we're gonna have a call-in stream that's gonna be 2 hours,
Mhm.
where all the people, only the people that are triggered,
Mm-hmm.
that are seething
Mm-hmm.
about what we said on Sunday, can call in and they can argue with me and Adam about it.
We're gonna reward them for their bad behavior in the
That's
comment
right.
section. Something that I never like to do.
That's right.
But
Yes.
actually, they're gonna reward us with content. So it's an even it's a fair deal. Also, I see Darth Kitten in the chat.
Yes.
It's a famous Sith, adorable little kitten. And CT's working on a video for us on the CRT chart that you did. She's just slacking. Give her a hard time. CT needs to get that
CRT
video done. So
What's your teacher?
Darth Kitten did a map of our CRT
Oh,
debate.
Darth Kitten's vid chart. Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you meant. I was like, I didn't make a chart. What are you talking about?
She did a map of our CRT debate with Wicked Supreme, gave some great commentary on it, and I asked CT to make us a video of it so we could mirror it on the channel and promote her stuff and promote that, because it's like buried 8 hours into like a, they came on late in the game. I think it's buried in our Amazing Atheist talk. So it's win-win. We get to promote a
There you
smaller
go.
creator and get a badass piece of content. And we get to make CT work harder, which that's always fun. Okay.
Canada, if she gets overworked, you know what the medical system's like here.
Yeah, she's always got options. That's what we like about hiring Canadians. We're like, if if she asks for a raise, we go, nah, I mean, you have other
You can
options,
say-
don't you?
Exactly.
That's
Oh my
awful. That is
Oh my God.
terrible.
That is
Listen,
awful.
We need CT to be around to do stuff for us. Okay.
Look, that was a joke, CT. You're not getting off that easy.
That's right.
We need-
This
we need
contract
to-
goes beyond death.
We need to get Maid taken down just specifically for that reason.
Just
so
to
CT
save CT. God, that would be a great movie, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We have to destroy this system because our friend is going to use it.
And we need them to work for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Gotta
we'll
be
leave that
purely-
part out. Come on, we got to be likable
That can be in
protagonists.
Supervillains Anonymous too.
Oh yeah, that's a great
There you
idea.
go.
What if I put this backwards? Oh no, I guess it turns the text around. Damn it.
No.
Okay, everyone, I'm gonna hit record now because we're making a video.
All right.
Most content creators do this. Isn't it kind of
how clips get made?
Isn't it kind of funny? No, this is the new system. Isn't it kind of funny? Isn't it kind of funny that most content creators do, like, they do edited content, and me, I'm literally just gonna hit record and we're gonna talk about this shit.
Did you hit the button yet?
Not yet. I don't want this part in the video. Come on, this is.
You can't edit it once you just record.
I mean,
That's-
this is a little embarrassing. Yeah, exactly. You want me to hit it now, Sitch? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, hit it now.
Do you want to give the intro, or should I give the intro?
I'll give the intro. Okay, ready?
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Fuck shit! Ah!
Oh wait,
We're here with
hold on a
SVP.
second. I hit stop recording, you bastard. You can't do that. That's gonna ruin the video. I'm not bleeping this. I'm not bleeping this motherfucking shit out of you. Look, that's another thing. Good. I'm glad you did that, Sitch. Reminder: no cursing. John, you're on your best behavior here. Okay, ready? 3,
Okay,
2,
for real.
1.
No, you do. I don't know anything
I'll
about
do
this.
the
so
intro. Okay.
I don't know anything about this.
Hey everybody, it's your friend Adam. I'm here with PSA Sitch, and we're doing a a clipped out video about the SVB controversy that everybody's talking about, because I've been arguing with people on the internet. We talked a little bit before we began the stream, Sitch, and it seems like you don't really understand the SVB, which stands for Silicon Valley Bank. There was a bank in Silicon Valley that ended up going belly up. It collapsed, and everybody is up in arms about, who do we rescue in the Silicon Valley Bank situation? So tell me, Sitch, what you know about it, if anything.
There was a bank, a dirty, lefty Silicon Valley bank somewhere in Silicon Valley land, and they lost money, and maybe it's the government's fault. Maybe it's not the government's fault. And some people are arguing about whether they should bail out the customers or not.
Okay, so
That's
you
all
don't
I know
know
about
you
it.
don't know the actual working situation. So Silicon Valley
nothing.
Bank, banks
No, no.
you probably have your money in a bank. Some of you have your money in a bank. Me, I like to keep my money in the mattress where it's safe. So I don't use these banks. Banks are
Like a good
banks
MMT, or
are,
you keep your money in the mattress.
banks are for squares, okay?
Yes.
So, but some people, they do risk everything. Actually, I buy gold and I put gold coins in my Some people, they keep their money in a bank, and those people they call depositors, right? Well, there are also people who invest in banks. They buy stock in the bank as a company. Sometimes they buy bonds, which is another investment vehicle that the bank can offer. So when Silicon Valley Bank got deposits from people, depositors, who have cash and need cash to do payroll or whatever they're doing, they need it liquid. Silicon Valley had all of this cash, and banks don't like to just leave the cash in the accounts. They like to actually make money off it. So there are only 3 things that banks can do with cash. They can't go to the stock market and buy Apple stock or Tesla stock, okay? Because that would be
Why not?
risky. And we don't want them losing depositors' money, right? So
Wait. When you say they can't, are you saying they don't, or that they legally can't?
They legally cannot. Yes. The banks are regulated. In order to start a bank, you have to get a bank charter from I'm not sure if it's from the Federal Reserve. I believe it is. So you get a bank charter from a government organization, institution that says you can only buy 3 things, or you can only do 3 things with investors or with depositors' money. And this is a problem with Sam Bankman-Fried. And you realize he took depositors' money and started buying stocks and other cryptos, right?
Right.
Because he was basically running an unregulated bank, and he lost all the money.
Right. So, okay, so what are the 3 things?
You can buy treasury bonds. Are you familiar with those government
We
assets?
are familiar, yes. Yes.
You
That
can
is the
make
government debt, yes.
you can make loans with the money,
Okay.
and you can buy some mortgage-backed securities.
Oh,
And
of course.
I'm
of course.
I am under the impression the reason you can buy some mortgage-backed securities is because, remember, the government bought all those toxic assets, and they have like a shitload of mortgage-backed securities to sell.
I thought I'm pretty sure they offloaded all that stuff from 2008.
I'm not sure what's going on with the mortgage-backed securities.
They must have been able to buy them in 2008, right? Because that was the whole problem. The banks were buying and trading.
Well,
them.
in 2008, the mortgage-backed securities were the problem. So the Federal Reserve bought those mortgage-backed securities, set up a toxic asset fund, and ended up making money on the mortgage-backed securities because the problem was the maturity issue. So it's kind of the same thing with the Silicon Valley Bank thing. So Silicon Valley Bank, someone heard that so they bought government treasuries, okay? Which you would think is the safest of those 3 options, correct? Well,
Yes.
actually, they bought government.
It is the safest.
They bought government treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. They had both.
Okay.
But they had a very long maturity date. I think 5 to 10 years. So as soon as you lock yourself into a bond that you're making 1% on, and it doesn't mature for 10 years, as soon as interest rates go up to 2%, obviously that bond becomes worth less, right? Because I can go buy a brand new one for 2%.
Right.
Why am I going to buy your old stinky bond that locks the money up for 10 years and I only get 1%? That's ridiculous. So all of these bonds became underwater in the same way a mortgage would be underwater. And they, uh, you know, which isn't really a problem as long as you wait till the bonds mature. But in a situation where somebody says, "Oh my God, this bank is going to go out of business," and everybody shows up and wants their money back at once, everyone shows up and wants their cash, so you got to liquidate the bonds, and you're liquidating the bonds at a loss, right? So that's exactly what happened in the Silicon
Okay,
Valley situation.
so for all the dummies like myself, so basically what you're saying is before the interest rates spiked, this bank bought a bunch of treasury bonds that were at like 1% interest. Now they're at like what, 4% or something?
We're close to 6% or
6%, okay.
5%.
Right. So they basically invested a bunch of money that they couldn't get out of these treasury bonds
Right. Yes.
for 5-year periods.
Correct.
And then once the interest rates went up, all these people ran the bank and they're like, hey, we want to take our money out and we want to either invest it in CDs at higher interest rates or whatever they want to do with it. And the bank didn't have enough money on hand basically to liquidate, to pay all the people that deposited money there.
Right. A lot of money started going out. They had to liquidate the bonds at a loss. And once they had to liquidate those bonds at a loss, it spooked everybody else. And everybody else, it started like a classic bank run. But what I'm saying, like, and what we're arguing about online is everybody's account is insured up to $250,000. You know, if you have a savings account, it's got FDIC insurance. I'm sure you've seen the little signs at the bank and stuff back when they had banks. I mean, who's been to a bank, right? But your money up to $250,000 is insured, right? But if you're a company that's doing payroll at $2 million a year, or $2 million a month, that means you have 200 or $2 million in liquid assets, and you have to spread that over 8 bank accounts in order to be covered by FDIC insurance. I mean, that creates a whole hell of a lot of work. My argument is, why not just, as the FDIC, insure all, up to 100%? Because if they had 100% insurance, the bank run would have never happened, because these people wouldn't have been worried about losing their money above $250,000, right?
Well, I mean, people presumably still would have tried to pull their money out to invest in something different, right? Even if like the fear bank run wouldn't have happened.
Right, but I'm under the impression that they had enough money to cover the people pulling their money out because they wanted a higher interest rate. And wait a second here.
Okay.
That's not what was going on though in this situation. You kind of brought
I thought
that
you
in
said it
here.
was.
Well, you brought that in there, and I kind of didn't really think about it. I'm sure
Okay.
there's some of that going on.
Correct me.
Well, I'm
Daddy.
sure there's some of that going on, but they're not. This is liquid money that they're using for their company. They can't just pull it out and put it in a CD, okay? They need it for working capital for companies. They're talking about this is for payroll and shit. It's one of the reasons why everyone's like, just let them burn. Which, okay, you're going to let all these small businesses and startup businesses just go bankrupt because you want to. It just seems silly to me. So I think the only reason why people were pulling their money out was because they thought they weren't going to get their money back because of the FDIC insurance situation. And it's a catch-22, because if the FDIC insurance was the full amount of the bank deposits, the bank run wouldn't have happened. And not only that, the Biden administration has gone in and said, we're going to cover 100% of the bank deposits, because why should you be punished? Why should you lose all of your money because you picked the wrong bank? Now some depositor has to be able to read a balance sheet to understand that the bank they're not investing their money, they're just putting their money in to save, isn't going to go bankrupt. The bondholders and the stockholders all got wiped out, and they should, because they're the ones that are supposed to read the balance sheet and know what they're investing in. So you had, when we talked about this before the stream began, you had some pushback.
Well, okay, so you said you think that the government should basically have a unlimited insurance policy for depositors at banks.
Yes.
So right now it's limited to 250. So this creates a situation where if you as an individual or a business has over 250K, they have to just spread it out to as many banks as possible to have it all be insured, essentially.
Yeah, Dan Irish showed me a thing that one guy at one company has 50 accounts he manages. Like, what a waste of
Right.
time.
Right. And so, yeah. And so the question is, well, if people are basically getting the benefit of this because they're still it's also insured, but they're spreading it out. What is the point of creating this, what is
Stupid
the point of this
regulation.
system? Right.
And the
But,
regulation itself
right.
actually causes the bank runs.
Right. But then the question was that John asked before the stream started and that I asked as well is how, like, if the government did this and they said, okay, well, we'll have unlimited insurance on bank depositors. I mean, I feel like that would have some unintended consequences that we're not aware of yet. I don't think it would just be like, well,
Well, we can't.
nothing bad would
I
happen,
mean,
right?
luckily, we can't make legislation based on your feelings, though.
Well, that's why I asked you before the stream. I said, is there a country that does this already
Why
that
wouldn't
we
they
could
have done
look
this
to?
already? What
What's
like
that?
potential drawbacks? Like what can you think of a reason why they haven't already done this?
Well, the thing is, the government tells them what they can invest in. Like this is the thing. Everyone's like, well, won't they do more risky things? They already tell them they can't do risky things. They already say, listen, you can only buy these three instruments. You can only use these three instruments, right? I mean, yeah, sure, they could make risky loans, but risky loans aren't. I mean, they're not necessarily making risky loans, even with depositors' money. As soon as you write a loan for like $5 million, you can sell that loan to another company or take money, use it as an asset for as collateral, and take money from the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve will give you new money. So, doing loans is where the risky stuff is. Why are we risking depositor money?
Um, yeah, but well, I don't know the answer because I don't know enough about this. I'm just wondering, is the only reason, like, I'm assuming, and I could be completely wrong, that the reason for the limitation on the account isn't just for some weird political nonsense reason, that
It
there's
is.
some logistical reason.
It's for a song and dance reason. I'll do. There's another thing too that people are complaining about because they're calling this a bailout and the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it, which is completely untrue, because the bondholders and the stockholders all got washed out. In the bankruptcy, the Federal Reserve can take possession of the bonds that have the long dated maturity, right? And when they come mature, the taxpayer can get the interest instead of it going to bank profits. Bank profits would actually add to the money supply because new money's created to pay interest on the bonds. If the bonds are at the Federal Reserve, new money is paid to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve takes like an allowance from the Treasury and gives all the money it makes back to the Treasury. So it goes back to the Treasury, to the taxpayer. So, I mean, there's absolutely no downside to making the depositors whole.
Yeah, in this situation, I'm wondering because I'm trying to look for arguments for and against, increasing the FDI limit to not to unlimited, and I can't find any because everything just explains what it is.
Yeah,
There's
but
nothing, like, I don't know what the argument for and against it is.
this is the thing that everyone is saying. The FDIC currently only has 9 trillion in assets because it takes those assets. The banks pay a fee to the FDIC to accumulate money to deal with situations like this. But what I am saying is, if the FDIC just said we will insure all bank deposits 100%, they wouldn't need the 9 trillion because there wouldn't be any more bank runs.
Well, okay, so you're saying that you're saying, well, there wouldn't be bank runs, right? So you're saying that essentially the FDIC, the reason that people do these runs on banks is because they don't have unlimited insurance, right?
Yeah.
And if they did, then there would be
no
wouldn't
reason
do the bank
to.
runs, right? And that might be true with this situation that happened now with SVB, but that wouldn't be true necessarily with what happened in 2008, right? Because that wasn't caused by a bank run; it was caused by banks making really poor investment decisions.
Well, this, I mean, is technically a really poor investment decision. The 2008 situation, Depositors didn't lose money in the 2008 situation. What do you mean?
Well, well, that's
true.
only, yeah, but I'm saying like it's only because the banks got bailed out and merged together, right?
Well, I don't know that depositors lost any money in the 2008 situation. So
Yeah, but they
the 2008
wouldn't.
situation was banks went under because they invested in mortgage-backed securities in the
Right, but
mortgage.
if you had an account in a bank that disappeared,
Did you
right?
not get your money back? I don't. I think
I would assume you wouldn't, right? Unless you got bailed by the government. If you had, I'm assuming saying you had more than the FDIC
250.
required
Yeah,
amount, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure that was a specific issue in the 2008 situation. I'd have to look into
Mhm.
it, but
And was that insurance, that level of insurance in place in 2008?
I think it was. Yeah, that's
I
part
thought it
of
was
the
a hundred
problem
thousand
too.
back then, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, maybe.
It might have been less, but
So that's about all I want to say about SBC. SVB. SBC is, oh
S
man.
SCB.
SVB, Silicon Valley Bank. So
Yeah.
obviously, leave us your thoughts in the comments below. You want to say anything before I stop the video?
Well, I don't know. I feel like I want to know more.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what is the argument against removing the cap? That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Because
You're
people just say, well, if you remove the cap, banks will just be more risky, right?
yeah, and
Is that the only
my
argument?
yeah,
Is
my
that the only
question
argument?
is, well, my question is how they don't want to go out of business. More risky how?
Well, I
They
guess people say,
can't
well,
they can't go out and buy Apple stock. And not only that, SVB bought the safest of the three investment options that they had.
right, but that just
They didn't
shows
know
right, but
the interest rates were going to go up. The
right,
if
but that shows that it's just not just if you're managing all these people's money, it's not just a question of buying safe investments. You have to, account for possibilities of interest rates going up and all these different things.
no, yeah, no, they they messed up. They deserve their shareholders, the people who own the bank, and the bondholders, the people who own the bank, deserve to be wiped out. But the depositors, that's like ridiculous to me that you're going to wipe out people who just made the
Right.
mistake of putting their money in the wrong bank. That seems
So, right.
completely wrong to me.
So Lord Chanson's pipe says, why should a business like this not be permitted to suffer the consequences of its actions? So Adam is saying that the business would fail still, just the people that have their money in the bank, like when they just go to the bank, those people would be secure, but the business would still fail.
Look, if you're on a cruise ship, okay, and the cruise ship goes down, there are a lot of innocent people who die in that situation who got involved with the cruise ship, right? It's kind of the same thing. If like you're basically saying, well, these innocent people should just have to go down with the ship. It's like, no. Why don't if we have the
Well,
power to save those innocent people, why don't we save them?
well, yeah, but here's the question. Here's the question. If there was unlimited FDIC insurance, wouldn't it allow the banks to be riskier with who they loan money out to and how many mortgage-backed securities they buy?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
What when first of all, when you're loaning money, you're
Mhm.
not you're giving money to some third party. You're not I mean, you're not they're not giving you money to buy mortgage backed securities. Depositors are giving you money and you're using that money to buy securities
Mhm.
and make an interest rate on the side.
Mm.
So the loan thing, I look making risky loans is a problem, but it doesn't really like we're not in a situation where people are taking depositor money and making loans. Like usually that's like a separate thing.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah.
PC for $20 says FDIC charges banks for the 250K coverage. These fees would go up with unlimited coverage. Additionally, why should banks pay an interest to depositors if there's no risk related to deposits? Also, increased regulation.
Yeah, well, I'm for this is I think the political move here is to deregulate the FDC. It's just odd to me that the party of deregulation, the Republicans, are the ones that are saying, no, these people have to sink. These people have to pay the price for walking into the wrong bank and setting up an account.
Well, okay. So regarding the question, I guess, I don't know how much does the FDIC charge banks for insurance? How much would it go up if it was unlimited? What would be that actual amount? Would it be,
Well, first of
insurmountable
all,
amount?
here's the way it would work. If it went up to unlimited
Right.
and they kept the charges the same, and we went, 20 years without having another bank run ever, wouldn't it mean that the whole thing was kind of a dog and pony show, and that
Well, no, because I mean, I don't know what the history of bank runs in this country. I don't know if they happen on every 20 years, right? They happen kind of randomly, sporadically. Like everything's fine until it's not,
right, but
And so,
but the FDIC insurance was introduced to stop bank runs.
yes, because of the Great
The
Depression.
only reason this bank run happened was because you have a bunch of business people that are banking at the same place, and they all have payroll accounts that are
I
way
understand.
more than
Right.
$250,000.
Right. No,
So
so
we're
okay,
trying to get
okay,
bank
I
runs
get
to
that,
zero.
right.
Yeah.
I understand. Right.
If
I don't know.
if there is no bank runs at all, you literally don't need the insurance. If we invented a car that never got in any accidents and accidents dropped to zero a year, would you need auto insurance anymore?
Of course not. But
Yeah. It'd be silly.
well, okay, but okay, so we'll two things. First of all, to answer the other question in PC Super Chat, the reason banks would still pay interest even if there's no risk to debtors is because they're taking your money and they're doing stuff with it to make money for the bank. So obviously they have to pay you some amount of that. Otherwise, what would be the point of putting your money in the bank in the first place? So that's the first thing.
Wait a
I don't think
second.
it's related to
we
the
have had
risk of
zero. We have had zero interest rate savings accounts for 10 years now. Nobody makes any interest on their savings account. Are you making interest on your savings account? You're not telling me, Sitch?
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, exactly. What I keep telling you, hey, Sitch, you
Well,
should
then okay. Well, then it doesn't matter, I guess, at that point, right? But well, no, but it's the same. Like if you buy a CD from a bank, you're making interest from it,
Yeah, totally.
right?
And but
Okay, but it's not.
the
So we're not just
reason
talking about
why
savings accounts, right?
the reason why the CDs are going up right now is because that the Federal Reserve is literally paying interest on
No. I understand. Like I understand.
on
But
bank
the question,
reserves.
okay. The question was, why should banks pay any interest if there's no risk to depositors? CDs are protected by the FDIC amount. Okay, so it's not just a question of savings. So I'm saying that when you buy a CD or you put money in your savings account that makes 10 cents or whatever the heck it makes, it's not just a question of risk that you're getting money, it's because the bank's actually making money off of your money. So that was just to answer that
Yeah,
question.
hypothetically. Yeah.
Okay. So, but to
There's reasons to put your money
Right.
in a bank beyond making interest.
Right.
Most people
So-
don't want to do it. They want to buy stocks or bonds or something with a better
Right,
interest
right.
rate, correct? Obviously. That's
right.
that's another reason why I'm like a deposit account, a savings account should be the safest thing on the planet.
yes. But okay, but so I understand your argument sort of about there should be unlimited amount. I'm just saying, like, intuitively, that seems like it will cause a potential problem. That we could be wrong. Maybe it'll be totally fine. But I think you need a stronger argument than just, well, if we do it, there won't, like, I don't think there'll be a bank run after that. Because it's like, well, but what if there is? Like, you have to map out what that would look like.
To get past your gut intuition.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
I
it won't get
understand.
past most people's gut intuition,
People,
but it
people
will
are,
for me.
Look, people
will for
are
me.
deathly afraid of change. And this is also a politically weird situation because you have every single person on the internet who is like a fan of deregulation and defunding the FDIC, who, I mean, you should be in favor of deregulating the FDIC if this is just some needless regulation that's causing a drag on businesses because they have to manage 50 different bank accounts just to cover this one stupid regulation. You should be a fan of getting rid of that. But all of a sudden, since it's a bunch of California people that they hate and perceive as their political enemies, now all of a sudden they're like, oh, regulation is great. This regulation needs to stay in place forever. This shouldn't be changed at all. I love the FDIC. Like, don't change a thing, Adam. So
Right.
That's why I'm interested in it, just for the irony of it. Look, you literally, I listened to a podcast with Dave Smith, and Dave Smith was talking about letting the depositors go down. I'm like, oh my
Well, but
God.
that makes sense with a libertarian perspective, doesn't it? Because he doesn't want there to be any insurance, right?
Look, the whole situation was caused because the Fed, and he probably is all for ending the Fed, right? Because the Fed raised interest rates, and because the FDIC regulation is too low. So the whole thing was caused by government.
Yes, but exactly. But Dave is a very simple man, Adam. Okay? He has a very simple worldview here.
Right.
So
government is bad,
I'm assuming
and we should
his
get
position.
rid of it.
I'm assuming his position is that he doesn't think there should be any FDIC insurance at all for anybody.
Yeah, but this is your opportunity to get that. Look, the whole argument I laid out leads in that direction.
Wait. You're saying it should be unlimited. And then by making it unlimited, you predict that no one will need it. So there will be, technically it won't exist because no one will need it. But I don't know if that's true.
But down, as soon as we come to the realization that nobody needs it, we can't get rid of it.
Okay.
Look, he literally is advocating to end the Fed. This literally was caused by the Federal Reserve.
I understand that. But I don't think your argument is going to be persuasive to a libertarian.
Every time we come up with some government regulation, every time we talk about some government regulation, they always spin it around on how that regulation was actually what caused the problem. This is the first time when I'm going, well, this is clear as day that it caused the problem, and they're not doing that. They're not doing the old 1-2. Oh, the government caused this. They're not doing that. Why are they not doing that? Why?
Because ESG caused the problem. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're pointing to all these other things when it's like so simple.
Well,
I mean,
usually when people because when you say oh, the government raised interest rates, that's not a thing that people fixate on as a malicious action by the government. I think that's
not in your circles.
Okay. To the average person. I know in the financial world, I know everyone gets very
in investment circles, and anyone buying a car, and any first-time home buyer, they understand.
I understand.
Yeah. So, okay. John, you want to say anything before we wrap up?
Because I don't understand enough about this stuff to feel like I really have much to add in this conversation.
Me too.
But am I understanding right? Would this be a logically consistent position to hold if someone were to say, okay, I am for, in this case, bailing out the depositors of this bank under the condition that from now on, those regulations that we have through the you guys have through the FDIC are removed and banks can kind of do whatever they want, so that the restrictions placed upon banks by the government are no longer in place, and therefore, if I'm understanding right, conditions that brought about the fall of SVB would no longer be a fault of the government. Would that be logically consistent if I explained that right?
No, because you couldn't get rid of the regulations because then they would make the risky loans essentially.
Right. Yeah, we're trying to eliminate the risk as much as possible.
What Adam's position is he's saying that so SVB got into trouble because they invested in the safest asset, which was treasury bonds, but then the interest rate went up, and so that led to, and there was some other, obviously more complicated than that, and people wanted to pull money out of the bank or something, and that caused some, or they said that they were going to lose a bunch of money, I think, and that caused a bank run, right? You're saying that caused a bank run. So Adam is saying if they had unlimited insurance, it wouldn't have caused the bank run in the first place.
Look, if you give me $5 million to deposit in the bank, okay, and I turn around and I buy a treasury bill that matures in 10 years for $5 million, okay, and then you come back and you say, oh, well, I need that $5 million, I'm going to take it out of my account, because your account's supposed to be cash, right? It's liquid money. Yes. That's what these savings accounts are.
Yeah.
I am going to have to turn around. I either have the money elsewhere, right, from other investments,
or you have to sell the bond. I understand.
Or I have to sell the bond, right? And if I sell the bond that matures in 10 years today, I'm going to sell it at a giant loss.
So when I say,
but if the government, if the government steps in and says, listen, SBC, you fucked up. Your charter's dead. Your stockholders are wiped out. The bond still exists. The Federal Reserve can take that bond, stick it in their bank account, and when it matures in 10 years and the interest is earned, they can give that money to the taxpayer. There's no reason not. Look, in the real world, the depositor's $5 million is in cash anyway. There's no reason for the Federal Reserve not to just give the cash to the bondholder or to the depositor.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I guess what I meant is, if I'm understanding right, part of your argument is that because the banks can only trade in 3 types of assets, that's a restriction put on them by, is that the FDIC or is that just part of
the government?
I think it's
That's
the government charter, yeah.
right? So
Yes.
I guess when I said the removal of the restrictions, that's what I meant, is the restrictions upon what kind of assets banks can participate
I'm
in.
not advocating for getting rid of that, no.
Would that
And
be a logically
I don't-
consistent position to say,
well, I
let's
don't-
phase out the depositors this time, but then let's get rid of that restriction about what kind of assets they can trade?
I
Because
don't know. First of all, I don't know what you mean by logically consistent, because I mean we're trying to devise a regulatory scheme that's going to end up in not, people taking undue risk with other people's money. That's the whole point of it. So I do think, like, the whole point is, I mean, they could just leave it in cash. The reason why they're buying the Treasury bill is to make money on the side, right, at an interest rate. They could just leave it in cash reserves. That's what bank reserves are. They're cash.
Okay. Let me read something real quick. You can cut all this out if you want to.
No. I'm not. Look, I'm not cutting it out. I'm ending the video here. Then let's.
Well, this is about
move on to
the
thing.
situation.
Well, I don't want to. Look, we're going into like 30 minutes. Go ahead.
I
read your
understand
thing.
that, but I feel like we haven't adequately explained what happened.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is an article from TechCrunch about this. It says, to quickly revisit the whole mess, Silicon Valley Bank lost $1.8 billion in the sale of U.S. Treasuries and mortgage-backed securities that it had invested in, owing to rising interest rates. So essentially, what happened was they wanted money. They wanted to have cash to loan out to people, or I guess to
make
the
liquidate. Depositors whole. Yes.
Right, to make the depositors whole. And so they sold $1.8 billion of U.S. Treasuries at a loss.
Right. And they probably sold them to like Goldman Sachs, who's going to hold on to those treasuries and make the profit instead of them going to the taxpayer.
Right. It owned bonds, for example, that are no longer attractive compared with more newly issued bonds, and took a financial hit on these. The bank was also contending with shrinking customer deposits, given that its customer base of largely startups has far less money right now to park at a financial institution. Because of its predicament, it decided to raise a bunch of money to safeguard its business. The plan was to sell $1.25 billion of its common stock to investors, $500 million in convertible preferred shares, and $500 million of its common stock in separate transaction to private equity firm General Atlantic. The apparent goal was to project that the bank was being conservative and raising this money to stabilize itself. However, it backfired, and who can be surprised given it issued its announcement about these plans on Wednesday, just as the crypto bank Silvergate was announcing it was winding down operations.
Yeah, I'm not buying that stock. That's ridiculous. Like, you're basically trying to get me as a private investor to come in and take care of the problem that you created. I'm not going to do that. That's stupid.
Right. So this seems like it was just a massive mismanagement from the bank.
I agree. The question, look, I don't begrudge that it was a mismanagement of the bank. I'm saying, listen, we don't.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
We don't cut off the depositors who did nothing wrong. The punishment doesn't fit the crime.
No, I'm just wondering if there was unlimited FDIC insurance, would it have changed the situation? Would the bank just have lost a bunch of money, but it wouldn't have had a full blown panic? Essentially, is your suggestion?
Yes, the people wouldn't. When they got that news, they wouldn't go, "Oh my God, I'm going to lose." Like, you wouldn't have had the depositors. The depositors would know, okay, well, my money's safe. I mean, you might have had the bank run.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like you might still have it anyway. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. And the question would be, if that's why I think you just need to have a little bit better argument. If there would be a bank run, what would it look like? From the government perspective.
Right. Yeah.
To pay all that money out. So. I mean,
Well,
it's almost saying that it's not like the government just pays it because these, banks go into bankruptcy and they basically, liquidate assets till they make everyone whole, and it's this whole complicated process. So
they definitely lost money because they sold the bonds at a loss already. So they locked in that loss that they would have to make back over time.
Right.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I don't. It's tough to say because the thing that just put the bank under was the bank run.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. They might have still gone bankrupt. Well, the the outcome would be exactly the same as it is, because the government stepped in and said we're going to make the depositors 100% whole. No one's going to lose any money anyway. So in essence,
that's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
the regulation is exactly the way. It's just not on paper this way. So
It's just that's how it happens every time, anyways.
yeah, and that'll probably happen the next time. But if we get rid of this stupid regulation, then we don't have to deal with it, and you don't get the political grandstanding. But you probably won't get rid of the regulation because whatever president wants to go in and say, "Listen, I saved the day." All right, that's enough. Bye bye. All right, look at that.
That was fun, guys. We just made a video.
Yeah, look at that. Sweet.
I feel like I added a lot to that. I feel like I was the star.
You were really the star. Well, let's move on to now that video will get like 15 views. Is there super chats on the economic stuff?
Let me read some super chats and then we'll watch the Vaush video. Silence You Idiot for $30. Thank you so much. Says, here's my weekly cult tithing. Anyways, think I'll be 18 this week. Caught up with Sunday stream and saw Adam's April O'Neil conservatism tweet that got a mean response from an artist drawing Transformers smut.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Wait, I'm unfamiliar with that. What's the story behind that?
What do you mean?
Someone who draws Transformer smut got into a fight with you on Twitter about your April tweet?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. They did the same thing everyone is doing. They're like, it's a kids movie. First of all, I went and looked at the rating, and I don't know if it's PG-13 or not, but kids movie aside.
To be clear, because first of all, it's a dumb argument that everyone's bringing up. When you first saw that picture, because you made the post based on the picture, you never saw the trailer, right?
Correct.
And when you saw it, you thought she looked like a 40-year-old woman, which she does, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you didn't know, you're not looking at this like, oh, this is a show for children. You're like, why did they turn April into a frumpy 40-year-old woman?
And not only that, the one from 1987 looks like a fucking TradCon wife. I mean, it's not like it's porn.
Well, she doesn't look like a TradCon wife, but she looks, very, feminine beauty standards of the time period, right?
Right, but they're casting it as if it's spank material. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like you can't be attractive and not be masturbation material on a kids' TV show.
It shows where they're coming from, because that's literally that is the objectification thing.
Right.
We can't have these unrealistic beauty standards. That's spank material for some male gaze.
So?
Yeah, that's my take. So what? But that's the thing. And you saw the original tweet was obviously the original tweet was, and if you want to use woke in a tweet, you'll just you will attract the most unsavory people on Twitter.
Well, it's interesting because they're kind of making this argument like, and I think Vad made this argument, and it was or Vadim. I thought it was a really stupid argument. He was like, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that the left is grooming children, but you also want to have by having like sex education and like, all that stuff in schools, but then you complain about there not being attractive characters in cartoon shows. I'm like, wait, this is like wait a minute. Like under that logic, Vadim, that'd be like saying, oh, if you can't have attractive people in movies because kids might see attractive people in movies and be like, oh, that's an attractive person, and I'm sexually attracted to them. right?
Yeah,
Like that's an insane argument.
yeah, it does.
There's I would say there's a complete difference between just having characters that look visually pleasing to people. That's not the same thing as like, well, I'm going to teach children, sex education at, way too young age. I'm going to teach them about gender identity at a way too young age. I'm going to have like some graphic depiction of sex. I mean, that's so worlds apart from like, oh, here's an aesthetically pleasing person in a cartoon show.
Well, here's the way that I see it. Vadim is basically saying that the progressive position is contradictory, and how dare you call us out on it? Because that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. Like, why is it my fault that your positions are contradictory? They're your fucking positions. It's not my fault that you want to be sex positive and start teaching sex to 5-year-olds, and at the same time don't want an attractive woman in any movie because it might attract a male gaze and be harmful for young ladies.
Well, he's trying to project the hypocrisy onto your argument.
And I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, why are you projecting your hypocrisy onto me? I'm just the one here pointing it out.
Yes.
It's your hypocrisy.
The thing that everyone kind of skates around, and this is what annoys me in all these internet conversations, everyone this fake obtuseness.
Of course,
that drives me crazy.
Yes.
It's like, it's manifested in our entire conversation with OC and fandom, actual
fandom. Of course. Yeah, best example of it.
Right. Because like
that, and I wanted to throw up.
Yeah. I was in it and I wanted to throw up.
I felt so bad for you guys.
I thought it was fun. I mean, it
was fun.
It's so weird. These people, it's like they have everything on the line or something, and it's just some stupid internet debate.
I know. But it's because when people are like looking at the April thing and they're complaining about it, what they're actually complaining about, it's not like, oh, I'm mad that there's not attractive women in cartoons anymore. That's not what the complaint is. The complaint is they view taking like in all of fucking movies and cartoons and TV shows up to a point, generally there was mostly attractive characters and attractive actors in these roles.
Yes.
Because it's easier for people to empathize and sympathize with attractive people because humans are, terrible,
bigots,
people.
Of course.
Terrible, shallow people. Right. And so when you have these character designs where they take a previously attractive character, conventionally attractive character, and they ugify them, people see that as a political action that has a political meaning behind it. It's some kind of attack on beauty standards and some kind of like fat acceptance idea or something. And that's what people are complaining about. That's the issue. They're not complaining about I want hot women in my cartoon shows. They're complaining about you change something for a political reason that I don't agree with.
I brought up the 1987 April and the 2023 April just so people can see the difference.
To be fair, that is accurate, but that is a fan drawing. But that's pretty accurate. I think they gave her a little bit extra cleavage in the fan drawing. But
oh yeah, of course they gave her some cleavage showing. And the 2003 and the 2003 April is not actually the one from the movie, but
oh my god,
it's a little hotter than the one I saw in the trailer.
Yeah.
But it's not far off.
I didn't know that for the new Ninja Turtles movie, they reached out to Beetlejuice to have him motion cap the new April O'Neil.
So yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
She's trans, the new April O'Neil. So she goes by he/him pronouns now.
How dare you? You had the Beetlejuice thing from our Dylan conversation.
I know. I was like, oh my god, this is perfect. All the graphics I bring up are just all in one ungodly file folder on my computer.
Okay. Nice.
But yeah. It's the gaslighting. Oh, I can't understand what you're talking about is the most annoying thing. That's it.
Yeah.
And the whole idea that, this character, this 1987 character is in a movie and all of a sudden it turns it into pornography.
Right.
And the people who are telling me this, you go to their Twitter timelines and it is 100% pornography. That is like a million times worse than this, like just graphic stuff. And they're the ones that are, wagging their finger at me. It's just insane. True, it's like insane. True. And not only that, look, none of these people have the problem of objectifying women when they're drawing pictures of objectified women and selling them on Patreon, because those are the people who are giving me a hard time. They're fucking giant hypocrites. Yeah. She had the one that was the super chatter mentioned had like Daphne having sex with Velma, like hardcore sex with Velma. Was Scooby Doo a children's cartoon? I think it was. It's like, please. Look, and I'm not saying that's wrong. Look, I'm an artist, okay? I'm not for censorship. I was trying to explain to them how they're an artist and they should not be in favor of censorship. But no, somehow as soon as you become woke, you turn your brains off to censorship.
Who was this person that we're talking about? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. They're in the replies.
Did they quote tweet it or did they reply?
They replied, and there was like 600 or 700 upvotes, but the tweet got like, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 likes.
Yeah, I mean the tweet blew up.
Yeah, Sitch's tweets blow up all the. He gets like one of those.
Oh, here. How are you not embarrassed as a grown man tweeting about how woke Puritans are trying to take all the sex appeal out of a kids movie? Is that it?
Yeah, that's totally it.
Yeah.
Now look at that timeline and tell me who's trying to sexify cartoons.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah, you click on it.
Would you scroll? Look, Sitch is at home. You know, Sitch's mom, frequent super chatter, looking over your shoulder. Are you scrolling through that with your mom looking over your shoulder? Or are you going to like close the tab?
Obviously, my mom is very into Transformers robot pornography. Okay. As well as female Johnny Bravo pornography. So she's a very liberated woman, Adam.
Those are kind of cool. I mean, I think I don't know who the artist is on those, but I like that stuff. So
we have Harley Quinn.
Look, Sammy G's like, where can I follow this person?
Harley Quinn banging Poison Ivy. You know, so there you go. Lots of pornography on their timeline. So of childhood cartoon characters. So yeah, I don't really understand what they're. It seems weird. It seems weird for them to throw stones in the massive glass pyramid that they're living in.
Yeah, but that's the world we live in. I was honestly surprised because I used to follow Vadim and I unfollowed him when he retweeted me to call me out for that. I was like, why?
And if you've been on the internet long enough, you know, it doesn't matter what April looks like. There's going to be lots of porn drawings of her. Okay?
Of course.
It doesn't matter how dumpy, how frumpy they make her. There's going to be a million pornographic drawings of her.
I'm sad she's not on the S-Class cover because, I mean, I feel like she's a cultural icon now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we miss that one?
Yeah. We should, because the S-Class cover has a nude version where they're all fully naked.
Oh, my God.
I don't know how I'm going to get that printed. I started thinking, wow, I'm actually going to have to show this to the printer when I walk in.
I'm glad. Listen, better you than me.
Wow. Okay? Yeah.
Yep.
There's a printer in basically in my backyard because I'm in Los Angeles. So I think I might be able to get it printed locally.
I'm sure there's a bunch of perverts there. They don't care. They're used to it.
Of course. Look, I'm going to go out to Chatsworth where
Are you sure you want to?
I'm going to go to Chatsworth where 90% of the porn is made anyway. I'm just find me a printer out there. John, what'd you say?
I said he'll probably be like, this is really tame. Are you sure you want to print this? Like, he could ask.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you couldn't get real girls for this. You had to draw them, huh? You cuck. You incel. All right.
Oh, did someone make a version of April with your face?
Yes,
on it or something?
Sammy G did. Yeah. The shit.
Did I see this? Did I miss this?
I'll bring it up if you want to send it to me.
My God! Is it? Oh, this is terrible, Sammy. I did miss this.
I was like, I need to grow my hair out again.
This is terrible.
I thought what do you mean?
Why would you make something so?
I look hot in that picture, Sitch.
Oh, really?
Don't lie. Why are you lying?
This picture?
Yourself?
I just sent it to you.
You love it.
I didn't even. I was happy I didn't know this existed. Now my day has been ruined.
Sammy, don't you have a meeting or something? Sammy said she had a meeting. Now she's here in our chat, harassing.
Yeah, she's
us.
multitasking. She's very talented.
Oh, this is nice. Sammy, this one has the original April O'Neil in it, or the new April O'Neil in it. So
Yeah,
you guys can
it's
see
got
it
them
on top.
all. It's got them all.
Look at this. We have the new April O'Neil, which everyone is rightfully losing their minds over.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the guy in the meme she has here? I prefer April O'Neil.
It's the perfection meme.
Oh, the perfection meme. And
You don't know about the perfection meme?
Well, I do now. But what's a movie?
It's from that's Magneto from.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I forget
Magneto.
which one of the X-Men movies. I don't remember what the
right.
which one.
Yeah, he's looking for perfection.
It was when he was. I think it was, if I remember, it's a scene where he's like talking about he wants to see what Mystique really looks like.
Right. Yeah, he wants the real deal. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I prefer April O'Neil to this Mystique looking like a 40-year-old social worker.
Right.
And then the next one is the hot April O'Neil from the meme. I said the real April O'Neil. What? That's not. Look, that's pretty hot.
Yeah.
What's in store for us here? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Sitch, you don't think I look good with long hair? Look at that.
No.
That's like the perfect hairstyle for me. That's right, Magneto. You know you want it. Perfection. Oh, wait, we're not supposed to do the gay stuff. Well, because Sammy G's here. The more material for her. Damn it.
There you go. There you go.
Ah, okay. That was fun. You don't...
what?
As I feel obviously obligated to say, because our streams, we never know. Are they going to go 6 hours? Are they going to go 10 hours?
This is going to go for like 10 hours.
So guest, John, you're under no obligation. Stick around as long as
I'd love to stick around as long as I can.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, do it.
Be on a stream and just sit here and laugh, but I'll add things if I have things to add. But if you guys don't mind me sticking around,
stick around, and you have full control of the pause, so you can pause whenever you want. And you know, I will periodically ask you for your feedback as well. So,
Autistic for $20 says, "This is why I don't hate on Jordan Peterson. Canada is going crazy with the restrictions on banks for protesters, the weird gender affirmation laws. Canada seems to be 2 steps further down the path than the U.S."
True.
There you go.
Based.
We need to take over. I'm telling you.
Please invade us.
Look at that. We can have Putin's argument. Sitch would be like, look, we have to liberate Canada from the commies. We have to decommify the Canadian people.
If I go around Toronto planting swastikas in random places, will like that stir up a thing in the U.S. and be like, oh, we have to denazify Canada?
It could. It could. That could help. Don't get caught though.
I've got a lot of flags on, so that I could do that like this afternoon.
As soon as someone gets a picture of you, like graffitiing a swastika up, you know,
then we'll get in trouble.
The Surfs is going to show a picture of you on our live stream with that picture of you doing the swastika.
Listen,
and it's going to get like 10,000 likes.
If you're going to do that, make sure you do it in blackface to hide your identity.
Yeah.
Somebody also told me that TJ Kirk, friend of the show, I'm doing air quotes here, friend of the show.
Yes.
They heard him on a live stream saying that we're doing the centrist grift.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's going to come back on. So, I mean.
Well, we had to ask him about it. What is this?
Well, I hope it's kayfabe stuff. I hope he's just like,
yeah.
I hope he's getting the audience riled up so he can come on and we can pretend to, you know, knock chairs over people's heads and stuff, over each other's heads. But
little known fact: the United States government is currently working on Liberty Prime to free Canada from its tyrannical oppressors.
Is that real?
It is real.
I'll be a collaborator.
Thank you.
I'll feed you guys information about
our PC for $20 says, "Be careful with cause and effect. Higher interest rates don't cause people to pull money from SVB, but higher interest rates meant that SVB couldn't liquidate the bonds without taking a loss to cover increased payouts."
True. Yeah. Well, the point of it, increased interest rates is to disincentivize people from taking more loans and expanding the money supply.
Right.
because the money supply expands as much as people want to borrow money, which I think is a good thing because people, first of all, you have to pay the money back. And most people don't borrow money unless they have some idea how they can pay it back with interest. So that's how you grow the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Milton Friedman is in favor of that. And he's
Uh,
no, lily bellied
right.
communist.
PC for $10 says, Sitch, there's an article in Stratch Cherry put out related to this, the FDIC thing. Those were his arguments, and he gives more detail. I put my money in a bank for international access and automatic payments, not for interest. Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Someone in the chat was on my side. Cool.
No, he was saying you're wrong, and he hates you.
It's not true, but that's okay. Look, you're turning into TJ and you're on the show. It's like, I just, look, I'm not above grifting. But where's the money
What is the
when you
centrist
grift?
grifts?
Yeah, that's
TJ, what is the centrist
That's
grift?
what I'm asking.
TJ. Should I just DM him and just say, what is the centrist grift?
No, I don't want to scare him off. Come on, we want him to come back on. Are you really? I mean, I know this is supposed to like rile me up, but it really doesn't, to be honest with you. Because I don't know the context.
Me. It doesn't rile me up. It annoys me. It annoys me after we just had all the right wingers in our audience seething at us for Sunday to be like, oh, well, they're grifting on centrism. I was like, well, what does that mean?
Well, don't let it get to you. This is the world we inhabit, Sitch. Okay?
That's true.
Listen.
That's true. The cost of being an enlightened centrist.
Well, just the cost of being a content creator in an attention economy. That kind of shit gets attention.
Right.
And it's a weird thing because, I mean, I do think he likes hanging out with us and wants to come back on the show, but if he doesn't, badmouth us in his audience, it's like, oh my God, you're totally endorsing them. Oh, they're terrible people.
Yeah, but that doesn't listen. Mm-hmm. If we're not going to fall pressure to these kind of going to fall pressure to these kind of audience capture thing, I don't give people, credit for falling. I don't give people pass for falling, pressure to their audience capture.
Well, first of all, we're amazing people. Okay. So us not falling victim to our audience capture is something, other people are not necessarily intelligent enough not to do. So there's like an intelligence gap that's going on here. So, but I mean, I like the guy, even if he's not as bright as we are. And if he's calling us centrist grifters, I mean, it gives us some latitude to throw some punches, right? I mean, it's probably just better that way. Sitch, do you disagree or did you like fall off your chair?
I disagree completely.
Really?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I was just saying all these really stupid people who are so ideologically captured replying to me on Twitter with like the dumbest replies ever.
I feel like you're a little... Okay. Look, what I'm taking as Sitch reading his Twitter...
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking is him being demoralized by the amazing atheist behavior is really
it was completely unrelated. I made the mistake of checking something and I just saw the corner of my eye this reply that was like, that said, Sitch, didn't you say the Twitter files were a nothing burger? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's just, oh my God, I don't understand. Like, this is what drives me crazy. It doesn't matter. For some people, it literally doesn't matter how many times I say something. I can say it again and again and again. How many times did I make fun of the left and the Democrats for saying the Twitter files were a nothing burger? I feel like I said it like 30 times on Sunday. That was like my major complaint about the left. And whenever we've talked about Twitter files, I've always complained about how the left is just pretending it's nothing. How can you take away from anything that my opinion is that it's a nothing burger? Like it bothers me because I know what happens is people they get emotional, they get this cognitive dissonance in their brain, and they literally cannot perceive what you're saying anymore. Like they just hallucinate a conversation that you had that's all in their mind for things you never said.
Well,
It's wild to me.
look, first of all, you're making it worse because you're calling them delusional,
They are delusional.
cognitive dissonance.
Wait, but this is all true.
Hallucinating.
This is all true. This is all true. This is all true. I don't care about people who are just gonna like sit in their fucking echo chamber and it's like, oh,
okay,
that's
now,
not most of our audience. Most of our audience, Adam, most of our audience, the majority of our audience, okay, is all like, oh, even if I disagree with you, you know, I like your takes and I'm happy that you exist to like push back on things I disagree with. That's like 90% of our audience, okay? But there's like 10, there's like
99.9% of
there's
our
like 5 to 10% who are just like partisan hacks whose brains like they just melt out of their fucking ears.
Okay, now you're calling them
whenever you say
hacks,
anything that goes against a narrative that they like.
stupid brain
drippers. I don't know how. I don't understand these people exist. It's wild to me.
All I am saying is you're not making it any better, okay? With all the name calling and stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's a way to persuade people, and then there's a way to Dilbert your career, okay? And you're leaning more towards the Dilbert in your career.
Listen, I'm allowed to be angry, damn it. I'm allowed to be angry at being misrepresented by stupid people.
Go ahead, John.
Is that the verb people are using now? Don't Dilbert yourself? Like,
I made that up. I'm taking credit for it. That's the first time I've ever heard it, and that was amazing.
Right.
Don't Dilbert your career. Okay, I put a link. Christian Baller sent me this news broadcast about a mummy.
Siamun's
and it's a
and vocal cords with a 3D printer.
No, don't do it yet. Who's doing it? Who did it?
You did.
No, I haven't played it yet. We got to do like a 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready, Sitch?
I have a feeling I know what this is. I have a feeling I know what this mummy's gonna say, but yeah, I'm ready.
Ready? 3, 2, 1,
Scientists were able
go.
to mimic Nessiamun's voice by recreating his mouth and vocal cords with a 3D printer. It allowed them to produce a single sound.
18 reign supreme. Thank you, Andrew. True.
Scientists were able to mimic Nessiamun's voice.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Andrew. True.
Wow. I could never have predicted that. Christian Baller who sent that to you, not Andrew.
Oh, did I say
don't even know
Andrew?
who sent it to you.
Damn it.
Jeez. Don't even know who sent it to
says,
you. Wow.
And it says Christian Baller right on the thing too.
I know. Let's see this is how bad A-Team General is.
Well, didn't I think Andrew made it, so that's why I messed up. But thank you, Christian Baller. He took Andrew's thing and who knew that the mummy was on A-Team? Like this goes back centuries here.
Yes.
A-Team is amazing.
Of course.
So shall we watch the video now, or have we?
We should watch the video now. Yeah.
We've only been screwing around for 2 hours.
I know. That's why you said like we should watch a video. I like why? I thought we were trying to do short streams on Tuesday.
I mean, we have to watch this video. This video is insane.
We can watch it on Sunday.
Do you want to do it on Sunday?
I don't know. Do you?
I mean, I guess we could cut short. Why? What? We have. Do you want to watch it on Sunday? Well, Sunday's technically our big show, and we have.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. We watch on Sunday. It's less work for me because then I don't have to figure out what to watch on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But it will be topical because we're going to be talking to Brianna Wu first, right?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, I don't. Let's just watch a little bit of it.
Okay.
It'll be like a teaser for Sunday.
Yeah.
And we'll watch the whole thing on Sunday. Because I don't want to. Go ahead, John.
For my own context, because I haven't been following things much lately. Christina Buttons, she left over the Matt Walsh calling Dylan Mulvaney a loser or something like that. Am I understanding that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is that
no? Well, so it wasn't the Mulvaney thing, or I think that was part of it. I think it was mostly, if I recall, it was mostly the Michael Knowles' comment about wanting to eradicate transgenderism from public life.
I saw a clip of that, and I felt like that must be taken out of context. Is that
It was not.
like that seems so insane when I saw that. I was like, there's no way Michael Nolan.
He did. Now
Is
he
that
didn't
actually-
say. He didn't say like now to be
I assume it was the
charitable. He
cast.
doesn't mean like line them up against the wall and murder them, right? That's not
Yeah.
what he meant.
Oh,
Um,
sure he doesn't.
But he doesn't think that anything transgender should be tolerated in public, and he also seemed to be saying he doesn't think gay marriage should be tolerated publicly either. So yeah, not out of context. Pretty wild stuff. But
Well, that's no good.
no.
I reached out to Christina Buttons after this show, after this,
Mhm.
but we might have to ask CT to reach out to her too. So I don't know. Because I mean, she might not like my timeline as much. So.
Oh, why? Okay.
What do you?
Okay.
I mean, you get it, right?
Yeah, I guess I get it. So she's gonna look at your timeline and be like, "This guy wants pornography and the Ninja Turtles for children."
Yeah, exactly. Well, she might be blue pilled. She might like buy into all that nonsense.
I highly doubt it if she's working for the Daily Wire.
Wait, isn't Christina Buttons the one who's married to Colin Wright? Am I thinking of that right? I feel like she
I
is.
didn't know that.
Could be wrong about that.
But Colin Wright is like cool and red pilled, right?
Yeah, he's the
I
one.
believe he is.
He's the one accredited with the comic strip that Elon Musk was tweeting about, like how the left me. Is like
I do. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
pretty sure that.
I think I might have had some interaction. I think Christina might have responded to one of my tweets because when I looked her up, I had her muted already. So I was like, oh.
Why'd you have her muted?
Well, I think she responded to one of my tweets about trans people. It was like, you're a fucking bigot.
Oh my God.
Which you've seen my tweets, Sitch. I don't even say obnoxious stuff, but this stuff is character. Look, you characterize, you've gotten triggered before when we've talked about trans stuff because I compare it to like a cult and shit.
Well, that's not what bothers me because I agree with that. But.
Right. So I don't know what the exchange was, and I did a search for her name and my name, but nothing came up. Yeah.
Interesting.
But I deleted my tweets a while back, so.
Yeah, but even if you delete your tweet, her replies, you can still find them if you search for them.
Unless she deleted hers too.
Unless she deleted her tweets too, yeah.
Which she might. I don't know. Everyone's after her.
Or maybe you muted her by accident, or for some unrelated thing.
So she left the Daily Wire, and she made like a big post about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, where did she release the article?
On the Daily Wire. No.
On the Daily Wire.
I don't. It's like her Substack, I think.
No.
Oh, okay.
Couldn't have been on the Daily Wire, obviously.
Okay. And then Vaush is gonna have thoughts about it?
He's talking to her, and they have a conversation about it.
Did you answer the poll, Sitch? I don't think you can answer the poll.
I cannot answer any poll questions.
Did the poll annoy you? I know what my poll on
why would the
Sunday
poll annoy
annoyed
me
you.
at all?
I've annoyed you with half a dozen polls. What are you talking about?
Why would this poll annoy me?
Did you read it?
Should detransitioners be able to sue the social media influencers who influence them to transition? 46% said yes, 30% said no, and 24% said Cybertruck.
Woo woo! Buy Tesla, guys. This is not investment advice.
I think the government.
But buy it anyway.
There you go.
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
It's okay.
I keep cutting you off.
Sorry about it. I don't know. It's all fine. It's okay.
Are you gonna get a Cybertruck, John, or what?
I think they look kind of cool.
Okay, good.
Am I wrong for looking at that?
No, I think they look amazing, and everyone's always like, people are very divided on the Cybertruck. Sitch, are you a Cybertruck?
I think it looks ugly as fuck.
Okay, see, that's it. No, everyone thinks, oh my God, this is beautiful. This is the Minecraft truck I've always wanted.
It looks stupid. Yeah, no, it looks like, you know when when you were a little kid, you had those big wooden blocks.
Yes,
that you would play. That's what it looks like. It looks like I have this little wooden blocks. I'm like, it's my car. It's a triangle with wheels on it. Vroom vroom. It looks ridiculous.
When you were so poor that you had to use the dustpan as your truck.
Okay.
You're like, look,
It looks stupid.
look,
It
I
looks
have a
stupid. It's very.
Cybertruck. It's a
ugly.
dustpan, Mom.
It's ugly and stupid. Okay.
Beautiful.
If
Yeah,
you
see?
know, like, you know when
Oh,
you
I
watch
love
like
this.
you know when you watch like Bill and Ted or Back to the Future and they go to the future and it's like the worst aesthetic you've ever seen in your life.
No.
Like that's what I like. I want to avoid that future like as much as possible. Okay, and the Cybertruck is trying to push us into that future with terrible aesthetic design.
No way.
A bunch of sharp, jagged edges, boxes, fray. Oh, it's ugly. Anyway,
Let's see.
I think if
There's-
everything had that design aesthetic, I wouldn't like that. But I don't
Yes.
mind it as an isolated element in the landscape.
fair enough.
Well, it's
variety is the spice of life.
the Cybertruck is actually they're supposed to deliver their first production models this year in 2023. It's been delayed, I think, for 3 years.
When was
And
that announced?
I think 3 years ago when they,
Ever ago, right?
yeah.
It
Well,
feels like it, yeah.
So, but as soon as those things hit the streets, as soon as we start seeing them around Los Angeles, I think the Tesla stock is going to like get a huge bump out of it. It's called a catalyst in investor lingo. So
It reminds me of when they first announced AirPods, and I thought that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. No one is ever going to walk around with those in their ears. And then, however many years later, I was.
Yeah,
That's kind of how it feels to me about the Cybertruck.
Yes.
I could be wrong this time, but
I sent you a picture,
Don't
Adam.
say
I
that.
figured out why Adam likes the Cybertruck. I cracked the
no.
code. I sent him a picture.
Is this a mummy? Is there? Oh yeah, this is actually true.
See, I know. I figured it. I cracked the code. I figured it out.
Yeah, look at this.
Mhm.
It's almost the same angle as Laura Croft's boobs. Look at that.
And the original Tomb Raider,
I think I've seen that meme.
the original, triangle boobed Lara Croft.
Laura Croft, yeah.
There you go.
That is a sexy design.
There you
I
go.
wrote about in my books.
Mm.
Look at that. Yeah. I'd raid her tomb.
Be careful, you cut yourself.
Oh, I know. Ouch. Painful. Okay. Now, enough tomfoolery. We're gonna watch.
This is fun.
We're gonna watch like 15 minutes of Vaush, or
Okay, we'll watch 15 minutes of Boogaloo Boy Part 2.
do you want to just do Russian roulette style and just do a random spot in the back
This
end
is
of
a
the
random
stream?
spot. I
Oh, it
think.
is? Okay.
I don't know what's going on here, but I
Tilt
mean,
to
if
what
there's
I'm-
if there's a spot you want to go to, jump to it because I don't know. I haven't even
Yeah.
seen this whole conversation.
Yeah, he says a lot of really incendiary stuff. So
trying to accomplish, and what all the people who I talk to, parents.
You got
Okay.
you got, I think, audio coming out, John, from your
Oh,
speakers or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
you just have to mute when the video's on,
okay. I'll mute when the video's on.
or you can grab headphones. It's your call.
Well, I have headphones. It's not coming through my speakers. It must be just like
What?
I don't know. I'm running a
Oh.
very complicated audio setup here, and that's why like it gets a little weird when I try and stream things.
But I muted you and it immediately went away. So I
No,
don't.
no,
No,
it
it's
is
coming
coming
from
through
him, but it's not coming out
my
of his
system, but it's
speaker.
not coming through my mic directly.
Well, okay.
I'll just mute myself while the
Okay.
video's going on.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, muting.
and doctors and mental health professionals who are sort of trying to talk to others about this stuff without being accused of being anti-trans, but just sort of, maybe we should proceed with caution. People who are trying to have those conversations like this, that kind of inflammatory rhetoric coming from conservatives, it does not help them. And then, when you have to ask, like, who does it help? Like, it helps them. It helps invigorate their audience, helps draw people in to their channels. Like, it's just not helping anything that all of the people that I know are trying to accomplish. And what that entails is, talking to the US based medical organizations and trying to get them to consider.
Oh, look. Did you see what happened? Did Do you see that,
No,
Sitch?
what happened? I wasn't looking. What happened?
Vaush did his look in the camera, this lady's full of shit look.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed it.
How do you feel about that?
Chad is saying my head is about to explode.
Because he did the look?
No. Like his chat, they're very mad at what she's saying.
Right.
So
That
that's
he
why
reads
did
the
look.
chat. That's what he knows.
Right.
Yeah. He's
Right.
like, oh, they're getting so angry. He's like, it's okay, boys. Look, I understand.
Yeah.
It's so bad faith. Ugh.
I missed
Sure.
that because I was trying to fix my audio. Let me know if it's
Look.
still coming through wrong.
I'm going to back it up because Sitch missed it too.
Okay. Well, I'm looking. I want to see the look.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
This is the best screenshot right
I'm
here.
so ready.
That embodies the intelligence of Vaush right there.
When he gives you the look and you know you're going home with him.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Ouch.
It's like it's just not helping anything that all of the people.
Okay, just for the context, she's actually talking about Michael Knowles' talk at CPAC and how the incendiary stuff that Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh are saying about the trans situation is increasing partisanship. And her argument is we need people to be level-headed about this. We don't need to be increasing the crazy level on either side of this debate, the right or the left. And
How dare.
He's not going to like that.
And Vaush is like, I think everyone should be trans. Like he just takes it up to the crazy level off the map. It like goes off the page and shit. But here's the look. Be ready.
That I know are trying to accomplish. And what that entails is, talking to the US based medical organizations and trying to get.
Did you catch it?
I see it. Yeah.
You got it there?
I got it. Yeah.
Talking to the US based medical. Oh, he's like, oh, the medical industry is on my side, silly lady. Don't you know? Look, we can make $1 million a patient here. This is so weird. He's a fucking commie.
So the part, I know. So the part I did see of this conversation, her point is that, in England, I think it's like England, Finland, Sweden, and like France or some other European country, they've, rolled back significant changes to having, kids go on the gender affirming model, the Dutch protocol. And so she's saying that, the American institutions need to address some of these concerns that that European counterpoints have basically brought up.
Right. And the Americans are not, because we have a capitalist healthcare industry and they're making $1 million a patient off of this by medicalizing kids their entire lives.
Right.
So obviously you have the most popular anti-capitalist on YouTube here simping for that medical industry.
Well, this is why, I understand that people have this kind of like burn it down mentality for institutions, and they just want to, oh, science, throw it in the trash can. I understand like that emotional desire to do that. But now that all these European countries are starting to pull back away from this in the sort of domino effect fashion, you are seeing movement on the American side from psychiatrists, from psychologists, from medical professionals to call out the American system that we weren't seeing until the European protocol started changing.
True.
So it shows that like once you have established institutions start to raise concerns about things, you'll start to see people who were quiet before will feel comfortable speaking out and not getting, thrown in the trash can.
We're Americans. Why are we following the goddamn Dutch?
I know.
We're supposed to be in charge of this shit. Look, people, it's America.
Get them to consider conducting a systematic review of the evidence, just like the UK and Sweden and Finland and now Norway just recently have. And
yes, it's a Nordic model. You hear that, Vaush?
And trying to find a way that helps safeguard children, I guess. We have like a growing population of detransitioners, and most of them are autistic.
He gave you another look there. You see that?
Yeah, he didn't like that one.
Nope. Very
Oof.
angry.
I'm autistic.
Hey,
I
me too.
didn't get it. You did? You are?
Oh,
Yeah.
and then to add insult to injury, he's like, "Oh yes, I'm autistic too." They if people
Does
who
anyone
are
believe that? I don't believe that.
people who are
People throw
legitimately
around that term so much.
I know.
It annoys me.
Yeah, we've had comments from people who are like who get super annoyed when people throw the term around because they're
People
like,
get mad at
"Listen,
me.
yeah, they can't leave. There are autistic people that can't leave their house. I have an autistic cousin that like he can't even speak. So
Well, that's why,
Right.
you know, to me, it was, I don't understand why they did it. It's stupid because Asperger's runs in my family.
mhm.
Like basically everyone in my family has
And
some
now it
level
all
of
makes
Asperger's.
sense.
I know, right? So everyone in my family basically has some level of Asperger's, obviously more than other people.
Mhm.
So I mean, I didn't get hit with like the brunt of it, but I definitely have a lot of tendencies for it, which I think
Yeah.
everyone listening knows. But to me, it was always very strange when they threw away the Asperger label and replaced it with high functioning autism, because to me that just it conflates people with Asperger's with people like you're saying, like can't leave the house,
Yeah.
people that can't speak,
Yeah.
like very profound, levels of autism.
Yeah, I have a cousin that is his mom basically takes care of him. Like
Yes, right.
he runs around the house and giggles. And he's like
Yeah,
30.
right.
So I
Yeah,
mean, when you've seen that kind of autism, you're like, what the
He
fuck
doesn't
are
live
you
in Canada,
talking
does
about?
he?
No, he lives in Germany, so
Because that actually might be worse.
I know.
Because you know what they're doing to people with mental. Anyways,
hmm
um,
Yeah.
yeah, that's.
Oh, look, Vaush is like, oh yeah, I am autistic too. Yes.
I feel awkward
Well
at
spoken.
parties. I'm autistic. It's like, all right, man, cool.
Well spoken, super popular YouTuber.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm autistic too. What's the South Park? A famous well spoken YouTube victim.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
Bosch, right?
Right, yeah.
Huh. Okay. Rich Beverly Hills victim.
Victim.
Yes.
I didn't get diagnosed until I was an adult. There's a serious problem with like we just it used to be thought of as sort of a boy's diagnosis. Like the ratio they used to say was like 4-to-1, male to female. And now we're finding out that it's much more evenly matched. So we need to develop better diagnostic criteria to detect it in girls much earlier. What I see the problem being really is that we're getting all of these autistic kids when they're a teenager who are hurting, they're struggling with their identity. They know they're different from everybody else, but they don't know why. They don't do well in social settings. They want a community, and then they see, the trans community. They're introduced to the idea that they might be born in the wrong body, and that might explain everything to them. They tend to fixate.
This is the thing I was arguing with Sitch about on, I don't know, Sunday show 2 Sundays ago or whatever.
Mhm.
That ideology born in the wrong body.
Yeah, but
They
I
tend
agree. I don't like that framing, but I
Yeah.
understand that that's like the low resolution, simplistic way of talking about it.
Yeah. We just need to change that.
Sure.
to
Can you
prefer simple sort of
What?
What do you mean but that you have a problem with the born in the wrong body framing?
You're asking
I
me,
didn't hear
right?
that conversation. I'd just be interested to.
I think the framing, the idea that men are being born in women's bodies and women are being born in men's bodies, I don't think is just reality. I don't think that's the reality of the situation. And I think it causes more harm than good to teach people that that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the cases where, well, I guess my next question would be like people who, if you believe they do experience like dysphoria around their body type, how would you describe that in that case?
Well, I do accept that there are people that feel, some sort of negative emotion around their body or their gender, and we're calling that gender dysphoria. The what is going on?
When you say gender, do you
Answer.
mean like their sex?
Yeah, their biological sex.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Sorry. Continue, sorry.
So yeah, there are, like, gender dysphoria, as I understand it, is something like negative feelings or a panic attack or whatever when you look in the mirror and you see your body. There are other forms of body dysmorphia, like there are people who want to cut off limbs and all kinds of different types of. So I'm assuming they have some sort of persistent thoughts that they can't escape, that they want. They're like, well, if I just do this weird thing, I'll be able to escape the thoughts. So it's somewhat rational what they're doing. But I don't know what is actually going on in reality in that situation. And what we're doing, the explanation that we have for it is, you're born in the wrong body. That's the explanation that we have. But I don't think that explanation there's enough evidence to prove that explanation. And I don't know that the explanation is useful. Like I'm reading a book now, and it seems like it's more, internalized homophobia. People are dissatisfied with the fact that they're hitting puberty and they're realizing they're attracted to the same sex. And they feel like, the Tavistock book that I'm reading, the Time to Think book that I'm reading, they said they had an open joke in the Tavistock clinic that they were single-handedly ridding the world of gay people.
Yeah, but it's
40% of the people ended up being gay.
I know, but that's I understand that, and there's a lot of common. It is common. This, and Ray Blanchard talks about this a lot too.
Yes, totally.
The homosexual versus heterosexual trans people. But I don't think that means that, like, there's some sort of internalized homophobia. That's why they're transitioning. That, to me, and I'm just basing this purely off intuition. To me, intuitively, that makes no sense, because our society is so much more accepting of gay people over trans people. It has been for the last 20, 30 years, that just, the concept of that doesn't make any sense to me.
But if you're surrounded by people who are homophobic, it's going to be a completely different situation.
Those people are going to be transphobic, like way more transphobic, though.
Look, they even
that sounds right to me.
Yeah, that's why it isn't. I mean, unless this is some like very irrational, unconscious thought process.
You look, start trotting me out examples, Sitch, because this comes up every single time. I'm reading the book. I can throw a bookmark down, but I
said it was intuitive. I don't have an example.
Well, then, look, I'm basing my intuition off the fact in this book, they're talking about people who worked in the Tavistock clinic, and multiple people that were parents of the people who were transitioning said uncomfortable things to them, like, "Oh, I was so worried I was going to have a gay kid. This is so much better that they're transitioning."
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well,
this was like a regular occurrence.
Okay. My intuitions could be wrong here. That just seems so wild to me.
Look, there was a mom saying, "Oh my God, I'm so glad I have a daughter now. We can do, mom and daughter things."
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's like cope. That's not like internalized homophobia, though.
They said
depends on what else she says.
Well, yeah, I'm saying based on that statement alone.
Yeah.
There was a number of people that they swore up and down had the Munchausen by proxy, where they were basically medicalizing their kids so that they could have, something to talk about at the weekly party with their.
Yeah, but
But that's not internalized homophobia.
Right. No, it's not. I'm not. But it's not. I'm just bringing it up to say there is a whole host of things that are going on here, and none of them are helped by us saying, "Oh yeah, people can be born in the wrong body. This is like a thing that happens." Why? Yeah. Show me the evidence.
Well, let me say why I have a problem with the born in the wrong body thing, which is that there's a couple things. First, I think it kind of implies within it that there's some sort of like ephemeral argument here, like your soul was born, male or female, but it doesn't match your body, right? And I think that causes a lot of complications, because and this kind of ties into the second problem I have with it, which is when you say you're born in the wrong body, it's automatically implying that however you think about something is the correct thing.
Right.
And that
Yes.
your
Great
physical
point.
body and your reality should be transformed to match whatever your thought process is at that time.
Right.
So when you say born in the wrong body, it's already like kind of embedded in a gender affirming mindset.
It's talking past the sale.
It's talking past the sale, exactly. And the thing is, it doesn't even really make sense, biologically, because it's not a question of you being born in the wrong body. It's a question of there's something in your body, in your brain specifically, which is part of your body, that is causing you to have this self-recognition problem or error that most people don't have. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what the problem is. And so it's like, well, if there's the solution is, well, either A, can we fix that thing in the brain? And if we can't, well, then you just have to kind of deal with it via transitioning or whatever you got to do to deal with it. And so to me, that's why I don't like this, born in the wrong body thing, because it's wrong and it creates a bunch of, incorrect feelings about something.
Yeah, the way I would frame it, I would probably say, I don't think anyone's born in the wrong body, but there's lots of people who feel like they were born in the wrong body, and we need to figure out how to make those people's lives better. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I think
well, that's kind of that's what that's what's supposed to be implied by the concept. But I think, as happens in these conversations, these implications have, these statements have broader implications and kind of worm their way into people's minds in ways that are unintended or intended.
Well, you got two choices. You can change the body or you can change the mind or the feelings. But unfortunately, we live in a society where, the last big civil rights thing was for gay people, where they went with, well, let's just change the mind thing. So we've kind of got a bad taste in our mouth from that.
Well, I think that's a really bad frame.
Well, hold on a second. Every time we talk about changing the mind in the trans situation, everyone brings up conversion therapy. It's the first thing that they say. So how is what I'm saying not an argument that, like, you've got to have a counter argument to that?
Well, I said it's a bad framing. Well, I'd say it's bad framing for two reasons. First of all, we can't really, my whole point is I don't think we can separate the mind from the body. The mind in your thought process and your consciousness is directly affected by your body. This is, this is when we were talking to Sammy, she brings up how your diet can make you depressed, anxious, and all these things. Like, so there's lots of physical things that are going to affect your thought process. So I don't think we should separate the mind
What
from
are the point of
body.
antidepressants then?
They affect the neurochemicals in your brain. It's changing your body to affect your thought process.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. But they're not. So they're connected. They're not.
Well, I understand that they're connected, but I'm talking about changing your thought processes.
Right.
By you physically altering the body or some sort of talk therapy or drugs.
Right.
Those are the only options that you have.
Okay, I understand.
But every time I say, look, maybe talk therapy is a better solution than medicalizing a person for their entire lives with risky medical procedures. Everybody says, oh, and Vaush says it in this conversation. Oh, you're for conversion therapy then. These people are born in the wrong body and you want to convert them because you're uncomfortable with trans people. That's what they say.
Right. So I would be totally fine with talk therapy as a treatment if it was effective. To my knowledge, I haven't seen studies on it being effective.
Well, first of all, you can't even do the studies because you're going to be.
I know nowadays. Nowadays you could. You have to look at very old studies when they would do these talk therapy things.
Right, but you're saying the studies have not been proven effectively, and I would say, well, we haven't really studied it enough to know, and we can't study it enough to know because you'll be accused of conversion therapy.
Fair enough, but when bringing this up, I would not reference the civil rights for gay people the way you did, because you sort of implied, you're like, oh, well, we're changing the minds of the body like we did with, gay civil rights, because when you're talking about changing the mind of the body with the trans conversation, you're using it as a negative connotation. So then when you compare it to gay people getting civil rights, it sort of implies that was also a negative thing to happen. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't use that framing the way you're
and thanks for correcting. Just to make it clear, Adam is not in favor of conversion therapy. Like the thing is, I would make the argument that Vaush is the one in favor of conversion therapy.
Right.
Because Vaush is more comfortable with a person transitioning than growing up to be gay. That's exactly what's going on here.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's not his argument though. And I don't think and to be fair to him, which I hate to do, I don't think that's his underlying feeling or thought process.
That is the underlying feeling and thought process of many people though.
But that's not his. That's not his though.
They would rather their kids transition than grow up to be gay. They feel like they would live a more normal life.
Yeah, but Vaush's underlying thought process is more along the lines of gender abolitionism. Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and let me say another reason I wouldn't be very careful to compare it to gay marriage is because it wasn't, like the civil rights for gay people, it wasn't like changing the minds of gay people. It was just changing the cultural attitude to be accepting of homosexuality.
So this is why this show is amazing, because Sitch and I are able to have these conversations in good faith, which nobody on the internet is having these conversations.
I'm not calling Adam a rampant homophobe.
Right.
I am.
Look,
for sure.
You're saying, and I want to bring this up because it's important. Right. People are arguing this. Like you're saying for me not to bring that up. The reason that I brought it up is because if you don't bring it up, it is the first thing that the person you're arguing against is going to bring up.
Then you counter them. Right.
So how do I counter them then? You tell me.
The way that I always counter, I say that's not a comparable thing, because the difference is that if you're gay, okay, which I assume most of us believe that people are born gay. If you're gay, any problem you have about being gay is entirely external. It's entirely cultural. It's society telling you being gay is wrong. If you're gay and you live in a society that's open to you being gay, you suffer zero psychological problems from being gay. It's all external. But if you're trans, if you have gender dysphoria, that's not the case. Even if you live in a society, which will help you, but even if you live in a society that's completely open and accepting of trans people, you still will have gender dysphoria. You still will have that internal sense of wrongness that you still have to go to treatment and therapy and transition to change. And that's why gender dysphoria is still considered a mental illness, while being gay is not considered a mental illness.
Well, but you're just fuddy-duddy stick in the mud. Society should accept transgender people, and people should be able to transgender. You sounds like you're a transphobe.
I'm explaining this. The categorical difference between being trans and being gay is the internal feeling, and the problem is created by the internal body or the internal sense versus an external cultural pressure with being gay. That's the difference.
They see no fundamental difference between the gay civil rights movement and the trans civil rights movement.
Okay. Well, I just explained why they're wrong.
Hold on. No, you didn't. No, look, if society accepts trans people and all of these procedures and surgeries are fully reversible anyway, then why are you standing in the way?
They're not.
It's because you have an uncomfortable feeling around trans people, as TJ would say.
But they're not. This is what I said. This is exactly what I said to TJ. I said, if we live in the future, we can pop in your character customization booth on every corner and change your appearance, and there's zero health risks or outcomes or anything related to that, then I don't give a shit. Then people could do whatever the fuck they want. That's not the issue. If people would transition and they had 100% success or 99% success rate, and everyone was totally fine with it, they had no health repercussions, and people weren't regretting it, and blah 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 blah, then I don't care. That's my whole point, and my concern is there's all these people that don't have gender dysphoria that are not only not being helped by this transitioning, they're being hurt by it, and they're going to regret it. And it's just numbers are just going to increase because of the affirmative care model, essentially, which is shuffling more and more kids down this pathway as opposed to weeding out the ones that don't have gender dysphoria.
Okay. If Vaush would just completely turn that around.
Well, I think
I don't know if he'd get it.
I know that's the truth. Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't want to get it, maybe.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I was interested in watching this thing, is because he just she explains everything perfectly, and he just doesn't get it. Look, and he's even being, a jackass by looking in the camera, totally bad faith. Oh my God, this person's an idiot. Look.
My problem with it is when you're talking about gender dysphoria, I'm talking about trans stuff. It should not be an identity. It is a medical issue. It's a medical problem that some people have to deal with. That's the same as if someone has, medical depression or an anxiety disorder or something. It shouldn't be an identity. It's you have this problem and there are treatments to deal with it. And whatever treatment is the most effective and the least risky is the treatment you should take. Period. That's how it should be thought of. That's how it should be treated by society.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't really listening.
Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. I got distracted for a second. Damn it.
Sort of
Damn
black and
you,
white
internet.
solutions.
Look, he's doing it again. What a fucking jackass. What a jackass. Who would ever go on this guy's show?
They
Oh
get
my
it into
God.
their head that they're probably transgender, and then they're sort of immediately affirmed through counseling and through the medical establishments. And that is sort of what I see is specifically something that we should be talking about, not eradicating transgenderism from public life. That's why I'm doing this. Is I'm in it because it's my community. It's
It's interesting. So I listened to this video. I didn't watch it. I'm looking at Vaush's chat, and all these people are freaking out because they're like waiting for Vaush to attack her, essentially.
Yeah. They goad him into
Openly.
attacking her.
Yeah, and they're like, hold chat, patience chat. He's gonna like destroy her. Hold on. It's very interesting. I didn't see all this, meta conversation the first time.
Well, hence that's the reason. Like, how many
Bloodsports.
people do you think Vaush has convinced to transition? I mean, it's got to be 1,000.
I don't know.
I'm dead serious.
Okay. I know. You
It's
labeled
more-
the stream that way. Yeah, I saw.
Look, it's more than one.
More than us. I'll say that much.
Look, he probably gets emails 3 times a week. Oh my God, Vaush, I'm so glad I found you. You convinced me to transition. I need to seek my real self. I was born in the wrong body, and I'm so glad I found your community. Doesn't that like sicken you a bit inside? That a bunch of autistic kids are finding Vaush online and cutting off their pee-pees?
Yeah, obviously, if people are being motivated or inspired by Vaush or any other lefty RedTuber-esque YouTuber, and they wrongly get, they wrongly transition because of it. Yeah. I mean, I would think that, Abigail
Schreier?
Thorne, Philosophy Tube,
Oh, yeah.
would have a much larger impact on.
Oh yeah, both of them do. Yeah,
And,
she's look.
Yeah.
Vaush is probably upset that Abigail Thorne has transed more people than he has. They're like literally in a contest here. The
You think they have a
Of
chart
course.
on they have a notepad between them. How many people have we trans really?
the Christina Buttons comes in and she makes the argument that they make in the Time to Think book about how once they go on puberty blockers, like it's over. 99% of them transition.
Really?
And I went to the book Influence, Robert Cialdini, because he has a chapter on consistency bias. And I started looking at all the studies because he cites all of the different psychological studies that they show that once people make up their mind to do something, all of a sudden they turn their brains off and they're just like in autopilot.
Yeah.
So that's got to be what's going on here. And
Well,
especially,
that's part of it. Right.
yeah, especially in if before they had this treatment option, there was like different studies vary, 40 to 80% desistance rate. Gender dysphoria is relatively
60
common.
to 90, but yes.
60 to 90, okay.
And that was people who underwent surgeries?
No, it was
Or hormone
people
treatment?
who were kids before puberty that went to seek help for being gender dysphoric, and then after they go through puberty, they desist.
Right.
Okay. And these are people who didn't undergo any physical.
Yeah, they didn't undergo any
alterations
physical
or...
change. They didn't go through any chemical
Okay.
change or anything.
Because those treatments weren't available. The Tavistock Clinic actually just did talk therapy with people when it first started. So that's where they get these numbers from, because evidently this is a pretty common thing. Kids come in and they talk about their situation. They go through puberty and now the situation has resolved itself. So that's where the desistance numbers come from.
What I was going to say is, I think you're right that there is definitely a factor of people maintaining the consistency bias, but also there's probably a huge just biological factor of like going through puberty changes your brain in the way you think about things.
True. Yeah. True.
And so that physical process probably played a huge part in desisting for some people.
Right. But I want to bring up the consistency principle because so many of the people who are advocates of this, they say, oh my God, no, it's so easy for people to transition or to detransition when
that's not true. Yeah.
And what's happening there is the consistency principle. It's not the puberty.
Yeah, part of it is, I mean, it depends how far along, right? I mean, it's difficult to detransition if you've already physically changed your body, right?
Right. Well,
and then even, right.
Socially transition.
Right. But then, yeah, even if they hadn't physically transitioned, just socially transition, then the consistency principle kicks in, not just because of themselves, but because of external pressure. Because if they go around telling everyone that they were, the opposite sex, they feel like if they come out and tell everyone that, they weren't, then they'll look stupid.
This live stream is a testament to pressuring detransitioners. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to watch it. Vaush goes so fucking hard on the detransitioners. It's wrong.
Sorry,
go ahead, John.
Do you guys think that there's like a higher social stigma against people detransitioning once they've moved into the realm of hormonal or physical alterations? Like, it's one thing to think you're proclaim that you are sex dysphoric and do that in your lifestyle or your clothing, things like that, and then decide, no, actually I was wrong. And it's a whole nother thing. I think in my mind, it's a whole nother thing if you actually take steps such as puberty blockers or something like that, and then walk it back. I feel like there's a way bigger social stigma in those kinds of circles against something like that.
Definitely.
And the first case. Would you guys agree with that? Or
Sure. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Because that to me feels like it could also be leading to the lower desistance rate once puberty blockers get involgood.
Yeah, because you have less of an investment.
Well, and there's so much pressure against you, leaving the good graces of the community. Yeah.
Well, that is true. That's a good point. That you would, like, a lot of people that transition, especially at young ages, they will build up an entire social support network online and maybe even in person, depending where they live. That's a trans community. So if you say, well, maybe I'm not trans, right, or maybe don't have transphoria, is a potential that you'll lose, all these friends you've made. You might lose your entire community.
Yeah.
Essentially. So yeah, that's definitely true. What are you laughing about?
CT sent me a picture that is the new April O'Neil, but I think it's a penguin from like Batman too. It's ridiculous.
The Danny DeVito?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's basically where they want to take everything. But it's you. You're such an incel. Oh my God. You need spank material in every kid's movie.
Just I don't want people to suffer and get the wrong diagnosis and then end up medically harmed from it.
Of course. Now, what you open with there, with the disproportionate rate of diagnosis between boys and girls when it comes to autism, totally agree on that. It's a real issue. Yeah, there's a lot of understudied medical stuff when it comes to women. I remember there was that talk of heart attack symptoms being different for men and for women, but because medical, studies have been conducted primarily on men, and with the expectation that men would be reading them, there was like a set of inaccurate expectations across the board, stuff like that. I think we're getting better. Certainly there's more work to be done.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember this is why I scrubbed to this part. So there was this problem that Vaush just talked about, which was, there was too much emphasis on how men have heart attacks and heart problems than women. Now, Vaush twists this around in his mind to be like a weird patriarchy issue. like, oh, well, the reason that was done was because they knew men were reading the medical reports or the medical data or something, right? That's not why that was done that way.
Of course it's not.
It was done that way because the people doing these studies were operating under a more leftist point of view that someone's sex and gender had very negligible effect on their biology outside of their sex organs. And so they didn't need to study this effect on women because it would be exactly the same as it was in men. That's why so many of these problems like autism and so many of these things that become problems with women happen is because they assume that there was no sex difference in a lot of these medical problems.
Vaush, he's a gender abolitionist. Is he a sex abolitionist as well? Does he believe that there's no? I guess he must not. If he's saying things like this, he believes that there are two sexes.
Well, I don't know. I'd probably give you some argument about sex exists on a spectrum, and he would pull up all the intersex examples or something.
Yeah.
I imagine. So,
Do you know why they only studied men?
well, a lot of it's because a lot of these medical studies are done on military people. So that's another reason. That's another big reason why they do why a lot of it's on guys. But
Well, and college students get a lot of this shit too.
that's true.
They do have access to females, but the female menstruation cycle screws up a lot of the studies. So that's why they were like,
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of reasons. You're right. Female menstruation cycles. A lot of these studies are done on military people. A lot of these studies are done on undergraduates who, until recently, obviously were mostly men. So there's a bunch of reasons why. But yeah. Another problem with a lot of these studies, a lot of these wide scale studies, not obviously for trans issues, but for other health issues, are done on the elderly. And so you have doctors that are making medical decisions on how to treat people based on how elderly people react to certain things. So not the best science,
But curious, because, I have looked at a good bit of data when it comes to transition with youth or adults, and I'm pretty sold on the affirmative care model we got right now. I wanted to know, what exactly would need to be demonstrated for you to feel confident in our current approach towards trans-affirming care for youth?
Are you referring to like the studies that show that there's like a 1 to 2% rate of detransition?
Yeah, that's one of them.
So I feel like they're surveying adults and not the current cohort that people are most concerned about is teenagers in those studies. So they don't really provide that much information. There's a great Reuters article that came out recently that looked at a lot more studies.
Mm-hmm. I'm familiar with that Reuters article, but
there's
I wasn't.
A few that.
Oh, please.
Well, there's at least 2 from last year that found that the rate of detransition in their particular studies, they had smaller sample sizes, but it was much higher. It was like 30%. I personally have talked to dozens of detransitioners with very similar stories. They were actually similar to mine growing up. I had a really, really tough time in adolescence. I'm in a group chat with like 60 of them who were gone through the same thing and were sort of medically affirmed, and they realized they made a mistake. They were actually on the autism spectrum.
Well, here's my concern. As I understand it, the earliest pillar of medical intervention you get if you're a trans youth is usually hormone blockers. Yeah, obviously, right? They give you a bit of time to decide if you want to continue on to cross-sex hormones.
The Tavistock Clinic used to use this time to think saying, I guess you'd call it. And many of the clinicians they stopped using it because they realized as soon as you went on the puberty blockers, really there was no one doing any thinking about it. It just became like a conveyor belt. And there was no, they weren't going through any kind of talk therapy to, think about the situation, and like the decision had been made. So that's why the book is called Time to Think. And
right.
Vaush is doing the same thing here, but I think he's out of step with what's actually going on.
They did. I don't know if it was in America, but I know in other countries they changed it because they used to have puberty blockers and social transition used to be classified as a neutral option as opposed to a proactive option. And I don't know if in America, but I know in other countries they've changed it to be a proactive step.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the 30% detransition number she's talking about. I think if you're having a conversation / debate with someone about trans issues, I think bringing up the detransition numbers is a bad strategy.
Okay. Tell us why.
Because to my knowledge, there haven't been any large-scale good studies on the numbers one way or the other for the current cohorts of people transitioning. And so you're going to end up in the realm of intuition and, anecdotal evidence, and the person is just going to be able to dismiss all that. I think the more solid line of reasoning here, the thing that's for my line of reasoning, I guess, is based on the fact that you have, number one, you have a massive increase in people that are claiming to have gender dysphoria than ever before. Number two, you have a massive increase in women who are claiming they have gender dysphoria. Before the trans, craze or whatever you want to call it going on now, the number of men to women was like vastly outweighed. I forget the exact ratio, something like 4 to 1 or 10 to 1 boys were trans to girls. Yeah. Vastly outnumbered by men to women. But now women have not only caught up to men, but they've actually surpassed men in many cases and in many countries. There's more women identifying as trans. I mean, cis women identifying as trans, transition to men, to trans men, than boys, the other way around. And that's a huge red flag. And that's actually one of the huge red flags a lot of these European countries are pointing to question what's going on here, because that's something you don't normally see in any other kind of medical field or medical issue, is this massive sex reverse change. Reverse change between the sexes, not changing sexes, but
yeah.
So that's another issue. Another issue, and then the third giant red flag is what you were talking about, Adam, which is that, before the gender affirming model, before kids were given puberty blockers, the desistance rate so if a kid thought they were trans when they were pre-puberty, once they went through puberty, somewhere between the realm of 60 to 90% of them would desist. They would no longer feel trans. But once we start putting kids on the affirmative model, we start giving them puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, that completely changes to something like only 20% of kids who, once they get on puberty blockers, will stop taking puberty blockers and desist. And to me, that's a huge signal or a huge red flag that the puberty blockers themselves are preventing people from desisting that would have desisted naturally.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. This is also interesting because it just proves, like, so much of life is perception, because this woman here, Christina Buttons, she has all the studies. She's so familiar with this stuff. And just optically, Vaush clobbers her, which is just because you go into a debate with the facts and the truth on your side doesn't mean you're going to win that debate, which is a very sad state for reality.
Sure, right. Of course. But Vaush is a seasoned streamer. I mean, she's obviously not, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah.
He knows how to win an argument.
Professional sophist.
That's true.
They're reversible. You can take them for some time. And it seems like most, from what I'm familiar with, something like 98% of youth who go on hormone blockers then go on to actually take hormones, which suggests to me a level of consistency in their willingness to transition.
Look, he even uses the consistency principle I was talking about in his talk. Is when he just cited consistency, that seemed like a moral good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to be consistent. Otherwise, you're not a good person.
Because we have kind of limited data on this moment to moment, because usually like medical data on large groups of people, to get really strong answers on like demographic tendencies, those take a little while to come out. And this whole trans youth panic thing is relatively recent. The information I've seen seems to be pretty consistent.
Well, I mean, the trans panic is recent because the amount of people like becoming trans increasing is recent. Like it's a response to that. You know,
Yeah.
it didn't come out of a vacuum. You know, if we were in a situation where the same rate of people transitioning were transitioning from 1970 to now, and the same desistance rates were being recorded from 1970 to now, I would be like, well, then I would have no problem. I'd say, okay, well, looks like everything is going according to what it's been going according to for the last 40 years, right?
Yeah.
That's not the issue.
Can you imagine if we came up with some new cancer treatment and all of a sudden more people got cancer? It's like, well, you'd be like, what?
Yeah, the rates just spike.
It's like, what is going on here?
Right, right.
But that's basically what's happened. And everyone's going, yeah, these people were just hiding their cancer. Like these people were obviously getting cancer. You just didn't know about it because society was against people getting cancer. It's like, doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Another thing to bring up in this, like when you're talking about this issue, because I was reading through yesterday some of the CAST report, which was the report about changing the British guidelines. Something that they bring up is that they have they go through like dozens and dozens of studies. And part of the problem is that so many of the studies about gender dysphoria, like the results are so mixed. They're all over the board. Some of the studies say like, oh, you know, transitioning, you know, is an effective treatment. Some of the studies say it's not an effective treatment. Like it doesn't seem like there's a strong consensus one way or the other on a lot of these techniques.
Yeah, I wonder if it's all being driven by politics, because so many of these people get into some scientific field because they got a political axe to grind.
I think a lot of it is being driven by politics, but another thing I question, because then I'm skimming through these studies, most of them don't separate between trans men and trans women. And I think that's part of the problem.
Wow.
Because I don't know if this is true, but I question if you did, you'd see very different results, because obviously testosterone is a mood elevator. And so if you're giving girls testosterone, they're obviously going to feel good while they're taking testosterone, right? They're going to feel better.
Powerful.
So I'd be curious. So I'd be curious if they separate out trans men from trans women, you know, are they getting a lot of positive results from the trans women taking testosterone, and they're getting negative results from the trans women that are taking estrogen? I'm curious if they get different results if they break it apart like that. But
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some signal in there.
Yeah, I mean, it intuitively seems to make sense, but
what's Vaush going to have to do when all this falls apart? Because you know it's coming. Like
nothing.
Everyone sees this train wreck coming from a mile away.
There's going to be
in Canada they don't.
Yeah, that's
in
true.
Canada we're full steam ahead with all this stuff, man. It's in the law.
Well, it would be interesting if, like, say over the next 5 to 10 years, you have all these people in America start suing your doctors, and that creates a kind of a backlash against the affirmative care model. I mean, do you think Canada's going to change if America changes, or is Canada going to stay the course?
I think it would take essentially a revolution to see a change like that in the next 5 years in Canada. Like from what I can see in my own experience and my understanding of the landscape here in Canada, the population is bought into this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It like our politics are a reflection of the population. It seems like, not me, but most people buy into this kind of logic. And it's like, well, if America changes, I feel like Canada will just probably freak out about how transphobic you guys all are and continue full steam ahead.
Wow.
Interesting.
It's
interesting.
That's at least how it seems to me. I really hope I'm wrong, obviously.
Yeah. We'll see.
But,
I mean, I don't know if people will be able to sue their doctors like they will be in America. So
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt.
Well, that's right, because I guess they won't, because in Canada they're government employees, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well,
I'm like, what if they just start funneling the detransitioners to MAID? Oh my god.
Oh no.
Like evil
Well, let me tell
incarnate.
you, that's probably coming because there's going to be a lot of depressed people when they realize they can't have kids, they can't this to that, and it's the timing is a little suspect in my opinion. It's like, wow, this is kind of lined up pretty well for a huge catastrophe, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson
Ooh.
did a talk with one of the detransitioners. That
Yeah.
is just gut wrenching. It's totally
What's her
gut-wrenching.
name again? She was in the, she was wearing red, right?
Yeah, I can't
I
remember her
watched
name.
most of that. That was hard to watch, man.
Yeah. It's so, people are so trusting of someone with a white lab coat on. It's
Of
just,
course. Of course.
Experts.
Expert, yeah.
Yeah. I've been fucked over by a guy in a white lab coat, so I'm, you know how they say that liberals are just conservatives that have never been mugged? That's, for me, very true, because I did have faith in those white lab coats until one screwed me over, and I was like,
Right.
now, never, ever again.
Right.
Yeah. But
Liberals are just, sorry, go ahead.
no, yeah, say it. No.
Just conservatives
Take it.
who have never been put up mistakenly on puberty blockers.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Adam, were you put on puberty blockers? Is that the story we don't know about yet?
My white lab coat.
That's why he looks so young, even though he's 80 years old.
Oh my! We should.
Yeah,
all
I've
make
been on.
puberty
What it
I,
is. He
I've
was
been
put
on puberty. Look,
blockers.
I'm still
He
on
didn't go through
puberty
puberty
blockers.
until he was already 70.
I'm still on
Exactly.
puberty blockers to this day. No,
That
I got
keeps
the
you looking young and fresh.
I got the Dorian Gray portrait. The lab coat that fucked me over was a dentist. Obviously.
Yeah, I know. Your
so,
dentist story, yeah.
so yeah, don't trust
That's
your
some
dentist. kids.
anti-dentite rhetoric right there.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. No, look, do they have a? Because I hear that dentists have a high suicide rate. So if
The highest profession, like
Yeah.
that's the profession with the highest suicide rate apparently.
so maybe
Which is
you're
weird.
warming me up to this idea of MAID. Like if you guys could deal with your dentist issue, then like maybe
apparently
it's a
we're super short on dentists already in Canada, is my understanding. So maybe this is just gonna make it that much worse.
Make it worse.
good, yeah.
That's weird. I yesterday, I forget why, I clicked on some link to a Lotus Eaters video, and it was on Rumble. And before the video plays, this commercial pops up, and it's like this product that looks shady as fuck. And it's like, this dentist created this mineral that you just hold in your mouth, and it like fixes every problem you could possibly have with your teeth. I'm like, oh, really? So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of curious about what this thing is because I never heard of this. So I click on it, I get the name of the product, and then I Google search it. And there's like dozens and dozens of articles about this product. I forget what it was called. But every single article, it's like written the same. Like you look at the headline and it's like, you must see this before you buy this product. And it says fake. So you click on it and you think, oh, this is someone complaining about it. But it's a lie. You click on it and it's actually someone hawking the product. And there's like just, yeah. And I couldn't believe it. All the top search results on Google were all the same type of bullshit, obviously paid shill, sponsored content for this fucking mouth product. It was wild. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, that stuff is really
SEO.
destroyed. Yeah, it's completely destroyed the Google search.
Oh,
It's all
yeah.
garbage now.
Can't trust anything, man.
It's awful.
And the idea that detransition is relatively rare, and even when it does happen, it's usually not because they actually, have doubts about their identity. It's usually because they can't keep up the cost of the medication, or they can't. They're not being accepted socially.
Is there
so
a
they
source
sort
for
of
that?
dejectedly go back to where they were.
So there is a
Trust me,
source.
bro. That's a source.
Well, no. So it's really sad. One of the biggest studies on detransitioners is the one that they always cite. And it was like for thousands of people. And it was like, oh, the majority reason for detransitioning was money, and also it was like external social pressure. And so you look at that study and you say, oh, well, look, this means that, there's a problem with detransitioning. However, if you look into the methods of this, they were asking people that still identify as trans to answer this poll question. Okay. And so if you're asking people that still identify as trans, obviously you're not going to get the people that detransition because they don't feel like they're trans anymore.
Right. Yeah.
And so they all
Wow.
point to this poll
That's
as if
crazy.
it's evidence of their argument, but it's not. It's like, wait, that doesn't mean anything. So
That's crazy. So they don't even have the number of detransitioners in the poll.
well, not detransitioners that don't identify as trans. Because it was all like the way you know how when they complain about the rapid onset gender dysphoria study,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
their big complaint is, oh, they went to all these message boards where parents were complaining about their kids, and that was their selection.
Yeah.
So it's a selection bias. They did the exact same thing with the detransition thing, only in reverse. They went to a bunch of places where everyone
People are
identified as
pro-trans.
trans.
Right.
Yeah, and they were all trans support groups, and they asked them about their detransitioning. It's like, well, wait a minute. You're not going
Right.
to find detransitioners in these areas.
Right. Yeah. Because they're all happy trans people.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because all the people that detransition are not going to be, in these trans spaces.
Right.
Primarily.
You got to go to both groups, the detransition source and the trans source,
Yes,
and
right, exactly,
compare the both. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you find out it's like 80% of people detransition. You think we're going there? You think we'll get up to an 80% detransition rate?
I
mean,
don't
we
know.
could.
I would be surprised if it gets that high. I think it'll be like 50%.
The number I'm reading that Tavistock book, and it is just, I mean,
Chilling.
it's like a government nightmare. They had one kid that had OCD so bad that like he couldn't touch himself to wipe his own ass, and he would go in the bathroom and just use like a whole roll of toilet paper and block the toilet up, and like,
Oh my God.
he couldn't even come out of his bedroom. He was so worried about germs.
Right.
And the Tavistock put him on the route to transition.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And his mom kept saying, look, he has to deal with the OCD before he can transition. Like, she's totally supportive. Okay, maybe he's trans, but they're like, no, you don't understand. The transness is what's creating the OCD.
What?
Do you buy any of that?
That's not true.
He couldn't even leave his house to go to the clinic. They sent government people from the clinic to him, and he would not even come out of his room.
Well, how could they diagnose him if he won't even? Did he shout to them through the door? Like, how would they diagnose him?
I guess, yeah. It's they're shoving.
That's wild.
I don't know if he ever went on puberty blockers or not. Like, they're shoving puberty blockers under the door.
Yeah, I hope not.
But he was completely convinced that he was trans, and got in the clinic, and they were like using the affirmative care model and all this stuff. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Horror stories.
Holy Lord.
I think they tried to send him to one appointment where he was. It's like the puberty blockers appointment, because it had to be in person, and he had to take like a train ride across, like some 4-hour train ride to get to the clinic. And his mom was like, there's no way this is going to happen. They put him on the train. He freaked out and ended up going home and not making it to the appointment, and was like, went in his room for like 2 weeks. But they still kept him in the program and started sending people out to the home. Yeah.
It was interesting. Like, if they said that the gender dysphoria was causing the OCD, I mean, that's so insanely backwards, because, as I talked about in a previous stream, if you have body dysmorphia, that's believed to be an OCD related disorder.
Really? Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's obsessively compulsively fixating on a body part that you perceive as having a flaw that no one else does.
Yeah, I'm only halfway through the book, and it's mortifying.
Yep.
That nobody is waking up. And I guess they tie it into mermaids too, which is like a pro-trans group. What do you know about mermaids?
I mean, they were. I know that they were this massive trans advocacy group in England. That there was, I forget, there was something really sketchy that happened to them. I don't remember what it was. But I remember hearing everyone talk about it. I remember us talking about it, and it's all just gone out of my brain now.
Yeah, so mermaids was pulling a lot of strings at the Tavistock Clinic surreptitiously. So
I typed in Audible because I was going to see to get this book. And I typed in Tavistock because I forgot what it was called. You said it was like a time to
think.
Time to
Yeah.
think.
Time to think. I don't know why. So when I type in Tavistock, the auto fill-in thing has a book called The Jew, a Negro.
Mm-hmm.
By
that-
Kanye West.
I'm like, what is this? What is this? Why did this
Wow.
come up from Tavistock? Like what's
Yeah.
going on? What are you trying to say, Audible? Time to Think by Nancy Klein.
This is Hannah Barnes. Time to Think: The Inside Story of the Collapse of the Tavistock Gender Service for Children. I want to mention
I
this
see it. Hannah Barnes, you said?
again too, because it's getting. Maybe I shouldn't mention it because it's getting a little frustrating, and I'll get people doing it more because they know it frustrates me. What is that? I mean, that happens, Sitch, right?
Of course.
I need to be able to call it out though, because like right now I'm telling you stuff from this book and you're fine with it because it goes with your political bias.
Of course.
But as soon as I pull out a book and I start talking about a book that goes against your political bias, then it's all of a sudden you can't trust anything that's written in any book ever. It's
yes, obviously. Yeah. What's your point?
well, you guys got to be smarter than that, okay? Look, I can tell when books are full of shit. And look, we were just talking about this book, Racism Without Racist, Colorblind Racism and the Persistence of Racial Inequity in America.
Wait.
Who wrote
you're
that?
You're following the same bias as I am, or anyone listening is.
Mm-hmm.
You read a book that obviously, you read fucking Eduardo Boniva Silva's bullshit, and you instantly know this is bullshit because everything he says is against your political bias. But if you read something that's kind of aligned, at least partially at first, your political bias, and then they say something, you might not necessarily be like, this isn't true.
Well, no, but I am eager to hear the counter arguments. And that's fine if you have a counter argument.
Okay.
But if your counter argument was Adam believes anything he reads in a book, that's not a counter argument.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
And 9 times out of 10, that is the counter argument that they're trying to make. Oh, you read it in a book and books are untrustworthy. That's the counter argument.
Well, no, it's just that when we have these arguments, it feels like we both get very riled up at each other.
You don't
and
do
defensive.
this, Sitch. I'm talking about people in the comments and shit. Like, you understand some books are full of shit and some books aren't.
Yeah. Right.
It did sound like you were talking about Sitch, at least to me for a second there, and I was like, "Wait, what's happening?"
I mean,
I get it now.
Sitch is pretty good about it. I mean, Sitch gets it. He does. I've literally look the last live stream we had on Sunday.
Yeah.
A lot of people upset about. I mean, we're talking about the FBI. I've gone and I don't like. You guys go to Google and start Googling, FBI. Where are you getting your information from? That's not somehow traced back to somebody who had a firsthand experience with the situation. Like, that's why I go to, like, I want to hear an autobiography by someone who worked inside the FBI, so they know I'm at least seeing how the institution works from somebody who's been there, who has an experience with it, right? I'm not piecing together from my own biased, dream world of what happens at the FBI. I've looked for books on the FBI so I can have an intelligent conversation with you guys who think we should disband the FBI. But the books are all either, law enforcement can do absolutely no wrong ever, thin blue line type books, or they're books about how these people are, eat babies and are living off the blood of the American people. There's no reasonable books out there that are written, kind of unbiasedly about the FBI. So,
right.
Or I haven't found them yet. If you know them, please let me know, obviously.
How much more of this do you want to watch?
I mean, we can quit now if you want.
Okay.
He's over it.
I mean, we've talked long enough. You want to go to Super Chats?
Yeah, we can go Super Chat.
We didn't, Vaush, Vaush is such a dick in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he opens up, and it's so funny. The only reason, this is why, what's the point of even talking to Vaush? Because his only point is he wants you to adopt his position or fuck off and die. That's literally Vaush's position.
Big news story. This was only a couple weeks ago, though. I mean, I don't have any like rigorous.
What?
I thought we were done.
Yeah, we're done. I was just trying to look for something. We'll do it on Sunday. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll do it on Sunday. So CT wanted me to clarify what we're going to talk about on Thursday.
Oh yeah, we're doing Thursday too. So obviously,
right, that's part of why
you guys are getting your Monday worth.
Yeah.
Your Monday's worth.
Right.
Your money's worth. Your MMT dollars worth.
So what I think should be the criteria if you want to come on and argue with us on Thursday. Well, first of all, each call is only going to be like 10 minutes, and we're going to be pretty hardcore, depending on how many people want to show up. Obviously, it's only about people that want to criticize and whine and seethe about stuff that we were talking about on Sunday.
What if I want to cope? I mean, I don't get to come on?
You can come on cope.
Thank goodness.
Regarding our take on the FBI, Twitter files, Hunter Biden's laptop, or anything. And I don't want to give my take because I want to see how many people come on and just wrongly think I think something or Adam thinks something that we don't actually think.
Well, there was a lot of that going on in the comments. That was pretty frustrating. I was like, well, no, that's not what Sitch said. At least get his position right. I mean, it's a totally dog shit insane position, but you could at least not mischaracterize it like you do.
Thank you.
Look at someone made Darth Kitten fan art now. That's fucking adorable. Oh my God.
Oh, look at that. Darth Kit. See, look.
Andrew
Don
Clark.
Kiddith. I think she went to sleep. Don Kiddith is going to have to change her name to Darth Kiddith. So.
Yeah.
That looks great. Is that a AI drawn?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. You can make jokes about my intelligence as long as you're also complaining about something that we can debate about. So.
Oh, that's a little strict.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fitting that Sitch is simping for the anti-free speech FBI with that take. I mean, jeez.
J-Mac can come on if he wants to, just because he's our surrogate father. He doesn't.
J-Mac has an open invitation to the show. J-Mac can come on whenever he wants. All he has to do is DM me.
Talk to us for 10 minutes. Show my fan art of Adam peeing. I must have missed that one.
We do have, we have Brianna Wu's coming on Sunday. I guess we're talking to you guys again on Thursday. Yeah. Tree of Logic, who went from blocking me to like being friends with me now, really has it in for I'm really important, Mr. Important. Yeah. Nice. So she wants to come on when he comes on again and like give him a tongue lashing or I don't know.
I mean, if he's down for it, I don't want to ambush him.
No, I told her, I told her I won't ambush him.
Right.
And, she's got to be nice. Like, we can't, like.
Well, no, listen.
She's got to have some level of decorum. Come on.
Well, it depends. If we say, it depends. If we say, listen, Mr. Important, Tree of Logic wants to come on and just, like, fucking have a shit fit at you. How do you feel about that? And he says, I'm down. And I'm like, all right, well, listen. Good content, right?
I know.
As long as he knows what he's walking into.
I know. She says he won't do it, but I'm going to try to make it happen. So.
Well, I would be interested if we can maybe build a bridge. Okay. Between the two of them.
Build the bridge.
Right. Right. So.
Yeah, no. That's kind of our shtick.
Yeah. Because I do think that Mr. Important's take his actual take is more nuanced, but some of his take was. I think he would come in the conversation as he did with ours very hyperbolically, and then kind of walk it back a little bit. Though I think her main complaint with his statement was about him saying that you should live, or that he would be willing to live in like a dangerous poor area or something.
Yeah, I'm under the impression like she's lived in the hood before, and she's very.
She's like, "What are you talking about?"
Disgruntled that he would say such a thing.
Right.
Which I think. I mean, I've lived in a couple rough neighborhoods, and So I mean, obviously, I got street cred, but I mean, I didn't really live there long enough to be talking shit, though. So
Yeah. Okay. Super chats. Brianate 427 for $10 says, "Hey guys, I just want to ask what book the analogy of the elephant and the rider came from. It's been pretty helpful for my personal development." That's from
we came up
Righteous
with that.
Mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
shit.
sorry. We invented it. No, it's from the Righteous Mind, right?
Isn't it? I think it's in the happiness hypothesis
Or
first,
is it in
isn't it?
Happiness Hypothesis?
You're
Which
right.
one is
I've
it
read
in?
it. My
It
friend
is.
did though. Okay.
You're right. It is. Yeah.
Isn't it in both?
Yep.
Yeah, he talks about it in the Righteous Mind a lot.
Right.
He fleshes it out more too. Yeah.
It was
Happiness
so funny.
hypothesis is really good, though.
I was having a political conversation with a family member that I don't see very frequently.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was saying all the things that I say because I'm such a genius. And he started talking about he's like, I don't forget who it was, but there's this guy that has this like really good metaphor about an elephant and a rider.
No way.
And I was like, oh my God, it's Jonathan Haidt. Boost.
They always want to use it on us, though, to say you hate trans people.
Yeah, true. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, "I thought Vaush picks up most of his dates at middle schools." Terrible.
True.
Christian Baller for $2 says, "Adam, don't forget to show my art and check your DMs."
We already showed it. I attributed it to Andrew Clark. Sorry. We fixed it, though.
There you go. I shouldn't have fixed it.
Which art was that?
The
That
mummy.
was the mummy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The mummy
We'll put art in finger quotes. Have you seen that really crazy, there's that person that's like the quote parody account for James O'Keefe that puts up all the fake Project Veritas videos with the deep fake audio that looks super real but are fake?
That was I haven't seen one that looks super real. They all look obviously fake to me.
They don't sound okay. Some of the, like, I forget, there's one where like Nancy Pelosi and AOC are talking.
Right, yeah. I am Nancy Pelosi. I tell you AOC about.
They're you're not giving enough credit. They're pretty good. Like if you can tell it's a deep fake, but I'm like, oh shit! Like in 2 or 3 years, this is gonna be pretty hard to suss out.
Yeah, it's gonna be impossible to discern.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen.
No time flat.
It's gonna be wild.
Like, what happens when that becomes reality? Do we just retreat into the real world? Like,
I don't know.
What are we gonna do?
I don't
wonder
know.
about that
No one's gonna
all
be able
the
to
time.
tell what's real. You know what? Here's gonna be the move. People are gonna start talking in that weird AI way normally, so that if you ever film them doing something wrong, they can say that's obviously deepfake. Look at, I don't sound like that.
I think just all video and audio recording is going to become suspect. Like it'll just be completely taken with a grain of salt, or probably inadmissible in court, things like that.
Yeah.
Like we're headed there fast, I think.
I don't know what we're gonna do about it.
I'm kind of excited about it. Like let's all get back to existing in the real world. But
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I don't know.
Not being able to distinguish what is real, I think it could be, kind of a breaking point for society. So,
well, only in the virtual space for the time being, at least.
Right.
But I don't disagree that there are some serious drawbacks based off of how our society currently operates.
There's going to be a big problem at first, which I just realized, which is there's going to be this massive, massive push by the left to get Twitter and Facebook and YouTube to basically censor all news content that's not coming from mainstream sources.
Totally.
Because they're going to say, oh, they're all using deep fakes, to promote. All it's going to take is one Tim Pool video where he pushes out some video that he doesn't realize is deep fake as real. And they're all going to jump down his throat. They're all going to advocate that he gets kicked off YouTube. It's going to have all these horrible downstream effects on all of us. So.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they would have moved more cautiously with the Nancy Pelosi's husband story if they thought it might be a deep fake? Because that's something that I think could easily have been a deep fake.
No. That's going to be the problem. There's going to be all the partisan assholes are going to be pushing all these deepfake shits as real.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And then by the time you figure out it's a deepfake, it's going to be like, well, it already got 100,000 likes on Twitter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and the Nancy Pelosi husband story is a good example of it, because I mean that story wildly blew up, and that was pure speculation. So,
Do you think that there's any of that already happening right now? It's just the good technology isn't available to the public yet.
Oh,
with people
like they're
using deepfakes to
gaslighting
trick
us?
people?
If they're like, obviously we know that there's deep fake audio and video now. That's like decently convincing, but
Mhm.
that's the stuff that people can just access in the public. Do you think that there's the same way that there's weapons technology that
Right,
isn't
I know what you're
available to
saying,
normal people?
Um,
Like,
well, first of all, I don't think there is super secret deepfake technology yet, because it's mostly private companies doing this,
mhm.
not the government. So there wouldn't be like necessarily the super secret government deepfake. But
Okay.
even if there was, we're not really hearing like video come out of someone and someone saying, "I didn't say that. That's not true." Like we're not in that world yet. Which I would
Yeah.
assume if if there were deepfakes, people say, "What the fuck? I never said that."
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That's not me with all that cocaine and hookers.
yeah, exactly.
I think all the January 6th footage was deep faked.
There
All
you
of it,
go.
the entire thing.
There you go.
Well, that's
The
true.
good, the bad, the
So,
ugly. It never happened.
CT sent a bunch of fan art you can bring up.
I mean, I'm definitely going to bring the Call Me Daddy Sitch.
You know you
What the fuck? I mean, okay, guys, this is technically not fan art, okay? But I'm going to
pretty
bring it
good.
up anyway.
very good.
This is more like a show meme. I feel bad because do you have the stream running over there? Can you see the fan art with a delay, John?
Yeah. It's just
Okay,
a little
good.
delayed, but
Yeah. He's
Sitch
like
is-
me.
Sitch
We're in
is
the
I
a
figured
fan.
it out whenever the first thing went up. I was like, wait, how am I going to see this? Oh, I guess I got to start watching the stream.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this
Big
is
brain bridges over here.
Mm-hmm.
this is a cup from Sitch's sugar daddy at the Starbucks down the street from his house. At the close Starbucks. Almost close enough that someone could sneak away for a secret rendezvous on their break.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Story.
So now we finally have found the truth. Sitch isn't an oat milk guy. He is in fact a soy boy.
So,
Yeah.
So the cup says, "Call me Heart Daddy Sitch," and then there's a name that's cut off, and it says "No milk, custom soy." So here's my question. I just realized something. So Utter Nonsense took this picture.
Uh-oh.
So that must mean there's only two people that ever had access to this cup app.
Utter Nonsense is the barista that is in love
That
with
must
you?
be it. That must be it.
Whoa,
We
man.
finally figured it out. Utter Nonsense was the barista that was hitting on me.
Well, don't dox
I-
him.
there you go.
I guess you've seen him in person. Yeah.
I did. I didn't know it was him though. I didn't know it was him. I didn't recognize his voice either. So
Wow.
there you go. I'm
The
flattered,
ultimate
Utter
fan of
Nonsense.
the
I'm
show.
flattered. No wonder he's A-team. He feels, spurred. Spurned. That must be
Well,
it.
you cut him off. You cut him off
That's
from
true.
the daddy Sitch.
There you go. As Bridges says, if it was cow milk, it'd be utter nonsense. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think that dad joke was good enough to say out loud, so I put it in the chat.
I said. It.
And then Sitch had to put me on blast.
It's a good. I appreciate. I
All right.
appreciate the puns. Okay.
Sitch is obviously the pun master. He loves that
There you go.
stuff. That's why he loves his Weird Al Yankovic, because it's like basically 100 puns
musical
to
pun.
music.
Yeah.
That's why I love rap, because rap is just like a million puns in a row
There you go.
usually. Just
Oh,
sung,
yeah.
just sung by someone who's holding a gun, so you have to take it seriously.
Rap is basically Weird Al Yankovic, but
Yeah.
just by gangsters.
There you go. Gangsta's Paradise. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, if you were forced to have a 10-hour debate with your choice of Vaush, President Sunday, or actual fandom, who would it be? Oh my
Oh,
god.
I know. That's
Who is the
difficult.
middle one? I didn't recognize that name.
President Sunday?
Yeah, I don't know him.
He's an interesting character. You have to check out our conversation with him. He's very
Okay.
unusual. I think if I had to make that choice, I would move to Canada and apply for MAID.
Good answer. Good answer.
I could sign off as your
That's my
your
helper.
witness.
As your sponsor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew Clark for DR says no. They pushed that back to April of 2024. Oh, he's saying they pushed back.
They
some of
have
the May
not.
things.
As
never
so,
mind.
if I can respond to that,
Yeah.
as far as I know, the legislation was tabled or proposed to push it back 1 year, but as of this morning, that has not actually been passed. So, unless in the next 3 days, because it becomes legal on the 17th. So, if that gets passed in the next 3 days, which I hope it does, but as of right now, that's my understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the P comic. You had to bring up the P comic.
There's a P comic?
The JP Mexican made a comment.
Oh, okay. That's a comic? Here, I'll bring it up next.
Two panels. There's 2 panels.
Which one's which? Which one's first?
The one where you're not peeing is first.
Okay. Here.
Andrew Clark for $2 says you haven't read Amazing Fantasy number 15, Made for You. I haven't. What is Amazing Fantasy 15? Isn't that the first issue of Spider-Man? That's what it is when I Google it. Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian says death by 1,000 cuts. If you keep moving in a direction at a certain point, is it still just a slippery slope? Well, if you keep moving in the direction, obviously, then you're on the slope. That's the whole point. My argument was that not everything is on the slope. There's always pushback. You can always give pushback. And sometimes there are things that you want. My argument is, I don't think as a society, we should be limiting ourselves for things that we want, that we generally agree with, out of the fear of the slippery slope. Because I believe that we can get what we want and prevent the things we don't want. Through legislative action.
Sure, whatever.
Okay.
I should look, this second comic I'm doing in JP Mexican style, because I think this would save me a lot of time, to be honest with you.
Says the real reason the comic is taking so long, Adam has no arms. That's why.
I have no arms. Well, if I didn't have to draw any arms on any of the characters in the panels, that would that would save a lot of time right here.
Right. True.
And then we have Adam. Looks like I'm peeing. I'm peeing from the shower.
Am I doing it right, Sitch? And there Adam he has a night elf ear. I don't know if you see that as a penis.
I didn't notice that.
He's got a night elf poster with the penis ear. He's got the night elf ear and he's peeing. It's going all over the place.
Yeah.
And some of it's missing though. I don't know if you noticed. Some of it's bouncing off, so I got to be careful.
It happens. Look, and I have no shower curtain in my shower, which is probably not a good idea.
Also, you shower in your shorts and glasses.
Of course. You don't shower in your clothing? How do you wash your clothes?
No. You also, apparently your shower is just a flat, like porcelain thing you stand on. It doesn't actually have like a bowl with a lip you stand inside of. It's like a big surfboard that just shoots water everywhere.
I love it.
There you go.
I love it.
JB Mexican says that he'll do the art for the comic for us next time.
Nice.
There you go.
We did actually start working on a script for the second one.
Right.
It was when I was having my...
I want Adam to take a big break, though, when he's done with this. So.
Well, yeah. The second one I should have more, like, I've basically done, like, everything wrong you could possibly do on this.
Yes.
So I'm not going to do that on the second one. I'm not going to do everything wrong. I'm like...
Right.
Part of the thing that's taking so long is like finding the right way to do it efficiently. So anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Stug for $10 says, I don't know, Sitch. I think recognizing the slippery slope might be the literal best way to carefully legislate to prevent it. Not that it has necessarily gone that way frequently. Don't know either way. No, I think I don't have a problem with recognizing it. I think pointing out the possibility of it is fine. I agree completely. I'm just saying I don't think you should say, oh, well, we can't do this thing we want to do because then the slippery slope will happen. That's all I was saying. But yeah, you should point it out as a possibility to prevent it from going down that path. So I agree with that. Calvin Pafford for $5 says, I'm addicted to hearing my name read out loud on YouTube Live. Well, there you go, Calvin Pafford. Pafford. I know that I said it wrong last time, but I forgot what it was. It was either Pafford or Pafford, so I'll say it both ways.
Pafford.
Pafford.
Important.
Importanto. Obfuscate. Obfuscate.
Mm-hmm.
Obfuscate. Obfuscate.
Yeah. Obfuscate.
Obfuscate.
Yeah. Few skates.
Few skates. Andrew Clark, I got these horrifying AI pictures.
Yeah.
Of me, based on that picture that CT drew of me so many years ago. Which one do you like the best?
I was trying to get Sitches out of the Midjourney, and the thumbnail is actually partially from Midjourney, but like when I do the AI thing, I mean, I spend more time fixing it than I do. You can't really just get a Sitch out of the Midjourney thing. It doesn't understand the mouth. So, which it looks like Andrew Clark gets it from these things.
I thought when you were trying to do it, you gave up and you just would add the mouth. Like you would just have to do the body and then you put the mouth on yourself. If you're going to do a Sitch AI picture.
Yeah, that's happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Which one of these do you like the best, Bridges?
I don't know what I'm optimizing for. Just my own taste?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I probably like the third one, the one farthest to the right.
The third one.
The
monkey one?
That one seems the most interesting to me.
The horribly racist one?
I'm contemplating my evolution.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of racism, so that's the one I like.
If you ever get famous, that clip is gonna like.
Oh yeah, trust me, I'm expecting this to do nothing good for my career in the music industry in Canada.
Right. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
If this ever gets out, any of this.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like the one where I'm like ripping my own face off.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But which one do you like?
I mean, I think we're completely across the board here because I think I like the one that you guys didn't pick.
The goblin one?
Yeah. Is it a goblin?
He's got little goblin ears. So.
Oh, yeah.
Goblin Sitch. So there you go. Everyone's got a different favorite.
I like how it says...
Nice and equal. Equitable.
Right. Equity. Yeah, what is the text under all these?
Faunal. Minute faunal.
I don't know what the text was. I guess there was text on the original picture that it was trying to replicate or something.
Mostin.
It probably said PSA Sitch or something.
Maybe. Trying to tease it out.
Right. Quacker, thanks so much, Quacker, for your very first super chat. For $2 says, Adam, you should go on Jesse Lee Peterson's show.
Sure. Did he invite me?
Probably not.
Yeah. I think he's racist against white people.
That must be it. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, Canada Minecrafting the Verthless Eaters. There you go. Thank you, Drew.
Based.
JB Floatsome for $7 Canadian says, John, a fellow Canuck here, look up Irving studying for some hope. A serious Canadian.
Irving studying?
Like studying, but with no G at the end. Irving studying.
Studying?
What's that about?
IRVING? Can you put it in
the... yeah, I'll just put it in the chat.
I just DuckDuckGo'd it.
Nice. Using DuckDuckGo. I use that on...
No, DuckDuckGo is trash now, so you got to use Brave. I just set Brave as my default.
That's sad.
Brave is a web searcher too?
Yeah. So I looked up Irving, Irving Studyin.
There's no G. Irvin
Oh,
Studin. I said it wrong. Irvin Studin.
Oh, okay.
Irvin Studin. He's a Canadian
So he's-
academic, publisher, writer, think tank president, founder
Okay.
of Global Brief magazine.
I will look into that. Thank you for the suggestion. What was the guy's name? Something?
JB Flotsam.
JB Flotsam.
Orosol Supermod for $5 with a little wrench. Thank you so much for your first ever super chat. It says my pre-order of Supervillains Anonymous ID 1100 turns 1 year old tomorrow. Will you sing happy birthday to my copy on stream and tell him I love him?
Yeah, I sure will. I feel I owe it to you, definitely. So
Nice. Look at that. Just a little friendly ribbon.
happy birthday to your subscription.
What are we saying happy birthday to?
His Supervillains Anonymous order, which is now 1 year old. I feel bad. Some are like 2 years old. So I mean, it sounds like you got off easy. Like, look, I'm getting close. I think part of the difficulty is like some of the pages I've put so much time and energy into that if I just kind of half-ass it on other pages, it's not going to be like a consistent thing. It's going to be like, you're going to be like, oh my God, this looks amazing. Then you turn the page and you're like, it's IJP Mexican. I mean, maybe I can do that, Sitch. Is that a possibility?
I think you should do that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
listen, here's what we'll do. We'll have.
I'm going to do 5 pages in a day.
I figured out how to do this. Okay. We'll add a scene where I get hit on the head. So I keep like zoning in and out of like what is reality and what is in my imagination. And my imagination just happens to look like a JP Mexican comic.
We'll just look. We can't add a scene because that's more pages. Maybe just a line. Maybe just
add a line.
Maybe just change one text bubble.
No, you'll add a page that's just all black and it just has text and it says off screen. Sitch is hit in the head.
Just add stage directions.
Exactly.
Let's just write it on the bookmark. We'll basically say, hey, it all falls apart after page 25.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's right. Don't let good be the enemy. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. True.
Well, I've heard that, but I mean,
you said that to me, which is ironic that you said that to me. But
I know. Well, yeah, on your videos we were talking about, I think.
No, it was about setting up my room to stream.
Okay. Yeah, no, I do. I mean, I do subscribe to that, but we're talking.
I subscribe to that.
Don't let. I mean, it would be more like don't let good enough be the enemy of trash garbage. I mean, it doesn't work as well, does it? I mean, that's. Yeah. It's not like a perfection thing. I mean, some of it is just. I mean, it's garbage. It's literally like just garbage.
Right.
Yeah, garbage tier. Yes.
Tamungo for 2 Canadian says,
Look,
when is Dick Masterson? What?
Sorry. Sammy G in the chat says, I want a comic where Sitch and Adam are gender bent.
I have a huge idea for that comic.
We were tossing around the idea of where we have a time machine, but every time we time travel, we change sex. So
that was your idea. I had a much better idea.
Well, I mean, pitch it. Let people decide. Look, we'll put up a new poll.
It was we are attractive. We are basically the Sitch and Adam Chan versions that Sammy G draws.
Yeah.
And we go to high school, a YouTube high school. It's like a slice of life comedy anime trope comic where all the other YouTubers are all attractive high school students. Right. And every conflict we have on YouTube is played through the lens of being like, this ridiculous anime high school where all the YouTubers are attractive girls.
Where's the time travel though?
There's no time travel.
Oh man, boring.
I mean, okay, there could be time travel in an issue of it where it transforms us to being men and we're disgusted that we're men all of a sudden. So we can incorporate that idea.
There we
go. Boring.
Now that's a story I want to hear.
Yeah. So And I had this whole idea that it was gonna like the first issue was gonna be, you know, we were gonna have a Quackademic agent was going to be
Oh,
very
man.
upset about
Tomboy abs.
Tomboy, yeah, was going to be very upset about like tomboy abs, and Quackademic Agent would be like the TradCon girl, and then we find out that Quackademic Agent is secretly lusting after tomboy abs. And
Oh,
has a
yeah.
secret tomboy abs girlfriend. So
Let's
So
devote
if-
a whole issue to
Yes.
Quackademic Agent.
If
I
it's
think it would
all
be funny.
if it's
Go
all
ahead.
gender bent YouTubers,
Yes.
what would you draw Philosophy Tube as?
I know,
Because
that's
it's a hate
immediately,
crime
but
to go one way.
that's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
that's a good point. That's a
I
good point.
immediately
Yeah,
thought that, yeah.
that's a good point.
That's fraught. But if
Well,
you
no,
don't
so
include
Philosophy
Philosophy Tube, that's a hate crime.
Right. Well, no, Philosophy Tube would have to be a trans man in that context, right?
Oh, yeah.
So.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That. Yep. Fair enough.
Needs more time travel, Sitch. We'll work.
We can have time travel in it. First, I was gonna have CT be our gym coach for some reason.
Oh, really?
Like the gym coach that gives everyone a hard time.
Kirk McGurk, is that it?
What?
McGurk?
Coach McGurk? No, I did not.
Coach
Okay, no.
McGurk?
CT would still be a girl or a woman because she'd be an adult in the comic. I was not envisioning CT as Coach McGurk.
Coach
No.
McGurk is great. What are you talking about?
No. She would no. That's wrong.
I want the Coach McGurk
No.
CT. Do the little glasses? Here, where's Coach McGurk?
No,
Look, I'll
Sargon
draw
would
it
be
right up.
Sargon would be a schoolmate. Everyone would be a schoolmate.
Coach McGurk.
Tumungo for 2 Canadians says, when is Dick Masterson coming on? A-Team rules. S-Class sucks.
Woo! Dick Masterson. I mean, Dick Masterson will come on. We had like scheduling conflicts on the Sunday show because he has his show on Sunday as well.
Right.
So I tried to set it up a couple of times and it didn't work out for what was going on. So,
Right.
but hopefully soon. I mean, we should try to get him on a Tuesday show is what we should do
Yeah.
when he doesn't have his show.
Yes, in the comic, it's an all-girls school, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an all-girls nudist school.
Okay, let's not get it.
Oh, wait. It's an all...
This just took a turn.
It's a nudist college. There,
Okay.
look, I fixed it.
Thank you. There you
Okay,
go.
that's better.
I
Yeah.
fixed it. It's
3x3
called Barely Legal University.
Oh my god. Disavow.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. That joke was so good. I just could not make it. I mean,
3x3 Nilo for $2 says, or you could just recommend a good pro FBI book. There you go. I don't have any.
okay.
The Sacred NT for £5 says, first time chatter, long time viewer. Your videos get me through long shifts at work. Say hello to future me. Hello.
Hello.
Glad we could help.
Hello.
God, we can help. Todd Sullivan, thanks so much for being a free leader for 10 months. Says, thanks for the inflation, California. True.
Did we do it?
We did.
The Silicon Valley Bank situation is deflationary, though. Obviously, if the Fed takes those assets, then the taxpayer would make the interest that the bank was supposed to make. So, yeah, that would reduce the deficit for those deficit hawks.
Iverson Getorix for $10 says, regarding Wicked Supreme's idea that you can achieve goals with a light touch, Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals is an instruction guide on how to take advantage of societies that care for the weak. And for another $10, he says, malicious people feign weakness to access benefits and run propaganda campaigns to convince everyone of their supposed weakness, regardless of the institutions they control directly or indirectly. That's a great point.
Yeah,
Very true.
Great point. Yeah.
that's why victim is so good on your resume.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. It's a gameable system.
Yep.
True. Sammy G is very excited for this gender bent YouTube.
Can I make an appearance in the gender bent
Of course.
comic?
Of course.
Just one panel.
You can make an appearance. You know
I feel
who's
like
gonna
I'd-
be our father in the comic is obviously gonna be J-Man.
Of course, yeah.
There you go.
Sammy G helped me out with some of the panels in the comic in Supervillains Anonymous. Some of her
Nice.
work has actually stayed in the comic, though.
Yes.
I don't have to credit her for that stuff, right? I mean, I get to take credit for. I mean, I did some drawing on top of it and moved it around on the page and stuff. So I feel like I earned credit, although I'm technically ruining it by mentioning that she did it now. So
True.
There's also I think one panel that CT did like way back when that's still in the comic and
Nice.
and I mean I made it better, but it's relatively unmolested. So but how do I mean I need to obviously I want to credit them in that, but I mean I need to find a really really tiny font style, and I want to credit them like somewhere hidden in the panels so nobody sees it.
Just like written in the clouds in like the back of a panel somewhere.
Yeah. That's
No. It's written like very tinily in the space between panels.
Look,
like, you know, CT worked on this panel.
John,
Or
you're
it
an
is
artist.
part of the panel. It's so small that like you can't really tell that it's actually part of the line that makes
There
up the
you go.
panel.
Oh, that's
There
a
you
good
go.
idea. That's a great idea. John, you're an artist, so you're used to stealing from other artists. What do you do?
That's
in
all I
these-
do.
How do you handle these situations?
When someone gives me a great idea and I do not want them to reap the benefits,
Yeah, that's
Well-
exactly what I'm talking about here. You speaking my language.
I mean, there's a couple different ways they do it in the music industry. Are you familiar with contract law? So
No, what's that?
you can really just make sure you're finding people who are naive and optimistic and very talented.
We're talking about Sammy G and CT
Okay.
here.
She might not be-
They're like naive and optimistic, like twins.
Yeah. Yeah, you want people who are super easy to take advantage of, do not have the wherewithal to be, to notice that all of their rights are being taken from them.
Okay. Yeah. This is
Get
good.
them into a real bad situation legally, and then just exploit their creative output for your own benefit.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, no, it's very lucrative. I can hook you up with some good lawyers.
You know the best thing about it is they're both
I don't.
women.
So
I
you
get
actually-
to
Oh my
take,
God.
I get to take advantage of women at the same time. It doesn't get any better than
There you
that.
go. Sammy says,
Two birds or something.
I really didn't draw that much. Just claim it, Adam. Women's work doesn't count. There you go.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Though
Someone
I think
asked-
scamming. Sorry.
I was gonna say, someone asked if Doomer would be in the comic. Obviously, Doomer will be in the gender bent comic as a tsundere girl who is completely obsessed with me, but won't admit it. And she would have little, like, the little animal ear headphones that people wear, and it'll have the little stoat ears on it. So
We have to have Doomer in like every single panel, like way off in the distance,
background,
at
staring.
you lovingly. Yeah.
yes.
With his little paws up under his chin with his big eyes. Oh my God, Sitch.
Look, this comic writes itself. Okay,
Holy cow.
amazing. Grendel Vivats for $5 says FDIC limit was set in 1933, which is approximately $5,627,884.62 in today's dollars. Compromise position ? Okay. 3x3 Nilo for $5 says government regulation creates environments for wolves to feed, i.e., the housing crash. Nothing new will be done here. Sheep always get fleeced.
That's where my head goes essentially with that stuff. But once again, I don't really understand the ins and outs and the details.
Well,
but
mhm.
that's
I
my
think
fear with the proposals that I'm hearing.
I think the problem isn't, I don't think government regulation creates environments for wolves to feed. I think the environment creates environments for wolves to feed. I think reality itself creates situations for wolves to feed because wolves are always looking to feed. So if you had no government regulation, the wolves would be feeding just as much, if not more. And then when you have regulation, the wolves figure out ways to feed in those regulatory bodies,
Well,
or in those regulatory systems.
the two are not mutually exclusive because I agree with you that the nature of reality is, yeah, the situation is that wolves will feed. And I guess the idea is that we create legislation and rules that minimize the amount that wolves feed on the sheep.
That's the hope.
Yeah,
right?
that's the hope. And obviously, you can have like you can create rules that incentivize wolfishness, and you can have
Right.
rules that don't incentivize it. And it's like it's hard to tell where to draw the line of, okay, are we making it better or worse than it would be without any rules whatsoever?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did you hear that massive accident? Wormy tried to jump on my shelf.
I heard that, but I didn't know what was happening.
So this table here that I draw on is like a standing table or sitting table. It goes up and down. And Wormy has, when it's up, he jumps across to the shelf, but it's all the way down now. And he's like thinking,
He doesn't realize that the landscape has changed.
yeah, exactly. He does, like he thinks, oh, I've done this before, but it's like, ah!
I
So
love
he's basically like hanging on the shelf.
That's so awesome.
And then he fell down and he had a sneezer. I thought he was going to die. Jeez.
Oh my god.
What a stupid cat. Wormy rides the short bus. So just so you know.
CT drew this picture of me saying, I don't make things weird. I am weird.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do
I
like
mean,
weird
true.
people.
True. That is true. Hammerman 502 for $2 says, how does MMT address Hauser's law?
I'm not familiar with that law.
Yeah, I don't know what Hauser's law is.
Hauser's law is the empirical observation that in the United States, federal tax revenue since World War II has always been approximately 19.5% of GDP, regardless of wide fluctuations in the marginal tax rate.
Well, I mean, I conceptualize why people worry about debt to GDP in a completely different way. I mean, I don't know anything about Hauser, so I don't know. The productivity that we had back then, you got to admit, is like minuscule compared to the productivity we have now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this. So it is interesting if it's been about the same regardless of, policy. It'd be interesting why that's occurring, but
Well, it could be deliberate.
I doubt it. But Andrew Clark for $2 says, I hate how everyone assumes everyone is projecting. I mean, that is true. Whenever someone talks about projection, they're projecting. Except for me.
Yes.
So
True.
Someone brought this up that you guys talked to. Oh, I don't remember. RBGH fam for $10 says A-Team reigns supreme. Bleh. While Sitch sits in a circle naked with Mitch McConnell, Dianne Feinstein, and Nancy Pelosi, thinking only the wrinkles he sees exist, the others are conspiracy wrinkles. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, man. Someone's finally attacking you, Sitch. Look, you broke the fan base with your last live stream.
Good. Things need to be shooken up a little, right?
Shake the box. That's a Trump thing.
Shake the box. Metard did this meme. In the first panel, we have a nurse saying, what recurring mental illness
A nurse.
you have?
It's Ann Perkins. A
Yeah,
nurse.
It is.
I don't know. Was this from
Parks and
what show?
Rec?
Oh,
I've never seen Parks and Rec.
it's so good.
It is amazing. I'm glad to hear you say that, John.
Saying, what recurring mental illnesses you have in your friend group? And then there's me with CT behind me saying, I have a friend who keeps sending super chats. Pretty accurate. I love that little drawing too. The little Sitch and CT drawing.
Yeah, it's great.
Those are great.
Wow.
Oh, what is Parks and Rec on? How do I watch this? Do I have to get Hulu?
I think
don't
I
have
watched it
Hulu.
on Netflix.
I don't have Hulu. It's like the one thing I don't have. It's annoying.
I said Netflix.
I don't think it's on Netflix. I think you're lying.
It was when I watched it. Look, Netflix
Yeah, but
was
these
all
things.
Netflix was all I had when I watched it. Oh God, it's on Peacock now. Please.
Well, okay, that'll definitely not going to see if it's on Peacock.
Oh God, no. No.
It is no longer on Netflix.
Because I heard Netflix was losing a bunch of stuff because everybody's doing their own streaming service now. So they're like, no, that's our TV show. We're going to get rich streaming.
True.
Look, the last thing, everyone's cutting the cord on cable, and now it's going to be the same thing with all these streaming services.
It's just new cable.
Yep.
It sucks. You can't get away from cable without spending $200. So now you're gonna have to spend $200.
Maybe that's what
these
entertainment
services.
costs. It's like $10 seems pretty cheap for the amount of entertainment you get with like old Netflix subscriptions. That always seemed to me to be way undervalued.
True, but like 90% of it's garbage. So
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Well, let me say 98% of it's garbage.
Yeah.
The Netflix. I mean, they have those animated series though. The Love and Robots is like amazing. So
is it though?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So never mind.
I
Parks
agree.
and Rec
CT
you
says
can't watch.
that's how you get pirating, and that is also true.
True.
They push it too far, I think.
Yeah.
There's too many different ones. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Beast Keown for $10 says, Sitch, do you think that the unelected officials in the ATF should be creating and enforcing those created gun laws? Why giving you an opportunity to not glow? I don't even understand this question.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Do you think that unelected officials in the ATF should be creating and enforcing those created gun laws? I don't even understand what that means.
Well, I like
those
the
created
glowing
part is confusing, but I think I get what
The
you
ATF
mean.
doesn't create, wouldn't be creating. Like if there's a law that's passed that requires enforcement, and it would be under the ATF jurisdiction to enforce it, then they would. I don't understand what you're asking.
And it would be created by lawmakers who were elected. So
ATF makes rules that weren't made by Congress. Okay. So the things that I was suggesting should be passed by Congress. I definitely don't think the things I was suggesting should be passed by an executive regulation. I don't think that would be appropriate. If that's what the question was, then yeah, it should be legislation, not some executive branch doing it.
That should say Super Cats with the image that's up there right now. But then it just got covered.
Oh yeah.
It was the kitty. Anyways.
Darth Kitty. This meme is pretty hilarious. This is like a 40K, right? Sitch going full legalist after Adam pisses in the shower.
True. We have to stop the heretics.
Am I dead in this? And I'm like, my blood is.
I mean, you're gonna be.
Where am I in this?
You're the army I'm trying to destroy. Obviously.
Oh, okay.
Thoth made this.
The army of shower peers.
Thank you, Thoth.
Because according to the poll, there is like an army. We got like Russian numbers on you. It's like Russia versus Ukraine with the peers in the shower against the non-peers.
I think I'm gonna have to take Hex's wrench away. He trolls way too much to be a moderator.
Oh, what is he doing?
I don't know. He's just always being a shithead.
But is he banning? Is he banning people, or is he just being?
No, it's just annoying me.
Oh,
that's all that really matters, right?
Hex has annoyed me in the past, but I mean,
see, be careful, Hex.
Look, you
might lose your little wrench.
That's a warning shot.
Yeah.
You pull whoever's wrench you feel needs, Sitch. Obviously, look, I got your back. Okay.
Thank you.
If you feel anyone is out of line, you ban those fuckers from the chat.
I don't know. I don't want to ban Hex.
Oh, look, eye rolls. Look, he's taunting you. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just spit in your face, Sitch. Did you see that? Look, it says eye rolls. Eye rolls. Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
This is getting brutal here. What will he type next?
Well, it's funny. So Nilo just said I am.
Oh my god.
Nilo just said I'm fickle and petty. I was about to read your super chat. Let's see what it's about. 3x3x Nilo for $5 says, what is more dangerous? you capturing audiences or you being subject to audience capture. Please go on antagonizing your chat. I won't go anywhere. Well, thank you. Hello.
Oh, that is great.
Thank you. I will continue to be fickle.
That's 3X Nilo?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he was kind of brutal in the comments, but I mean, I felt like it was.
Well, then no, fuck you, 3X. Well, here. Why don't you come on stream on Thursday and
look? I could be
express your problem.
The comments were overwhelmingly negative towards Sitch for a change, which I was happy about because I wasn't.
Yeah, but here's the thing that annoys me is I feel like 99% of the comments are people just hallucinating some position I don't have.
Right. But I just...
So that's why I want people to come on to tell me they're...
Well, I don't want to...
Well, you said this. And I'm saying, I didn't say that. What are you fucking talking about?
I could be wrong about it being 3X Nilo. Because I read all the comments, so I get people mixed up. So he might have been just fine. I don't remember. But I mean, we could always pull up the comments. So
I named a price. It was rejected. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
John Masters for $5 says, I missed the last meeting for conservatives against Sitch. What are we supposed to be seething at you for? Well, you'll have to watch last Sunday, John. Because because I didn't mindlessly, like a zombie, buy the narrative that the FBI gaslit Twitter into getting rid of the Hunter Biden laptop story. So
there he goes again.
There it is.
With the mindless.
Mindless, because I don't mindlessly parrot some narrative talking point with no evidence.
Well, I mean, you mindlessly sent for the FBI, though. That's what they would say.
I'm not even defending the FBI. I'm saying there's no evidence of an accusation. I'm not defending the FBI.
The thing people were saying in the comments is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, which I remember from the old atheist days. Because that's true. Just because there's not evidence doesn't mean...
That would be an amazing claim. If that's why I'm so glad in our conversation you said that, and I said, you're right.
The wink, yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, I said, you're right. But that's not the problem is that the conversation, the right-wing narrative currently about it isn't, well, this should be investigated. We don't know. That's not the narrative. The narrative is, as we saw from all the Republican representatives in the fucking thing we watched saying, the Twitter is the arm of the FBI. They totally got you to get the Hunter Biden laptop story. They're making very definitive statements. And then this is what annoys me too, because I posted this on Twitter. I said, it's hilarious to me that the same people who will hear Trump talking about finding votes on a phone call will have infinite amounts of charity defending it. But despite this lack of solid evidence, they know that the FBI gaslit Twitter into censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story.
And how many people hated that tweet?
And so it got decent likes, but a lot of people who responded, it was literally, I shit you not, this happened like 10 times. This is why I want to have the conversation on Thursday. Every single person that responded to this angrily had literally the same response. They said, what are you talking about, Sitch? We have evidence that the FBI told them to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. And I'd say, well, what's the evidence? And then there'd be a long pause. And they'd be like, look, the FBI gaslit Twitter maybe by having these hack and leak operate. I'm like, wait a minute. You said they had direct evidence. Now all of a sudden you're walking this back to like, well, I mean, they warned them about a potential hack and leak, right? Isn't that direct evidence? No, it's fucking not. Get the fuck out of here. And you know it's not. It's such a walk back. It's annoying. It's annoying, Adam. It's annoying.
I love it. Well, because most of the time I just, look, I don't think it's fair. People attack me all the time in the comments because they know I read the comments.
Right.
So, look, it's like I got a vacation for a week.
There you go. There you go.
But I get it. I totally get it.
I don't care. Listen, if people want to disagree, that's fine. It just don't misrepresent my position. That's what's the annoying part.
Oh, I know.
It's like, holy shit, it's wild.
When people misrepresent my position, it's just,
that's what's
so painful because it's like, you're not even trying to understand my position.
That's not that. It's just like, if they're, if this is what's annoying about it. If it's just some like asshole person on the left who's super woke, and they just misrepresent my position. I'm like, whatever, fuck them. I don't care. If people are supposed to like us, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, can't you give us can't you listen to what I said or give me some fucking ounce of charity if you're like a fan? Like, I don't know. That's what annoys me. It's like, geez,
Yeah.
feels like a betrayal.
Sometimes they feel like they can go harder at us because
I don't
they
go
are
hard,
fans.
but like represent what I'm fucking saying.
I gave Wormy the elevator now.
There you go.
He's going up to the top here. He loves it. Now he can reach a shelf. He'll be safe.
Ostracy for $5 says, Sitch, with you and the Twitter files is a nothing burger comment. Oh, Ostracy. How dare you? To some, and not to me, it gives the same vibe as David Smith saying Putin bad butts. Yeah, those people are fucking retarded. It doesn't even make sense. I don't even understand how you could come to that conclusion. Anyone that thinks I said the Twitter files are a nothing burger is delusional. I literally don't understand how anyone could think I've ever said that. Every time we've talked about it, I've said the same thing like a million times. So
someone else commented that they had some kind of Slack channel set up between the FBI and people at Twitter that were self-deleting. Do you know anything about that, or is that true? Or
well, I don't know if it's true or not. Jim Jordan made some comment about that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he made a comment about that. I never looked to see if that was true or not.
I mean, Sitch and I have a Slack channel.
That still wouldn't explain why no one ever brought it up in any of the internal messages between the Twitter employees.
Do you have a take on the Twitter files, John? So we can get you in trouble too. There's no reason you should be able to escape from this.
I really shouldn't get out of this scot-free, should I? Well, the Twitter files came out after I was banned, but I did try and follow some of the discourse around it. And I haven't heard you guys talk about it much. I can only vaguely remember one time, and I think it was like the first drop. And I remember, to the degree that I remember,
called it a nothing burger.
I don't remember Sitch being very impressed with it. Now I might be misremembering it, and once again, that was just like the one time I remember hearing you guys talk about it was the first drop. But it's the kind of thing where like I feel like I need to actually go through and read a ton of articles, and
it's boring.
I don't really have the time or inclination for that in my life right now. So I've kind of stayed away from feeling like I have a strong opinion on what really was indicated by those files being released. But it wouldn't surprise me if there was a lot of inappropriate relationships going on between Twitter and the government. But I don't know if that's really been borne out significantly by those files as much as people make it out to be, because I know people really want it to be true, which makes me hesitant to buy a lot of the discourse around it.
Well, basically, the guys at the FBI called up Jack and said, "Listen, you're going to get rid of Trump, or we're going to fucking shut you down."
Yeah.
No, that didn't happen.
There you go. It wasn't a nothing burger.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. And then that's what Sitch called a nothing burger, if I remember correctly.
No,
this is a nothing burger.
Well, no, so the problem is that the biggest part of impropriety between the government and Twitter, it was on COVID stuff, which, the anti-COVID people care about. But that doesn't really fixate on the Hunter Biden laptop story, which is what everyone on the right was jonesing for.
Yeah.
So, and it's funny because I've literally always said I don't agree with them trying to censor the COVID stuff. But that obviously gets lost because no one cares about the COVID stuff. All they care about is the Hunter Biden laptop. I remember that the first time we talked about it was after, I believe, the first or second Twitter files dropped, and I said something along the lines of, from what Matt put out in the first Twitter files, it doesn't show that there was no evidence that the government was involved in the Hunter Biden laptop story, but it showed that Twitter was very, very biased internally by their own left-wing bias. And then, then it was also, I think the first time we streamed about it was after Barry Weiss Twitter files dropped. And I said, to me, that was even more egregious than the first Twitter files. It was hers, which was basically showing how Twitter had a massive left-wing bias and was shadow banning all these, right wing, anti woke accounts and not informing them and not telling them about it. So
Okay.
that's
'Cause-
what we talked about the first time.
Like, my impression from the people I saw talking about the Twitter files was that there was direct contact between some arm of the American government and Twitter regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. But
that's the
is
problem.
Not...
That's exactly the problem.
Yeah.
That's everyone's
So you're saying
impression.
that is
that
there
literally
is no evidence
never
for that.
happens.
Okay.
That never happened. That's the problem. Everyone has that impression because all the commentators on the right, basically they either say that directly and are wrong, or they make people feel like that impression.
They infer it.
Yeah, they infer it. And that
hard.
never happened.
I think. Well, no, I'm pretty sure I've heard most of them say it explicitly, like way past inference.
Well, what they probably said was that there is evidence of the government contacting Twitter to remove other things, and then that gets conflated into the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Right.
So. But please stop confusing evidence for proof. There's evidence. What Sitch asked for is proof. Okay, fair enough. But I'm using the term evidence colloquially, not in a legal sense. So
fair.
Fondue for $5 says Vaush was having a black pill debate today. Didn't watch all of it, but his argument was that everything would be better if more people were LGBT. There you go.
Yeah, he said, I listened to a little of it before the show, and he said that women need to stop gatekeeping sex so much. That's like a verbatim quote.
Swordmaiden, why don't you come on this Thursday and we can talk about this? Because obviously I completely disagree with you. So
I have a thought that I kind of wanted to run past you guys actually in regard to
women gatekeeping sex or
no, gender abolitionism. Because I almost consider myself a gender abolitionist, but not the way that Vaush does.
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot lately about the way that gender and sex get used interchangeably when they mean, at this point, very, very different things. And that, to me, seems like something that might be worth kind of changing, at least for myself, and I think other people that think about these things the way I do, might be worth changing the language that we use. Like, I don't know if I want to use the word even gender dysphoria. I feel like I should be referring to it as sex dysphoria, because gender means to some of the population just like it means male or female, but to other parts of the population it means there's 5,000 different ones. And I feel like that code switching muddies the waters so much, especially when you're having conversations around these topics. And if you just refer to sex instead of gender when sex would do, it clears up so much of the confusion in my mind.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Like,
why do we use that word?
Yeah, I mean, when people talk about gender dysphoria, I think about the sex stereotypes, because it's like, is gender dysphoria kind of like it's feeling wrong as the stereotypical male or stereotypical female? Is that what's going on?
There's two things that are happening.
Yeah.
Part of the reason that they don't use the term sex, even though you're right, that'd be more accurate, is because the term transsexual had a negative connotation to it, because that used to be the term before transgender.
Oh, wow.
So
that's a great
just
reason.
Sounds nicer. So that's the first reason. The second reason is because
that's a charitable way to assume that reason in the way I see it.
Well, I'm just saying why it happened. I'm not saying it's a good reason. I'm just saying that was
no.
Why it happened. But the second reason is because the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, they have a very specific and different definitions of sex and gender than anyone else use. So when they say sex, they basically just mean your reproductive organs, and when they say gender, they mean everything else, including your perceived lived role in society as a man or a woman. So from their definitions, transgender makes sense, but that conflicts with kind of the colloquial way that people talk about gender.
Yeah. Well, that to me presents a huge problem when you're talking about things like transgenderism, which I would just call I guess I would call transsexualism.
Yes.
And to me, it just it opens up the it opens up way more confusion than is necessary. And like, I don't know if it's the same way in America, but in Canada, most of the forms you fill out, government or otherwise, they don't ask for your sex, they ask for your gender. But and sometimes they literally just list like male or female, which is like, okay, well, that's neither of those are genders by most people's estimation.
Right.
So why aren't we using the word sex there? I feel like we need to, what's the right way to say it? I feel like it would be useful for most people in society to have it reinforce to them that these are two different concepts and they are not interchangeable with the way they're being used today.
Right.
And
I would imagine that
Sorry,
if you see a form that says gender on it and then it has two options, that's probably because I don't know when this happened, but there was some time period, probably American Canadian history, where just a lot of forms used the word gender instead of sex because they did mean them interchangeably. And gender just sounds nicer because it doesn't have, the connotation of sex in it.
Yep.
So,
which I think at this point we need to
right.
Well, I would advocate for that going back to calling it sex, because it's kind of like a Trojan horse, and that they get a lot of gender ideology through the door because people view it as an innocuous term when in so many cases it turns out not to be.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But
that's a problem.
So like, I think one of the problems in my mind is like it is obviously a touchy subject when you say like, well, I don't believe in transgenderism, or I don't believe in gender dysphoria or things like that. There's, that's ripe for people to be very upset about those kinds of things. But to me, it seems like not only reasonable, but almost like imperative that we separate out these terms if we want to actually figure out what the heck to do about the very real problems that we're facing in that realm.
Agree.
But yeah, I don't know. That's something I was talking to P.F. Jung about recently as well. He had some interesting points. I've been trying to puzzle that out, whether or not I should use the word gender ever. Or if I believe in it as a concept.
Maybe not, yeah.
Then you can't say trans. Well, I guess you could just say trans. You can't say transgender.
I would say trans, but also it's like, why can't I say transsexual? Because some people think that sounds offensive. I guess.
Yeah, look, I'm with
like
you.
that rule.
But this is the kind of thing Sitch gets up. He's like, oh my God, people are gonna misunderstand.
I don't wait. I don't care if someone says transsexual. I'm just saying that was why the term changed. It had some negative connotation to it.
No, that makes sense.
So,
but you understand that he's going to get called a transphobic bigot. Oh my God, you used the wrong word. Holy cow.
CT for 2 Canadians says, is the Cybertruck cool the new third question?
Look, there
should be the third question.
It should definitely be the third question.
There are no
Cybertruck cool.
There are no more questions.
There's no more.
Oh, do you guys not do the questions anymore?
No. I mean, if you want to volunteer, if you're like old school.
Adam didn't like the questions anymore.
I think
he always blames it on
Little
me,
Duck's POV.
Based. Wait, Little Duck's POV? Wait.
Isn't that the question? No, sorry, Little Horses is what I meant. Not the big
Can
duck.
you beat a horse-sized duck in a fight?
Absolutely not.
Okay. No.
Well, you're Canadian, so that makes sense.
Well, the first one is Are Owls Real, though, isn't it?
Are owls
is that
birds?
I remember the old questions, I think. I'm responding
Are
to the
owls
wrong
birds?
questions.
Yes.
Owls are birds, yes, 100%.
Are sharks fish?
No, absolutely not.
What are
Wrong!
they? Wait, what are they?
I don't know. I guess they're probably fish. But I'm just I'm trying to let my elephant respond, and my elephant said no, they're not fish. But
Adam ruined
logically,
it. He gave you the answer. I was very curious as to what you were going to say they were.
Well, no, I know they're not mammals, and I'm like, is there like a third option out here?
Yeah,
they're monsters. They're sea monsters.
That's why it's such a good question, because you're like, wait a minute.
It feels wrong. Yeah.
It feels like they're not fish, but they are.
Yeah.
It's a trick question.
It's not really a trick. It's like a fake trick question.
And then you already answered the POV question.
I guess a fake trick question is still a trick question.
Right.
If I was meant to be on YouTube, I would like just fight for my original position, even when I realized I was wrong. That would mean I was a true YouTuber, but
true.
I think I'm not cut out for this game.
Sharks aren't actually fish; they're their own class. Oh, is that true? Well, then maybe we're wrong.
No.
Well, isn't that part of the class that are fish?
He's messing with you. They're fish.
They're fish. I'm gonna
So-
say they're fish for the sake of argument. How about that?
There's fish. Look, there's only fish.
There's only fish in the sea.
Everything
that's
is
true.
fish.
There's no.
Are turtles fish?
Oh
No, turtle.
You're
What are
right.
turtles?
Reptiles. Sharks are fish.
Okay,
Fuck
yeah.
out of here.
Yeah,
Noah says sharks are fish. You fucking troll.
they're gaslighting you.
Yeah, fuck you. Get out of here. That was a good guess. That was a good. Sharks are class cool.
Yeah, sharks are cool.
Sharks could be mollusks.
They're
That's
based.
true. They could be. They could be.
Did you know octopus are mollusks?
I did know that. Yes. Or
That's
yeah, they're
news to me.
cephalopods. They're not Are the cephalopods mollusks? Are they different?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's a descendant. I guess you're right. They are cephalopods. They're a descendant of a mollusk though.
Right.
Have you watched the documentary about the octopus? The guy who swims with the
No.
octopus every
The
day.
octopus wife. whatever.
What is that documentary called?
Octopus
Oh my God.
husband. Isn't that what it's called? Octopus lover or something like that.
Octopus
My octopus
documentary.
fuck buddy.
I watched this documentary and my God.
Octopus teacher. Thank you, Zero Fuck.
The octopus teacher. This documentary.
What's it about?
It's about a
It's about
guy
octopus.
who makes friends with an octopus. This documentary will turn you into like a sniveling little schoolgirl. It's so
Just ripe for the manga.
sad and heart-wrenching. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, it's crazy.
Sharks are a group of elasmobranch fish characterized by having a cartilaginous skeleton. So people are saying they're not fish because they don't have bones. Wrong. They are fish. They are a special type of fish, but they are fish. Get fucked. Okay. Get out of here.
Settled.
Settled.
this?
Sharks, fish.
and done. Fish. Confirmed.
Gavel.
Fish.
Who said this? Cosmically Triggered said, just started today's stream. I downloaded Briggs's Minecraft Yourself song before it got yeeted. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, nice.
He's got a
There's-
copy of it.
There's a full version of the song. I don't know if you've heard it, Adam. I was gonna make a music video for it. I still might, but I made like a full 3-minute version. It's pretty good.
Oh, I'll
you guys
add
are
it
interested-
to my personal playlist.
To your
obviously.
workout mix.
Look, I
don't-
love that. Whenever I get in a fight with my wife, I can put it on.
Oh
She'll
my
love
God.
it.
Oh my God.
You know the chorus is,
I
delete
remember I heard
yourself,
some-
right?
Yes.
I think Sitch saw it. I was
Yeah,
so
I saw
sad.
the full version because I remember listening to the version that didn't have a music video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that video was blowing up on Twitter. I was so excited. That was like the first time I've gone like viral
Because it was amazing.
because it was so sick.
Yeah.
I was so
sad.
sad when I tried to log on and
That's so
You've been
bullshit,
banned.
Yeah.
It was the best because I mean
You
it
should
was
see
a
if you can get
catchy
your account
song.
back now that Elon's back.
well, no, I can get it back at any time. I just have to delete the video and admit I did something wrong, and
Mhm.
I'm being an idiot and taking a stand, which I probably
You
shouldn't.
should do that and then you re-upload it, but just change the lyrics a little bit.
It's well, I even sent Adam the censored version where I just bleep out the word kill,
Mhm.
right.
and it's just not as fun.
It's not.
It really
Obviously.
takes the shock value out of it. I've had a lot of conversations actually with like family and friends of mine about that video, and a lot of them were very concerned that I like could somehow actually be encouraging people to
Look, the
Minecraft.
song is so
Right.
cool. I
thought it was-
man, I really want to delete myself after this song just because it makes it sound very cool.
Mhm.
But I really hope that that's not the case. Obviously,
Right.
I thought it was very obviously satirical, but I don't
I
know.
mean, it's weird because it does one of the charming things about it is it's a very happy song, aesthetically.
Yeah.
It's very upbeat. It's the kind of song you'd be dancing to.
Yeah, I posted the link to it in the Rumble, in the chat. I have it on Rumble.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I don't know if links work. But if anyone wants to check it out. But
Links do work.
one of the things I was trying to parody, I don't know if you guys find this frustrating or if you've noticed this as well, but in modern pop music, there's so much like mental health songs that get made, and they're all so trite and just like, in my opinion at least, don't take the issue seriously at all, and it drives me insane. The lyrics are just so fluffy. And so that was one of the things I was trying to parody with the song, because I'm just so sick of that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I think that makes the turn in the chorus hit even better, because it starts out really sweet and nice and toothless.
What are some of these mental health songs? Because is it like Morrissey and the Smiths or the Cure?
No. It's like it's 16-year-old girls who get famous on TikTok and then start making songs.
Melanie Martinez,
like, I don't know.
I think she has a song that's like about mental health.
I don't know if I've heard hers. The one I'm thinking of is one of the D'Amelio sisters. And then I think like who's the crazy, she was a girl, then she was a non-binary, Demi Lovato. Now she's a girl again.
Oh yeah, Demi Lovato.
She has songs about mental health, and like, to me, all of them just come across as just not taking it seriously at all. And that to me is really I get triggered.
That's ironic, because Demi Lovato definitely has mental health issues. So if anyone should take,
I'm not saying these people don't suffer from mental health issues.
if anyone
I just don't think they have the sophistication to be writing songs about it, in my opinion.
If anyone should be taking it seriously, it should be Demi Lovato. Oh.
CT just put in the chat that Bo Burnham has a "Kill Yourself" song. I wonder is he allowed to post that? If I got banned and he didn't, that's probably fair. He's huge. But
we went and saw Melanie Martinez, my wife and I mean, it was kind of, I got to admit, it was very strange. She had a stage performance so she has a bunch of maybe 20 somethings that are dancing along, and one of the songs, they all come out in like diapers.
She's a very strange artist.
Yeah. So they're doing like the diaper baby. I'm going.
I think some of the stuff she does is really cool,
okay.
but it's not my taste.
Yeah.
And it's a little out there.
Oh, her music's great. What are you talking about? You don't like her?
You guys rather fight a duck-sized shark or a horse-sized octopus?
Sitch, we're talking about art here.
No one cares about that.
We're talking about, the immune system for society.
Do you want to fight a duck-sized shark or a horse-sized octopus?
Let's see, a horse.
I'd say a horse-sized octopus. Wait, on land or in water?
A horse-sized octopus than a duck-sized shark.
That is insane.
Actually, wait, that's insane.
What are you talking?
What am I
octopus
talking
have like beaks. They have like bird beaks.
Well,
I just thought it would be like, it'd be on land, so it would just be like flopping.
Oh no, in the water, yeah.
Okay, no. I'm gonna take the duck-sized shark.
You're dead. You're already dead.
Correct.
You've decided incorrectly.
Yeah.
You've lost your life.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
So sorry.
I chose so wrong that I don't get the chance to hit undo.
The duck-sized
That's
shark. I'm admitting that's a little scary.
You're gonna walk away injured, but you'll walk away.
Yeah.
Some away. Yeah.
Tell me, does a duck
catastrophic
size...
error on my part.
Yes.
Look, before I make a decision, before I make like a firm decision here, I want to know, does a duck-sized shark have the personality of like a large-sized shark, like a regular size shark?
It's a duck-sized tiger shark.
Is it hungry?
Sure.
Well, wait, tiger sharks are pussies.
I thought, what's the ones that are really aggressive?
The great white.
No. There's another one
That's
like
racist.
that.
Really?
It's like the blue fin shark. I don't know. Some of the deep ocean sharks are like really hyper aggressive.
Such as like, it's a hammerhead.
I don't remember.
I don't even think hammerheads have mouths.
What?
I'm fighting the duck-sized hammerhead shark.
They don't have. How do they eat?
I think Adam's a hammerhead shark truther. He's under the impression they don't have mouths.
They don't have mouths, and they're free. You can just take them from the park.
Yeah.
That's where
no one's gonna stop you.
Oh, mako sharks. Those are the
bull shark. Maybe I'm
ones.
thinking of the bull shark.
That sounds right.
R-worded
Bull
got
shark
it right.
sounds right.
Bull shark, yeah.
Makos are indeed the scary sharks.
Shark with the big sonos. You know what the derpiest shark is? The goblin shark. Have you seen that guy?
Yeah, that thing looks fucked.
It looks fucking stupid. I did a report on the goblin shark in second grade just based on how stupid it looked.
The goblin shark, huh?
It looks so dumb.
I'll bring up a photo, guys.
I mean, it looks
Oh,
like terrifying. I wouldn't want to fight it.
Wait
but
a second
it's
here.
So stupid.
It'd
mean,
be pretty
this is-
embarrassing to die from a goblin shark, so I probably wouldn't want to
True.
fight it.
True.
What are you talking about? This thing is scary as hell.
It looks
It
so
looks like a dirt,
derpy.
man.
It looks like a retard
Oh,
among sharks.
trying to find the scariest goblin shark
Okay.
picture I can find.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $10 says, my teenage brother is autistic and my parents are hyper vigilant about teachers teaching trans ideology because people with autism tend to believe authority figures without question. That's a huge concern. That's a good
True.
point.
Ouch, that sucks.
Nicholas Van Neal for 2 months says, my understanding is that most studies on depression are done on women, hence why the prescribed treatments aren't as effective on men. Is that true? I'm not sure if it's true, but it'd be interesting. I know like rates of depression were much higher in women back in the day, so maybe that's why. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Ooh.
that guy looks so dumb.
Imagine that guy taking you out, and then your
I
whole
know.
family knows that that's how you died.
This goofy
Not
looking
worth it.
motherfucker.
I mean, they don't look very big, though. That's the thing.
They're not that big.
Yeah.
They're
But those
so goofy.
teeth. Ugh.
Well, I mean, it is a shark.
Okay.
There's been 0 recorded incidents of fatal goblin shark attacks on humans.
And you'd be the first.
You'd be the first, yeah.
Even worse.
Oh, look, here's goblin shark mermaids.
There you go. I don't know what kind of shark. I know when I went to the Galapagos, which is super cool. If you ever have the opportunity or money to go there, I highly recommend it. All the animals are not afraid of people. It's a very bizarre experience. And I remember they had these really cool beaches that we were at. You could like see through like directly at the bottom. And this big ass turtle and shark were like swimming around us. And I was like, should we be worried about this shark?
You're like, I kind of want to look
Yeah,
at
I'd be
the
scared.
turtle, but, you know, the shark is
It didn't
freaking
bother
me out.
us. It just kind of swam around.
Here's,
Just kind of like chilling.
here's a sexy goblin shark for you, Sitch.
What did you Google to find that?
all I Googled was goblin
Oh
shark.
my god.
Sure,
just-
sure. You Googled
Yeah.
sexy goblin shark.
I did
Definitely
not.
wasn't on your desktop.
I did. I
Definitely
guarantee you. Look, all I Googled, I'll screenshot it for you.
No,
all
I don't
Googled,
believe you.
All I Googled was goblin shark, and I was like, oh, that's a slightly attractive goblin
That's
shark.
worse because that means that Google anticipates that
Yeah.
you would look for a sexy goblin shark.
Is that
So
what it's doing?
they automatically got it to you.
How do you know?
Because that's how the algorithm works.
How are there so many half-naked goblin sharks?
I don't know.
Someone in the chat says, or Hayden Dill says, "Oh no, Adam is a scaly now." Is that a thing? People who are attracted to
It's like a
Sharks are
furry, but
scaly?
for things that have scales. Yeah,
yeah. Is that a thing?
That is a thing, yeah.
Scaly, really?
that's what they're called.
I remember. I think one of my first signs that I knew that the LGBTQ plus thing was going off the rails was I think it was 2019. I went to the Pride Parade here in Toronto, and there were 3 separate like groups in the parade that were furries. And like at that time, I wasn't really aware.
no.
I wasn't tuned in to anything that was going on. But even then, I was like, wait, what?
There's enough for 3 different furries.
Yeah, it's like, are these like competing warring factions or something? Like, what is happening here?
What
think that-
distinguished the different groups?
That second one is just
I didn't
a
get close
shark
enough to
animal.
find out. But
It's not a goblin. You didn't want to go up to them and ask them?
no, I kept my distance.
Oh, okay. Okay. I like that we're gonna have forever immortalized. We have
I mean, I was with the
bridges.
scaly group, so there's
Right.
kind of some bad blood
Oh,
there.
okay. So
Yeah.
so your image has forever been permanently etched on YouTube. It's your face next to a scaly shark.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean, I don't know if that's going to be good for me.
That's not a goblin shark. That's just a shark.
Yeah. That's just
Yeah.
a normal sexy shark.
It's just a normal.
Of course,
sexy shark.
of course, normal sharks can be sexy as fuck. We're talking
True.
about goblin sharks, man.
I mean, this
True.
is tagged as a goblin shark, though. So,
It doesn't have the weird nose.
oh my god, it's getting worse.
Oh,
Some
God.
of these I can't bring up because it's just.
What do you? Okay, you're on some porn site.
Wait a
looking- you're
second here.
Trying to find this.
Sharks don't lactate. What is going on
Oh,
here?
really? Sharks don't have boobs? Wow, you just figured that out.
Yeah, this is-
I mean,
Okay.
it's odd to think that whales have boobs, isn't it?
I guess that is true. Yeah, that is true. Wait,
yeah, whales do have boobs, don't
Yeah,
they?
do
they
they or
lactate.
they don't have
Yeah, they
boobs?
do.
They just probably have a nipple somewhere.
Well,
Oh, boobs.
sorry, they have mammaries.
Yeah, they have mammary glands.
Yeah.
I hope that nipple's in an appropriate place because I don't want any.
There you go.
All these.
Sammy G says, "What the fuck did I just come back to?"
Adam, we found out that Adam is a degenerate. That's what you came back to.
Yeah, this stream took a turn, boys.
Adam is browsing for affinity. That's what you found out.
all these tight T-shirts say like Shark Week too.
What are you
Welcome to-
looking up?
welcome
Oh
to
my
Shark.
god.
Welcome to Shark Week.
You didn't just
Yeah.
no one believes that you just typed in goblin shark and were like, oh,
I'm
I
ju-
just found
look,
all these sexy shark girls. It's just,
Don't make me.
how did this happen?
Don't make me.
I didn't find
Screenshot
sexy.
the
I
thing.
googled goblin shark before I said what I said, and there were no sexy goblin sharks. Okay, this
Look,
is,
you know how you go on the
this is some
side.
cope.
You know, you Google goblin shark, right? And you
Yeah.
go down the side, and
Yeah.
you see a slightly attractive goblin shark.
Oh, I see. I
And
don't
then-
see any attractive I clicked
Yes.
goblin shark. There are no attractive goblin sharks. They're all just uggo, derpy goblin sharks.
And
I
the,
just see the
it also-
slutty with
okay.
a come hither look.
I'll
know?
show you the one that began this path.
Okay, show me what began. What was the somewhat sexy goblin shark you first clicked on? That was just a normal goblin shark.
Yeah,
that
what's
led you
this
down
mid
So
sexy?
this one is under just under regular goblin shark. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's
Good.
as soon as you click on this one and you go to
Mhm.
the see more, I mean you're gonna see a lot more.
Okay. I'm curious.
There's
I mean,
a joke to be made about. I wish it was a goblin shark, but I'm not gonna make it.
Oh, but too late. You already did.
No. I said someone could make it. I would never say something like that.
Some of these.
Someone's gonna go goblin mode on the shark.
Yeah, or that.
You
too.
know
I
what-
don't have that
you
picture.
know what this
Adam,
mermaid
in my
goblin-
Google. I don't have that picture on mine.
Yeah, six.
You know what this? You know what this mermaid should be goblin?
Oh god.
These nuts.
Oh my god.
You don't have that one in? Look,
No.
well, I am signed in, so
Here you go.
maybe.
I found the real sexy shark picture, Adam.
Oh, did you?
Okay. Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
This is why this is a comedy show.
Goblin. It better be a goblin shark.
It is a goblin shark.
Whoa.
No goblin sharks, no peace.
This is kind of scary. There's a lot
I
of
actually do see
scary
the one
stuff
that
on.
I actually do see the one that you saw.
Ah, so Adam is innocent. Once again,
I don't see any
Adam,
but I click see more and I don't see any of the other ones, so I don't think you are innocent actually.
Well, you first of all you got to click the see more, and then you got to click on a couple more, and then the see.
Oh, I
that's
see.
like-
Yeah, I see. You went down the path. Okay, not so innocent, I guess. Not so innocent.
Oh my
I'm very
God.
proud to be the only one on this panel who still has not typed anything about sexy sharks.
Oops,
Look,
Adam
I've got
Googled
clean
goblin
hands.
shark
First of
again.
all, that's not unfair. I did not type sexy in. Okay, Sitch. Where did this come from? Because this is, I mean,
That
this,
was under the see more for the picture you clicked.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. That one's hilarious. This is actually a hilarious picture.
It is. Yeah, I didn't know goblin sharks could do the splits like that. First of
didn't
all, I
either.
didn't know goblin sharks could wear fish
legs.
stockings.
Well, of course they can. They're fish.
Didn't know they could back it up like that. This is
Yeah.
crazy, guys.
Yeah.
Look at that. Impressive.
Okay, I can't see the most recent. Oh, there it is. Oh God.
Sitch wants to kiss the bow.
There you go. There you
Oh
go.
dear.
It's funny because that's the least graphic one, but it feels like the most graphic one, doesn't it?
It does.
Just because of the fishnets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
There you go.
labeled goblin shark.
Yeah, it has no sexual features whatsoever except for legs, and
Mhm.
it seems 100 times more disgustingly lewd than the one with tits.
It's the garter belts.
It's the garter belt, yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Those really add quite a bit.
Well, you can take it off. People do
What
not
was
like
what was the what did our stream get demonetized for before? Oh yeah, bestiality. I remember.
There you go. There you go.
Why? So,
Did it actually? Did you guys talk
Yeah.
about bestiality and get demonetized?
We weren't.
Yeah.
Doomer and Wicked Supreme were talking about it.
Yeah, they're big into that. So you know they bring it up every time they come on stream.
Sure. Nicholas Van Neal for 2 months. Thanks so much. As my understanding is that most studies under I read the one. Astral La Vista for 7 months. Thanks so much. Says Vaush versus Logic round 69,420. Logic has won every time.
True.
Based.
Wormy's gone. What happened to Worm?
Wormy?
Hey, jump?
He heard us talking about Maid and he was like,
I'm out of here.
He saw those sharks and he's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, I perceive that A Team reigns supreme. There you go.
True and based.
Felicity for 2 Aussie bucks says, Cat Cam / pics. Please give her many gentle pats.
I did until he left, but I'll accept it because all cats are
girls.
Are female
Girls.
in spirit.
Okay.
But born in the wrong body?
All dogs are boys.
Yeah, I feel that there's something true to that. Don't you think?
There is. Bobby Miles Foreman for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm S class because if somebody gets canceled one day, it'll probably be Adam. That is true.
Oh man,
That is true.
so sad. Look, I'm not gonna get canceled. Okay, I don't do Scott Adams type shit. Okay.
So I only heard about that kind of briefly when it happened. Has there been much since, like, I guess the day that happened? And I think he went on like the Hotep Jesus podcast or something.
Mhm.
I haven't heard much about it since then, but I haven't been following much. Has he dug himself
went on
more of a
Hotep
hole?
Jesus. He talked to Cuomo.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, he just got
Cuomo?
canceled. There hasn't really been much
Okay.
besides that.
Well, he does. I mean, I've been listening to Scott Adams ever since, and he does talk about it every live stream. Every live stream that I've listened to, it's
Of
come
course,
up.
yeah. But I mean, like, there hasn't been any like no updates in the story except that he's gonna, you can now watch an uncensored Dilbert or see the uncensored Dilbert comic on his Substack
Right.
or
Where Dilbert
Rumble
does
or
like
whatever it
blackface
is
and
that he
stuff.
Yeah, he's gonna go off the rails.
there you go. So
Guest panels by Charles Murray. It's gonna be.
Dilbert started talking about the bell curve.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
We're being very unfair to Scott Adams for this.
But it's so look. It's funny though. It's high.
That's
know,
kind of
you know.
unfair to Charles Murray too, isn't it?
That is, it is.
Yeah, to both of them.
Yeah.
Who's not Jared? Jared Taylor, right? That's the white. That's the
Oh, yeah.
white guy. Yeah. So
I don't know who that is.
he's some white nationalist guy who
nationalist,
says
yeah.
he says white for some
Oh,
reason,
okay.
like Huey does.
White people. Yeah.
Where was I? Demon Bunny for 8 months says, fun fact, female geese are simply called goose. Eggs are in the incubator. Wish me luck. Well, good luck. Hope you have many
Wow.
gooses.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Send us pictures of the little goslings. Oh my
I don't
goodness.
know. I don't think I've ever seen a gosling in the wild.
Baby gooses. Ooh.
Baby gooses.
I have being from Canada, I have a natural like affinity to be opposed to. I guess what's the opposite of affinity? I have a natural enmity with geese in general. So
Disgust,
I don't.
anger,
Yeah,
hatred.
I don't know if I can endorse.
Yeah, they're assholes.
This.
They're huge
Oh,
assholes.
they're so aggressive.
Are they really?
In Canada,
Yes.
like Canada geese?
Oh, really?
Oh
The
yeah.
bossy?
Yeah, they'll fuck you up. They don't care.
You ever seen that video of like the cows charging the goose and the goose holds its ground? Or is it a swan? Maybe it's a swan.
I think
No,
that might be a
swans are-
swan.
Swans are pretty aggressive too.
Yeah.
No, but
CT gets
the
it.
baby ones
Geese are
good.
mean.
Just fucking punch it. Face. Yeah. Devil on Your Shoulder for 2 months says, I recently watched a video that compared online poll to 3 monarchies. Vaushites, DGGers, and Gropers. How would you see yourself in this metaphor?
Vaushite. Well, DGGers, obviously.
No, we're Adam got nailed this on Sunday. We're like the two Muppets, the two old man Muppets that sit in the top of the theater that just insult everybody
and make fun of everyone.
What's their name? Like Wardendorf or whatever.
Yeah.
They have weird names, but that's
Who's
what we're the old man
one?
Muppets.
I'm the nicer one.
There aren't nicer ones.
I mean, that's kind of the joke.
Danton and Waldorf, I think, are their names. But...
These guys suck. Why are you so terrible?
Yes. If they sucked, maybe I'd finally feel something again. Ho 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 ho.
That's so true.
There you go.
That might be a direct quote.
You'll be you're the, I don't know which one is which. So, but you did one of the voices and I did the other one. So that's who we are. Toxic Mix for $5 says, glad to hear you guys enjoyed the remix on Sunday. Yeah, it was fantastic. Wanted to make one for the show for a while. Hopefully more to come in the future. Well, thank you. It was fantastic.
That's great.
You guys didn't see it. Toxic Mix did a great remake of President Sunday going Adam. Sitch. Adam.
With a great intro, because his intro was like, made it sound like he didn't want me on the show at all. And then he was like all calling me out like through the entire show.
Well, I'm pretty sure that happened in the middle of the conversation. That was in the beginning. But...
Really?
I spent a couple hours. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, John.
Like probably months ago now. I spent a couple hours one day trying to make an acoustic version of the Hassan's a dumb fuck, always getting his foot stuck in his mouth song. Because that song goes so hard, and I was like, "There's got to be a way to like make an acoustic version of it." But I could
Enlightened Centrist did that song for us. Yeah,
yeah, it's so awesome.
Very good.
We need to do another one of those because that was fun, and I mean, it didn't do too bad views wise, and I just. Look, why doing amazing shit's awesome. So,
yeah, I really like that song.
Maybe
someday I'll go back and figure out some good chords.
I'm surprised Hassan and Vaush, neither one of them played it, just because
neither of them did. They didn't take the bait.
They're not going to. What do you mean? Why would they?
I mean, because it's cool as fuck.
Yeah, but it wouldn't help them politically.
Pussies.
Okay. I mean, I agree. 3x3 for $2 says, I'm Lord of the Nerds. Oh.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That totally makes sense. I was wondering. I'm glad we didn't lose.
I think you said that before and I forgot.
Yeah.
Or this is the third time you've changed your name.
Yeah, because it was
Lord of the Brains.
Lord of the Brains.
Lord of the Nerds. Why do people keep changing their name? Stop it.
Lord of the Brains was close enough. Lord of the Brains. Lord of the Nerds.
Lord of the Nelos.
You owe us. Because you left a comment in the comment section.
Yeah.
Where you were angry enough at Sitch to say that you would come on the show.
Oh, that's right. You were supposed to debate me about something. I don't even remember what it was.
And I'm gonna hold you to it. Like if you're not gonna come on the show, I'm gonna say that's a broken promise. And you are being dishonest when you said that.
Ooh. I thought you were just calling him a pussy, but
well, I mean, yeah, you're being a pussy too, but I feel like the dishonesty thing gets people more. I feel like that
obviously, yeah.
Motivates.
Oh, look at this. He's trying to tie it into unbanning Kurt now. Oh, weaselly move.
Oh, that might have been
weaselly
the comment.
Move.
Look, that might have been.
That was not what the conversation was.
Wait,
about.
is Kurt banned?
Way before the Kurt Metzger thing.
Exactly, John. Exactly. Wait, what? Kurt's banned? I can't believe it either. Like, look,
Kurt's banned from the show. What do you mean?
John is literally shocked here. Yeah,
no,
I can't follow everything, so I don't know what happened with Kurt.
No. That you're being a weasel, Lord of the Nerds. We were supposed to have a conversation about something way before we ever talked to Kurt. I don't remember what it was. So you trying to tie it into Kurt is just you trying to find a way to say, "Oh, I don't want to back out of it without backing out."
Wait, what was the comment that you left? Brains,
I'm so confused.
nerds.
He's weaseling it.
I asked Lord of the Nerds a long time ago, because Lord of the Nerds is like,
how JP.
Sorry, Lord of the Nerds is 3x3 Nihilo?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Lord of the Nerds, a long time ago, I asked him to come on the show, and he said, "Look, you guys are the entertainers. I'm here to, have fun in the chat. I'm not going to go on your show." And I said, "Fine, that I can respect that." But then he left a comment. And it might have been after I said, "I'm happy to have Kurt back on and Mr. Girl." Like, it was a bunch of people that I said I didn't want to have on again. And I said, fuck it, I'll have them all on again. I don't care. And he was like, "Since you did that," I think this is what happened, but I could be mistaken. He said, "Since you did that he would go on the show." Like, he's here. He probably remembers better than me, because I just
Okay,
read
so
his
we're talking about
comment.
two different things. Because so you're talking about later, because there was original conversation about something where he said he would come on and then backed out of it. It was unrelated to Kurt. And now you're saying there's another comment, which I've never seen, where he's saying he would come on if we unban Kurt, which I don't give a shit about.
No. I'm saying, look, I asked him on the show once. He said he wasn't going to come on. I saw a comment where he said he would come on. I can't remember what that comment was related to.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. We can move on.
But he did say he would come on.
I don't care. But whatever. I'm not.
And I immediately thought, look, I don't know how to. I was like, how do I don't even know how to contact you.
Okay.
So
to save me going through videos,
but now
can you
I
give me
knew
like
how.
the Cole's notes of, so Kurt is banned?
Yes.
I'm confused. I don't
Okay,
know
so
what
we were supposed to have a conversation.
If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to.
No,
No,
John.
well,
No, before
we
he,
were supposed to have a
before he
conversation.
says-
We were supposed to have a conversation with Dave Smith
Yeah.
about his
I saw that.
terrible Ukraine take. Yes.
Mhm.
And did you see both of those? We talked to him twice.
Yes, I saw the one where Jimmy Dore left, and I saw the
Yes.
one where Dave came back.
Right. So in the first one, we were just supposed to talk to Dave, and I guess Adam reached out to Dave, didn't get a response. Adam then reached out to Dave through Kurt to get him to come on, and he agreed.
Yep.
And then at kind of the last minute, Kurt said he was going to bring Jimmy Dore on, which we were fine with, because we're like, hey, he's a big guy.
Awesome.
He'll get
Cool.
He'll get
Yep.
us more views. We're totally good with that.
Mhm.
And then we have the conversation where Jimmy acts like a petulant child and runs away.
It was a
And
bad
then-
look.
And then very bad for him. And then Kurt acts like a fucking buffoon in the entire conversation, basically an obstinate asshole in the entire conversation. And then I find out that Kurt basically primed Jimmy and Dave to hate us, and that before the conversation he's like, "Oh, you're gonna hate everything fucking Sitch says, and he's a fucking idiot or something." I forget exactly what the words was, but he basically
Not
primed
just you.
Jimmy
I mean, both of
and-
us. He basically
both
said,
of us,
"Oh,
yeah.
these guys, their take is so ridiculous."
Right. He basically
You guys are
primed them
gonna,
to have a very negative interaction with us. And so I said, "Oh, well,
Right.
then he's banned. Why would I have someone on the show who we're asking to get people on, and then he badmouths us before they even come on the show? So it's going to be a
Okay.
bad, contentious stream." So that's why I banned Kurt from the show.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate
And
because
also
I
because
don't.
he's a fucking insane person. And it's like, it's
I
so
I
tiring
think
to talk
Kurt's
to.
so funny,
Oh
but
my
he's
God.
he's not the kind of person I like to listen to talk about serious things.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's so
He's-
funny.
Yeah, he's very funny if you're talking about something that's not serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. So
I mean, yeah.
exactly, Kurt is like the FBI priming Twitter. Okay, exactly the correct metaphor. Yes.
Do we have evidence or proof of that? I'm gonna.
He
need
said
to
he did it.
something.
Yeah, but
I
he just
believe
did
he
it.
said he
He
did it,
just
so.
did it as a joke, just to fuck
Oh,
around with
sure.
those guys.
Sure.
You're
okay.
way over. You're way overthinking it.
Well, no, it's not a joke because that's why
is
that
a
conversation was so bad. The first conversation.
Look, if I said to Kurt, "Oh, well, I wouldn't say it to downplay
If
the conversation, but if I
He wasn't
offhandedly
saying
say,
it as a
"Oh,
joke, he
Sitch
said
is
it-
like so
he said it for
autistic,
real.
like we're gonna go into such detail about this phone call, it's gonna be
He
crazy."
did not sound like he was joking when he said it. So
But would that be untrue if I said that?
if you said what?
If I said, "Look, Sitch is totally autistic. He's going to go in every single detail of this phone call. It's going
That's
to,
not
it's going to
saying
be crazy."
that's very different. That's saying prepare yourself because you're going to get into the details. That's not saying listen, Adam. we're about to have a conversation with this guy named Bridges. Now, everything this guy Bridges says is going to make you fucking pissed.
Well,
He's going to say a bunch of dumb shit, and you're going to want to punch him in the face. So
first
just be prepared.
First of all, it would be nice to have Kurt on to get firsthand, because it's secondhand for me. I'm just going off of what I remember him saying. And when he said it to me, it didn't ring like, oh my God, you sabotaged the entire live stream. You took that away from what I said.
I thought he said it. I feel like I heard him say it, but I don't remember. It's been a while, so.
I mean, he told me, and look, I talked to Kurt, and he is a funny guy and says funny things.
Okay, it doesn't. No.
Well, no, I think he might have said that just to be funny to say it to me, and then I
Kurt,
repeated it to
talking
you,
about
and you turned it into
serious
this thing.
Talking to Kurt about anything serious is a waste of time. Okay.
Well, that's
he says
true.
He says the dumbest fucking shit like around. Okay. And so it's fine. And I'm not going to be the person who's going to suck up to someone who's crazy just because I think they can help, my career.
It's not sucking up though. You don't understand. Like, I legitimately like Kurt. Kurt is
that's
funny
good for you.
guy.
I'm glad you legitimately like Kurt. I legitimately don't like Kurt.
Right. Okay. I want
like, it's very clear. I don't know what the problem is.
I get it. There's this thing in life called the personality conflict. And a lot of people tell themselves, oh, I get along with everyone. That's bullshit. Like, everybody has some personality conflict with someone sometime. So right. I get it. I totally get it. So yeah, he's like your Jangles, Mr. Girl, whatever. I don't want to fucking hang out with Jangles or Mr. Girl. Like, fuck those guys. Although I did invite Jangles onto the 200 show, and he didn't come last minute. So, and Mr. Girl, I mean, I'm down to talk to Mr. Girl again. Like, Mr. Girl is such he's in such a low position on the totem pole. I kind of feel sorry for the guy.
You don't think constantly trying to spend your whole time trying to out Destiny as like a rapist is a good look?
I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good use of your time. And if we talk to him again, I mean, it might be a little bit more of like an intervention. Like, listen, dude, you're like turning insane. Maybe you should think about just making content that's not about pedophilia or whatever, and just, reinvent yourself. Stop trying to destroy Destiny because you had a bad relationship with him. Yeah.
Are we gonna have Cosmic Skeptic? Yeah, weren't we gonna have Cosmic Skeptic at some point about
Cosmic Skeptic? We can't get on the show because he's like too, just like snooty. Too yeah.
Oh.
He's too
good for us.
He's too into himself. Yeah.
I do not like that guy's presentation style.
Cosmic Skeptic.
I don't find his lines of logic very.
He's like a vegan guy or something, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
I don't remember.
I get Matt Dillahunty vibes from him.
Yeah, Matt comes off incredibly smug and condescending.
Yeah.
So even if you agree with him, you're like, oh, fuck this guy.
Yeah. I like whenever I find myself agreeing with either of them, I'm like, oh, should I change my mind?
Was Matt Dillahunty married to a man that transitioned into a woman? I feel like he was.
I don't know. I had no clue.
Okay. I thought one of you guys might know.
He gave up veganism.
I'm not sure.
Oh, really? Interesting. Well, there you go.
Veganism is immoral. Someone wanted to debate. I'm hanging out in the Discord from time to time. If CT wants to share the Discord link, she can. I have a channel there where people can message me and we can argue about economics. Someone in the Discord, when the channel was about debate us on the show, wanted to debate veganism, and I tweeted out, by any sane definition of morality, veganism is immoral.
Look at you stirring up conflict.
Right. But what was that guy? Jeffrey
Star.
No, Jeffrey.
Dahmer.
No. He's a
That is the
psychologist.
main
Epstein.
Jeffries, isn't it? I'm just gonna fill up my water. 1 second.
Why are there so many bad Jeffries? What the fuck?
He's a semi-famous psychologist. Okay, Sargon's talked to him.
Jeffrey Hitler.
He's friends with. It's throwing Sargon under the bus. Jesus. Oh my God. Why would you say that?
I'm just trying to figure out the worst Jeffries I can find.
He's in an open.
Oh, Jeffrey Bezos.
He's in a polyamorous relationship with some other big evolutionary psychologist. Well, he got super.
Oh, King Jeffrey from Game of Thrones.
That's Joffrey.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Jeffrey.
I'm pretty sure it's Jeffrey.
Look, he's
Wait,
like
his mom, Sarah.
Yeah. His mom's Sarah.
Yeah.
I think this joke has run its course, unless you're gonna pull up the real
You
Jeffrey.
got one more?
You'll get another one.
Come on.
He is a semi-famous psychologist. He's basically in the intellectual dark web circles. He's friends with James Lindsay. He's in open marriage with a super hot evolutionary psychologist.
Well, now I gotta look him up.
And he's big into crypto. And he got super mad about my tweet. And he said something like, it's so funny. He's literally an evolutionary psychologist. And he said to me, evidently, you've never been on the floor of a slaughterhouse. And I was like, bitch, making emotional arguments here. Look at this. What are you trying? So your elephant went rampaging when you saw a little chicken get slaughtered? So
is it Jeffrey Lieberman?
What?
Jeffrey Lieberman?
He spells it with a G.
Oh, Jeffrey Miller.
Jeffrey Miller, that's it. Fine.
Oh, I know that name.
I think I follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, I follow him on Twitter and he follows me. So
was he on Jordan Peterson's podcast?
Yes.
I saw him on something.
Of course he's been on Jordan Peterson's podcast.
Yeah, I remember liking him.
No, I like him.
He's an evolutionary psychologist and he's in a polyamorous relationship. That's interesting.
No, he's totally interesting. And he's super into crypto. But the thing that I thought was interesting about that is because, obviously I'm making the tweet somewhat incendiary because I'm pointing out, I think a lot of people don't have the definition of morality, don't understand morality because they aren't working with a good, proper definition. So my goal is really to get people to understand the definition of morality. Yeah. But then he has his morality is like, I'm polyamorous and I'm anti-government. It's like your morality is so out there that why are you're basically saying I'm immoral because I don't subscribe to veganism. It's like, this is exactly what I meant by the tweet. Veganism is immoral.
It's such a bad argument, though. You've never stepped foot in a slaughterhouse. It's like lots of people have stepped foot in slaughterhouses and come out with one or the other. Like, there's no. What are you talking about?
Totally.
That seems like such a. You were emotionally triggered by one thing, therefore everyone must react that way.
Totally. Yeah. John gets it. John totally gets it. I mean, I tried to be nice because I realize when you're talking about people's morality, people can get triggered pretty easily. So.
It sounds to me like almost like sometimes I think of things as axiomatic sacred cows.
Oh yeah,
totally. I feel like sometimes you accidentally poke at one of those and you don't realize it and you get hit. Like people just like really react.
Wherever you find something sacred, you'll find a motivated ring of ignorance all around.
Yeah.
It. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Sacred stuff motivates a lot of ignorance and motivated reasoning and rationalization and stuff like that. But we're trying to look, people build entire belief systems on top of whatever is sacred. So obviously it's pragmatic to do that. That's why we build up such taboos around even talking about these things.
Yep.
And his veganism is one of those things for him. Yeah. All right. We're done with super chats. All right. Nice.
Jeffrey Miller. also defeated Gohan Blanco in the final arc of Dragon Ball Super. I don't know if you knew that.
Sweet.
We need more famous Jeffries.
Yes. Adam48 for 6 months says having 1 million plus in one account was a risk that was not properly mitigated by the tools already available. The depositors needed to take a haircut.
So evil. Sorry, but that's just completely evil.
Blind Escape Corner for $2.
For me, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. It really doesn't. It's like saying someone should be, someone should be put to death for jaywalking. It's like, nah. Go ahead.
Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says, I want to talk about guns. Should I get on Thursday too? Yeah, sure, Blaine. You can come on Thursday, talk about guns. Bang, bang, bang. Stuck for $2 says, hot take, linguistic surrender is a bad idea.
Oh, no, not this one.
I generally agree with that. I generally agree with that. What do you mean, what?
He's talking about he's talking about
surrendering language to the left.
Gender versus sex. I think splitting up gender and sex is a useful separation. So
yeah, but that wouldn't be. I
think that's what he's saying.
Right.
What?
I think he's saying surrendering the control of how the language is used to the left is a bad idea. That's my interpretation.
Yes, but unless there's some pragmatic use to it, and I think separating gender and sex does have a pragmatic use. So.
Spooky Scaredy Skeleton for $5 says, would you rather die to Vaush or be the first to die from a goblin shark? Obviously the goblin shark when it's no contest.
I mean, that goblin shark looks tiny. It looks like
I'd rather
funny.
I want to be pummeled to death by Vaush's ear things.
I think he got rid of them.
No, they're gone. They've been gone for a minute, but that was the best era for Vaush.
He kept them. He turned them into like fists so he could punch people with them.
I wish I could go back in time and then have him beat me to death with his ear thing.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Then you would have a time machine too.
And then you could put it in your comic.
Yeah, after you were done, you could do something fun.
Stock for $2 says,
like
this
killed
stream...
Jeffrey Hitler.
There you go, Jeffrey. The worst of all Hitlers.
Yeah.
Jeffrey
That
Blanco
was Adolf's
Hitler.
dad, I think.
Yes. Stug for $2 says, this stream is now about One Piece. There you go. That was when you bring up shark pictures.
Nice.
Gene Penguin for $5 says, Adam's personalized search algorithm ratted him out. Shun him. Shun him for his depravity and his opinions on economics. There you go.
Yeah.
Mick Scruffles for $5 says, Sitch, I've heard you say, I agree on almost every episode. Is that the Freedom Tombs impression of Dave Rubin? Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
It totally is. Yeah.
Yep. I think that is so funny. So, yeah. You just can't agree with everyone. Okay. Stug for $2 says,
agree.
I agree. Stug for $2 says, watch, quote, Geese by Runesmith. Check it out. Geese by Runesmith.
Who's
what?
Freedom Tunes? It's Simon, right? I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
I think it's Sean or Seamus.
Seamus. That's
Seamus,
it. Yeah.
Seamus.
It's one of those made-up names.
One of those fake Irish names.
Seamus. Seamus.
Well, I'm Seamus. I'm from Ireland. It's like, get out of here, man.
Seamus said he'd come on the show
pretty good.
sometime. I ended up talking to him. So
Yeah. Nice.
yeah,
He seems cool.
he's great.
totally
Yeah.
looks good. Even with
Though,
his fake name.
now I feel like anyone who's like super Catholic, I'm gonna be sus about after that Michael Knowles thing.
Oh, is he
Like, is
super
Seamus about to come
Catholic?
out and say we need to eradicate transgenderism too?
We'll ask
'Cause
him. I think he's pretty religious, isn't he?
he's super religious.
Yeah.
They're both.
Interesting.
Like, I remember there was an episode of the Tim Pool show where they were both on, and they were just going like on and on about
Exciting.
like Orthodox. I don't know. Is there kind of Catholicism with it? Whatever.
Yeah.
Their shared
Orthodox,
religion tradition.
Well, maybe he
But,
comes on. We'll ask about it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but he seems cool.
Gene Air Penguin for $2 says Canadian sky rats. There you go. Referring to geese.
Oh
okay.
yeah. Definitely.
Felicity
True.
for $5 Aussie Buck says, sorry for misgendering Wormy. He's the best floofy boy, and I shall do art of him as penance.
It's
Thank you,
okay.
Felicity.
It's okay. Like I
Thank
said, they're all female in spirit.
There you go. Lord of the Brains for $5 says Kurt isn't Hitler. Cut him a brain.
Do we really have Lord of the Brains
conversation.
back again?
Listen, I'd have Hitler on and talk to him, okay? The man clearly has a traumatized past. You'll never trust large institutions. Is that, I don't know where you're drawing that from.
So Kurt was on the upswing with his career. He got a comedy special on Comedy Central, which is like the first rung of the ladder up, right? And he was one of the writers on Amy Schumer's show,
right? Yeah,
and he was the one. He was the one that got Me Too'd on that show, and then Amy Schumer came out and
he got Me Too'd.
Yeah, he got Me Too'd. Yeah, he got Me Too'd, and Amy Schumer, I guess, backed him up a bit. I mean, Kurt could come on and talk about this. I mean, it's his story. I'm doing my best to but he, Lord of the Brains is exactly correct that he does have a traumatized past from this thing that happened to him.
So wait, because he got wrongly Me Too'd, we're assuming wrongly Me Too'd, right? Because if he got
I thought it was just a bad joke.
Man.
I thought it was jokes he made that he got in trouble for.
Oh, was it?
That was my understanding.
Well,
yeah,
whatever.
it might have been. It might have been. Yeah, it might have been
excuse for being crazy. Okay.
It might have been like sexist jokes. I'm not sure.
That's what I thought it was.
But he got canceled. Amy Schumer threw him under the bus instead of defending him like all these fucking.
Which is weird because she seems like such a stand-up person, right?
I see what you did there.
That's the best. That
was a cheap shot.
It's
low-hanging fruit, making fun of Amy Schumer in 2023. So why would you say something so controversial? It's so brave.
I know.
I mean, I don't think Kurt was writing the jokes about Amy Schumer's stinky pussy. I think she wrote those herself. So.
I mean, he shouldn't be allowed on the show just for fucking writing that terrible material for Amy Schumer, right?
I think he actually wrote good material for her, but
I don't think that existed.
She had a couple good skits in her show. I've seen a couple.
Fondue for $2 says, no, Adam, Mr. Girl is not worth anyone's time. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Ooh.
Especially now.
Ooh. Ooh. Sting.
Dotems for $6.69 says, I feel a few small things about SVP had fault for poor management. They should have hedged the larger position on bonds. Also, unfunded 100% that only has the capital to cover $250K seems exactly the same psychologically.
I mean, I don't deny that the bank fucked up. The bank should. The punishment for the bank fucking up is the shareholders and the bondholders lose their investments. It's not you take the money away from the depositors. There's not enough upside to do something like that. The government will literally make money either way.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious. Yeah, I don't know. I'd just be curious if it's been done anywhere and to see what kind of effect it has on banking. That's all I'm curious about.
Well, they're doing it already. You're going to find out because that's exactly what's going to happen.
I know they basically act like that, but
it is different if it's actually written into the law, though.
Yeah.
People's behavior will change.
Exactly.
Biden came out.
The question is, will behave for the good or for the worse?
Yeah.
Biden came out this morning and said they literally have access to their money today. And the stock market was up huge.
Yeah. Is this a good comparison? O.J. Simpson wasn't convicted of murder, but murder's still illegal. If we just made murder legal, then people would probably act
That
differently.
is not a good comparison.
That's a fantastic comparison.
Thank you, Sitch.
Look, didn't you say you had to leave soon, John? Weren't you?
Look at that.
No, I'm just kidding, obviously.
Magor for $2 says, Adam's making a massive leap in logic, assuming that unlimited depositor protection will prevent all bank runs. What if the bank run happens as a backlash to a CEO saying something dumb? This isn't libertarian palatable.
The bank run will happen because the CEO says the N-word and everyone freaks out and takes their money out? I mean,
This is a
okay.
hard R.
The hard R. I don't know. Did Papa John's go out of business because the CEO did the?
Do they have a pizza run? Everyone
Hold on.
got all the pizza.
Can we still
You
buy
gotta
from
take all the
Papa
pizzas out of
John's?
Papa John's. Put them
I
in
mean,
the
I
other
get
pizza
what
bank.
you're saying, and I think, you know, in a hypothetical world that a bank run could happen over. I just look. I
True.
don't. Why? Explain to me why why as a consumer, you should have to be able to read a balance sheet and keep up. Look, some people have
That's
banking
not the
relationships
issue.
for years
That's not
and
the
years
issue.
and years. What is the issue then?
The issue is whether or not having unlimited FDIC insurance on banks would promote bad, riskier, worse behavior from banks, right? That's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if it would, but I'm just saying that's the concern,
Right.
not
So
whatever you're talking about.
So you're not worried. Look, all the worries that you have in place as a bank to be profitable and to make money don't go away because your depositors aren't going to lose their money. Like,
Okay, maybe not.
what decisions are you making as a bank? Look, most of these people don't give a flying. You think they're weeping over their stockholders losing all their money or their bondholders losing all their money? They don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. That's true. Does that affect their business practices at all? Maybe not, because they don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They want
They don't benefit from that, from people getting bailed out by FDIC. That's true.
Yeah. So I don't.
Maybe they don't.
Like, how are they going to take riskier behavior? The thing motivating their behavior is making money. They have a fiduciary duty to deliver profits to their stockholders.
Well, just for their brand value, they're incentivized to not have their customers be left destitute, because that doesn't help their
There is
reputations.
no brand. The bank no longer exists. It's been put into receivership. So, like, the feds have already taken it over.
Vaush for $2
Mm-hmm.
says, "Look, it started out as a calculated plot to rummage through your underwear, but once I got in there, I found much, much more. And now I want to shout out our love from the rooftops. Well, look at that. Vaush has fallen in love with one of us.
Oh, hope it's you.
I hope it's you." Vaush for another $2 says, "Perhaps I'll breed some sort of albino shouting gorilla." There you go. There you go.
Wow.
Soldoge for $2 says, "Bring me Thursday to debate through a cook-off. Corpo boots versus government boots on tastier taste." I'll cook one. Sitch takes the other. Adam is a taste tester. Also, SOCCOM just put in a request for deepfake tech to use in PsyOps.
Really? Fascinating.
Interesting.
Soldoge can come on. He's
Soldoge,
been on before.
Sure.
Yeah. He's a great guest.
Oh no. We got a super chat from Come.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Come. $2.
Oh.
With the message, ooze.
Ooze. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Very naughty.
Oh, look at this. Mahler for $2 says, "I can't believe you're banning us from your channel for simply being upset that you won't watch the Fight Club video with us. Rags Fringy, I think we should do a stream crapping on one of Sitch's videos. What do you think?" Then Rags for $2 says, "I don't know, Mahler. That seems kind of petty. You seem to have taken this a little too hard. I do think we should just not have them on again until they do the Fight Club stream with us. What do you think, Fringy?" And then Fringy says, "No," in his trademark Fringy way. "You guys are being absurd. Big ideas would be ashamed. We should do some positive reinforcement instead. How about we invite them on to a Simpsons watch party before we review some bad Simpsons video essays, if they promise?"
Sure. I mean, I'm game.
There you go. So listen, how about we'll only ban Mahler from the show, but Rags and Frankie can come on.
I mean, I like Mahler, though.
What was I fake upset
it.
about him for? I forget what the joke was. Whatever.
The Fight Club video.
It was.
Is that that girl you had mentioned?
Maggie Mayfish, yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys ever end up watching that, or are they watching that on
did not.
EFAP?
No. No one ever watched it. Anyway.
I watched
Maggie.
it.
I think she should change her name to Maggie May Goblin Shark. What do you guys think?
That was the worst video I've ever seen in my life. I think it was you. I think you had talked about it, Adam, on a stream, and I was like, "Oh, I'll check that out." And then I was
it's
so
horrible.
upset.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. Yeah. Wow.
It's like she doesn't understand men at all. She doesn't understand guys
Zero.
at all. Yeah.
My favorite part was when she was mad about how a film set is like a dictatorship.
Oh yes,
I
yes.
was sitting there like, so how do you think this should be done, Mickey Mayfish? Is your film set on your video a dictatorship, or is this a like what? Oh, anyways,
Wow. It's hard
Uh,
enough to get anything done on a film set too. You just
right?
yeah,
Imagine a democratic film set.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Impossible.
yeah.
Ugh. Yeah,
It's
that
funny
video's
too
insane.
because the first thing that goes on like these indie projects is like the first AD, second AD, and you need those people to crack the whip, otherwise nothing gets done.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And as a director, you can't be the one that cracks the whip because then it becomes impossible to get a good performance out of people. It's
Yep.
like, oh, that you're the guy that just bitched me out for not being on set on time, and
right.
now it's
right.
my opportunity to get even with you. Look, I'm Maggie May Fish. I'm in your video. Hey, I was just perusing your social media while I was in my trailer. And now I'm very
Exactly.
angry, and I'm going to try and sabotage your movie as much as possible. God, I feel like we should watch a Soul Snag video.
I sent you that article today
No articles,
About-
please.
about how it seems like Putin may be trying to sabotage the Wagner group.
Yes.
They're claiming he is. You know, they've been saying they've been asking for all this ammunition and they're not getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because there's this kind of talk about like, you know, democracy versus monarchy, whether Russia's doing good or bad and all this stuff in the war. And it's like, it's not a good sign for your government and the system of government when the most effective military group that your country has, you have to intentionally sabotage out of fear that if you don't, the person who's in charge of that military group is going to take over your country.
Is going to come back and depose you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were joking about this. Are there monarchists in the chat? You want to share our joke from DMs? Because, I mean...
You can. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head.
I said something to the effect of, "Oh man, the monarchy school must be broken in Russia. How is I thought Putin was supposed to care about all of his people / property. Why has he turned the Wagner group into human shields?
There you go. There you go.
What's going on? Why is that?
Yep.
Why is the leader of the Wagner group interested in deposing their beloved dictator? Because he wants
Right.
his fucking job."
Right. Ostapho
like-
said, autocracies intentionally purge competent people because they are threats.
Exactly. That is true. And I've said this in our monarchy debates. They're cancer to any sort of meritocracy because they look around and they're like, "Oh, this guy's smart. He's a threat to me. I better get rid of him."
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
And obviously this, this guy was a caterer, right? And now he's like the highest paid mercenary in Russia. I mean, I'm starting to wonder if maybe he started this war just to get rid of that guy.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I mean, he was his caterer, right? Seems like he had all access to Putin before.
Did you watch the video? The per run video?
I
You
did,
should have
yes.
him on.
It's
He's
great. I messaged you back. It's like a super video, yeah.
Yep.
And it didn't go against anything Zahan was saying at all.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You got to
Wait.
get inside Putin's head. You got to know what Putin desires.
Right.
But
But I
we've
think
said
it
this from
definitely
Go ahead.
supports my position that if Putin had a crystal ball, he wouldn't have invaded.
Right. It also supported our position, which we've been saying from the very start. The thing that Putin is most terrified of is, Western allied countries on his border.
Well, yeah, because the ideological infiltration.
Yep.
Yeah. Not because of a military threat, because of an ideological threat. Yeah.
Yep.
Jeff Schatz, thanks so much, Jeff Schatz, for $20. Says, hey, not all us Jeffreys are bad. Why I only kicked one puppy today. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you, Jeff, for the $20. That's true.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Glad to
glad
hear
you
there's
were-
at least one good one out there.
I'm glad
Not
you
all
were able to
Jeffs.
limit your puppy kicking to just a single puppy. Anyways,
All right. Hey, I see a guitar back there. What? You can't play a song for our outro here?
I could sing the Kill Yourself song.
Do you? Can
you
you
might
play?
get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Will we get in trouble?
Probably.
Well, you could say delete yourself, right? Maybe.
You want me to sing the
Minecraft
song?
yourself?
Sure. I mean, if you want to do it, yeah.
I can try.
What do you think?
Go for it if you want.
You let me know.
I mean, we got a rock star on the show, right? Look, I'll try to freestyle along with you.
Oh God, you're gonna make it worse. Whatever you do.
Do you hear that?
Yeah. We hear it.
All right.
Should I sing the So this song got me deleted.
This
I'll
song
sing
got me
Delete Yourself.
deleted. Yeah, there
This
you
song
go.
got me deleted from Twitter. I'll just for YouTube purposes, so this doesn't get you guys in
Thank
trouble.
you.
This is a parody song. Do
Right.
not hurt
Yes.
yourself. And I like to preface it by saying, is this out of tune? Yeah, whatever. I don't care. The Canadian government hired me to make this song. So if you're feeling depressed, there is help out there. Are you depressed? Are you feeling lonely? Are you in pain? I wish that you'd have told me. 'Cause if you feel like you got nothing left to lose, trust me, I know there's something that you can do. I really want to sing the actual words.
No. That's so good though. That's so good. Oh my God. I know.
You don't
It's so sad.
wanna be a burden weighing down the system anymore. If your mental health is way too much to carry, life is way too scary, say no more. It's painless and it's simple, euthanizing sad people. The healthcare system isn't designed to cure disease of the mind, so just beep yourself. We can't think of no, wait, what is it? Stop being everybody's problem. We don't want to wait. So sign right up today to beep yourself.
Beautiful.
Is that all right?
That was amazing. That was
I know.
amazing. Yeah.
Voice
All
of an
right.
angel. Oh my God.
I guess that's it.
Can you give Adam like harmonica lessons or something?
What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
You don't need
Bye-bye.
them. It's perfect.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for coming on Bridges.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks
guys for
for the
having
great
me.
song. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This was a lot of fun.
Thank you all. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. And we'll see you all on Thursday. Remember, if you want to argue with me or Adam,
Yes.
specifically about the Twitter file stuff,
Mm-hmm.
go on the
Message
Discord
CT immediately.
and sign up. And you can argue with us for 10 minutes on Thursday.
All right. Bye-bye.
There you go.